Now let us begin at the beginning, from things which are obvious to everyone about you. Now when people speak today of political issues, they come to speak sooner or later of two fundamentally different approaches to political things. The approach is called liberalism and conservatism. Liberalism is understood here and now in contradistinction to conservatism. Now, this distinction is sufficient for most practical purposes. But to admit this is tantamount to saying that the distinction is not free from theoretical difficulties. And these theoretical difficulties are not necessarily barren of practical consequences. Of one difficulty one can dispose very easily. Most people are liberal in some respects and conservative in others. A very moderate liberal may not be distinguishable from a very moderate conservative. But this very assertion presupposes the existence at least of the ideal type of the liberal and the ideal type of the conservative. Now, ideal type, in case you have not read Max Weber, means a construct for the purpose of analysis, to which nothing need correspond in reality. It stems fundamentally from physics, but has been carried over to social sciences. Yet the ideal types are quite real in this particular case. Proof: no one would hesitate to call Barry Goldwater a conservative and Wayne Morse a liberal. A liberal can be said as of now to be a man who is for the war against poverty and against the war in Vietnam, while the conservative is a man who is in favor of the war in Vietnam and against the war against poverty. This, I believe, will be universally admitted. Now, a somewhat deeper difficulty comes to sight once we consider the fact that liberalism and conservatism have a common basis. Both are based on liberal democracy, and therefore both are opposed to communism. Hence, their opposition does not seem to be fundamental. Yet they differ profoundly in this very opposition. One can say that liberalism agrees with communism in a general way as regards the ultimate goal, although it radically disagrees with communism as regards the ways and means toward that goal. The goal, the universal and classless society, or to accept a formulation proposed by Monsieur Kojève, the universal and homogeneous state. Every adult human being is to be a full member of that state, regardless of sex, race, ethnic origin, or any other considerations. The necessary and sufficient title to full citizenship in that state is supplied by one's being an adult, non-moronic human being for all such times when one is not locked up in an insane asylum or a penitentiary. Now, the ways and means, according to liberalism, as distinguished from communism, are these. The universal and homogeneous state is to be achieved preferably by democratic, peaceful means, at any rate without war, although not necessarily without revolutions. Revolutions backed by the sympathy, or at least the interest, of the majority of the people of the country concerned. There is also a difference regarding the goal itself, because a liberal would insist that in this state, the right to criticize measures and men of the government must be preserved. Even the man at the top of the hierarchy, whatever his name may be, must be subject to public criticism. And this right of public criticism must be granted to everyone, however humble, odd, or inarticulate he may be. Now, someone might say that most liberals are much too pragmatic to aim consciously at the universal state. After all, that is not a practical proposal in our time and age. They would be perfectly satisfied with a federation of the now existing or soon emerging states, provided these states submit to control by a truly universal and greatly strengthened United Nations. Still, this would mean that they are concerned with the greatest possible approximation to the universal and homogeneous state, or that they are guided by the ideal of the universal and homogeneous state. An ideal which perhaps will never be fully actualized. Some liberals might object to the term ideal on the ground that the universal and homogeneous state, or the greatest possible approximation to it, is a requirement of hard-headed politics, and not to be mistaken with for an ideal in the woolly sense of the word. The universal and homogeneous state is rendered possible or necessary by economic and technological progress, including the absolute necessity of making thermonuclear war impossible for all future time. And it is rendered necessary when possible by the ever-increasing wealth of the advanced countries, which are compelled by sheer self-interest to develop the underdeveloped countries. As for the still existing tension between the liberal democracies and the communist countries, that tension will be disposed of by the ever-increasing welfarism in the liberal democracies and the ever-increasing liberalism due to the demands for consumer goods of all kinds in the communist states. I believe I have not said anything which you do not know by heart, but I have to remind you of that. Now, conservatism does not necessarily deny the necessity or desirability of larger political units than what one may call the typical nation-state of the 19th century. For good or ill, the conservatives can no longer be imperialists. But there is no reason why conservatives should be opposed, for instance, to a united Europe, yet, or perhaps even to NATO. Yet they are likely to understand such units differently from the liberals. An outstanding European conservative has spoken of l'Europe des patries, of the Europe of the fatherlands. In other words, there should be a larger unit, but the original units should nevertheless be preserved in decisive respects. Conservatism has a more favorable posture towards the particular or particularistic and the heterogeneous than the liberal. A greater eagerness to respect natural or historical diversity. In this country, for example, the conservatives are more in favor of state rights than the liberals. And they also, to the extent to which universalism in politics is based on the universalism essential to reason, conservatism is characterized by a distrust of reason. particularly of what is called abstract reason. But here we must raise this question: what precisely is a virtue of diversity as such? I mean, after all, at first glance, the thing which seems to be important would be human excellence. And human excellence, which as a universal goal for all men. Why should there be a virtue in diversity as such? Diversity is, as it were, taken care of by the mere fact that men are by nature so greatly different. And so the excellence of A will not be identical with the excellence of B. But why is this a concern of the conservatives with diversity? Perhaps the respect for diversity is rooted in the respect for individuality. This is at least frequently said. I do not think that we will succeed in drawing a clear line between conservatism and liberalism on that ground. We remain somewhat closer to what is non-controversial by saying that the conservatives' greater and deeper regard for the natural and historical diversity is rooted in their distrust of change, in what is called by the liberals the stand-patism of the conservatives. They're sticking to the status quo, whereas the liberals have less misgivings regarding change. Liberals are more inclined than conservatives to be sanguine regarding change. Liberalism are inclined to believe that on the whole, change is change for the better. Of course, there are exceptions. Change for the better, that means progress. And as a matter of fact, and here I mention something which must come as a novelty to you, liberals frequently are called progressives. Progressivism is indeed a better term for the opposite to conservatism than is liberalism. For conservatism, the desire to preserve, and because of distrust of change, therefore the opposite of conservatism should be defined as the opposite posture toward change, towards the future. One is thus tempted to say that conservatism and progressivism are opposed to each other by their posture toward change rather than by their substantive goals. But this is not precise enough. Both conservatism and progressivism agree that the change goes in the direction of the universal or homogeneous state, and it is for this reason that the progressivists applaud the change and the conservatives fear it. This incidentally would explain why conservatism is on the whole weaker than progressivism or liberalism. In other words, a greater, stronger trend is in favor of this movement. Now, the difficulty of defining clearly the opposition between conservatism and liberalism is particularly great in this country, because this country came into being by virtue of a revolution, which means of a violent change, a violent break with the past. And it is quite interesting that one of the most conservative groups in this country calls itself the Daughters of the American Revolution. The opposition between liberalism and conservatism was much clearer in the first half of the 19th century on the continent of Europe. And it is on the continent of Europe in this time, say in the early 19th century that these two parties opposed each other for the first time under these names. On the one side there was throne and altar, conservative. On the other, popular sovereignty and religion as a private affair. It was a clear-cut, substantive difference. In England, which is in between the European continent and this country, and not only geographically, in England, the struggle between the two opposed forces had been partly decided against throne and altar already in the 17th century, 1688, where the Whigs versus the Tories, and the Whigs, one can say with a slight exaggeration, were allied with the Bank of England, and the Tories with throne and altar. Now, to reach full clarity about the issue which is concealed in the contemporary conflict between conservatism and liberalism, one would have to go back to 20th century England, where this issue started. And this means, in the first place, to the new political philosophy or political science of Thomas Hobbes. This is here only a bald assertion, but at the beginning of the course one must make some assumptions, and perhaps we have time to explain it later. Yet one cannot stop at Hobbes. The analysis of Hobbes' political philosophy brings to light the fact that the primary premise of the radical change which was effected by Hobbes was stated or established by Machiavelli. And here I refer again to the 15th chapter of Machiavelli's Prince, which is only 1 or 2 pages, and those who have not read it or not read it for some time are requested to read it. What Machiavelli proposes there is roughly this. Political philosophy hitherto was guided by how men ought to live. And this led to the consequence that traditional political philosophy culminated in the description of or demand for imaginary principalities or imaginary kingdoms, republics, which means regimes which are not necessarily actual. And this is a good analysis of traditional political philosophy can easily be proven by the study of Plato and Aristotle. The good society is a society directed toward virtue, toward human excellence, and this good society, if taken strictly, is not necessarily actual, and the chances are that it will not be actual, because virtue is not such a powerful incentive most of the time. Now, against this, Machiavelli demands that we should take our bearings by how men do live, not by the order of life. In other words, Machiavelli says if you want to have some reasonable order of human things, you should not aim so high as Plato and Aristotle, to say nothing of the churchmen did. You must lower your standards. A simple example, the most famous version of the traditional doctrine in Hobbes' time was the natural law doctrine as developed especially by Thomas Aquinas. And according to that teaching, there are 3 kinds of natural inclinations: self-preservation, sociality, and knowledge of God, or knowledge in general. What Hobbes did was to forget about the 2 higher things and understand civil society as perfectly intelligible on the basis of the lowest and first, and is a desire for self-preservation. in the belief that the lowest is the most effective. I mean, that most people, most of the time, don't wish to be killed. And they have a very strong aversion to being killed. Whereas their desire for, say, their altruism, that is, is not so very powerful most of the time. Good. In other, Hobbes, as it were, to use a Churchillian phrase, try to build political science on a low but solid ground. And this is a thought which has had tremendous effects. One can also say, describing Hobbes' view, he was the first political thinker who was a political hedonist, identifying the good with the pleasant, and but political, whereas the classical hedonists were not political thinkers. Here at this moment, I mention Kant for the first time, although he has been on my mind all the time. What Kant did was, or tried to do, was to restore the high moral level and tone of classical political philosophy, nay, even surpassing the classics in this respect. And thus we can say Kant became more than anybody else the founder of a moral and severely moral liberalism, in contradistinction from the hedonistic or utilitarian liberalism founded by Hobbes. Now this needs an obvious qualification, which I will mention immediately. It goes without saying that the tradition founded by Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle did not die out by virtue of the acts of Machiavelli or even of Hobbes. In the first place, the Catholic tradition preserved the older view. But even in the Protestant countries, it proved to be necessary very soon to restore the older tradition, at least to the extent to which this was compatible with the requirements of Protestantism. I mentioned one great example, that is Richard Hooker, who rewrote with very minor changes as far as the political philosophy proper is concerned, the Thomistic teaching. And this was, of course, also true in Germany. And here the greatest name one would have to mention is that of Christian Wolff, a name which we will find when reading Kant. Of course, there are other men, for example, Shaftesbury, who tried to preserve or restore the classical tradition against Hobbes, Locke, and so on. Now, hitherto I have spoken of how a simple reflection on our political situation leads us to Kant. Let me now say a few words of how a simple reflection on political science, which is not the same as political situation, leads to Kant. Political science, as you all know, is a part of the social sciences, and therefore, according to its claim, value-free. It is based on the distinction between facts and values. Factual judgments are the legitimate sphere of the social sciences, but value judgments transcend that sphere. The distinction between facts and values is a modification of the older distinction between is and ought. Now, the distinction between is and ought was classically stated by Kant. But according to Kant, there is rational knowledge of the ought, And this is denied by the social sciences. According to the social sciences, there cannot be knowledge of the true values. The true values, that doesn't exist. Or in other words, according to social science, all values are equal before the tribunal of reason and hence of the social sciences. The scientific understanding of political things or social things is preceded by the pre-scientific understanding of them, the common sense understanding of them, or the citizens' understanding of them. This common sense understanding is not simply superseded by the scientific understanding or transformed into scientific understanding. In the decisive respect, the pre-scientific understanding survives intact as a basis of scientific understanding. In other words, our ordinary citizens' understanding of political things is not something like a hat which we leave with a girl before we enter the restaurant, in this case the social science building, but we keep this all the time. There's a very simple proof of that which I have used n times, and I ask the older students among you to forgive me if I repeat it. Now, when you are sent out, not in this department, but let us say in sociology, to make some field studies and to find answers to questions, no one will tell you you should ask only human beings and not dogs, cats, trees, and so on. It goes without saying. And still more strange, no one tells you how to tell a human being from a cat, dog, or a tree. That is simply presupposed. Now you can say whether it's all things which go by them, which are a matter of course, but these are exactly the problematic things which are taken for granted without any consideration. Now this common sense understanding on which all scientific understanding is based is unaware of the fact-value distinction. As you can easily see that, for example, the statement, this man is a crook, or this is a corrupt machine, these are as much factual statements for the citizen as a statement there are so and so many millions of people in the city of Chicago in Cook County. It would seem then that return to the common sense understanding would free us from the absurdities which follow from the assumptions that all values are equal. But here we are confronted by a very great difficulty, namely by the fact that the common sense understanding is variable. The present day common sense is not the common sense of the age of Queen Victoria, and still less the common sense of the Middle Ages, and so on and so on. In a word, the common sense is radically historical. If this is so, there cannot be the true value system, the true concept of the good society. And therefore, political philosophy in any serious sense of the word is impossible. Now, we must face this difficulty. We must try to reach clarity about it. About this question, is philosophy, and in particular political philosophy, essentially historical or not? And therefore, in order to understand this question, we must have the greatest possible clarity about these two alternatives, a fundamentally historical political philosophy and a fundamentally non-historical political philosophy. And this requires, in the first place, understanding of Plato and Aristotle, whose political philosophy cannot be called historical in any serious sense. Kant is of particular importance as regards this question. According to Kant, there is the true moral and political doctrine, valid for man as man, just as all earlier thinkers had thought. Yet, there is a difference. Do you have the Critique of Pure Reason? Kemp, Smith? The last section, let us read the heading of the last section first.
Architectonic of pure reason.
No. Beyond that. Did he omit anything?
The history of pure reason.
Read that.
This title.
No, read the title again. The history of pure reason. Yes. Is this imaginable to say, imagine that Plato would have spoken of a history, or Aristotle, of a history of pure reason? Now read a bit, Mr. Rankin.
This title stands here only in order to indicate one remaining division of the system, which future workers must complete. I content myself with casting a cursory glance from a purely transcendental point of view, namely that of the nature of pure reason, on the works of those who have labored in this field, a glance which reveals many stately structures, but in ruins only. It is a very notable fact, although it could not have been otherwise, that in the infancy of philosophy, men began where we should incline to end, namely with the knowledge of God, occupying themselves with the hope, or rather indeed with the specific nature of another world. However gross the religious concepts generated by the ancient practices which still persisted in each community from an earlier, more barbarous state, this did not prevent the more enlightened members from devoting themselves to free investigation of these matters.
Namely, God and immortality of the soul, yeah?
And they easily discerned that there could be no better ground nor more dependable way of pleasing the invisible power that governs the world, and so of being happy in another world at least, than by living the good life. Accordingly, theology and morals were the two motives, or rather the 2 points of reference, in all those abstract enquiries of reason to which men came to devote themselves. It was chiefly, however, the former that step by step committed the purely speculative reason to those labors which afterwards became so renowned under the name of metaphysics. I shall not here attempt to distinguish the periods of history in which this or that change in metaphysics came about, but shall only give a cursory sketch of the various ideas which gave rise to the chief revolutions of metaphysical theory. And here I find that there are 3 issues in regard to which the most noteworthy changes have taken place in the course of the resulting controversies.
Yeah, let us stop here. And now in the sequel, Kant speaks of the fundamental alternatives regarding metaphysics, and he treats them as essentially coeval. So there is it's not as historical, in other words. And let us read now the last paragraph of the Critique of Pure Reason.
If anything is to receive the title as regards those who adopt a scientific method, they have the choice of proceeding either dogmatically or skeptically. But in any case, they are under obligation to proceed systematically. I may cite the celebrated Wolff as a representative of the former mode of procedure, and David Hume as a representative of the latter, and may then, conformably with my present purpose, leave all others unnamed. The critical path alone is still open.
The critical, in contradistinction to the dogmatic and the skeptical. Yes?
If the reader has had the courtesy and patience to accompany me along this path, He may now judge for himself whether, if he cares to lend his aid in making this path into a high road, it may not be possible to achieve before the end of the present century what many centuries have not been able to accomplish, namely, to secure for human reason complete satisfaction in regard to that with which it has all along so eagerly occupied itself, though hitherto in vain.
So, in other words, the perfect satisfaction of reason is imminent. There is then something like a history of progress, of a single process leading from original barbarism and obscurantism to the complete satisfaction of reason. Now, to appreciate this fact, let us contrast it with the parallel in Aristotle. Metaphysics, book Lambda, 1074b, 1 to 14.
Our forefathers, in the most remote ages, have handed down to their posterity a tradition in the form of a myth, that these bodies are gods, and that the divine...
These bodies are heavenly bodies. Yeah.
And that the divine encloses the whole of nature. The rest of the tradition has been added later in mythical form, with a view to the persuasion of the multitude and to its legal and utilitarian expediency. They say these gods are in the form of men, like some of the other animals, and they say other things consequent on and similar to these which we have mentioned.
I mean, in other words, the common view of the laws. Yes.
But if one were to separate the first point from these additions and take it alone, that they thought the first substances to be gods, one must regard this as an inspired utterance, and reflect that, while probably each art and each science has often been developed as far as possible and has again perished, these opinions, with others, have been preserved until the present, like relics of the ancient treasure. Only thus far, then, is the opinion of our ancestors and of our earliest predecessors clear to us.
Thank you. Now, you see here the great difference. Yes?
Could you please give that reference again?
Metaphysics 1074b, 1 to 14, lines 1 to 1. Now, you see, for Aristotle, the situation is very different. There is also barbaric beginning, so to speak, and leading up to the highest form of philosophy, meaning Aristotle's philosophy. But for Aristotle, this is a process which happened and will happen n times. So Aristotle's view is, for Kant, there is only one process. Now, there is a passage in the first book of the Metaphysics, 983a24 to b6, where Aristotle gives what now would be called a survey of the history of philosophy from the beginning up to him. But that would be wrong to describe it as a history of pure, and especially a history of pure reason. Aristotle here makes a certain assertion that there are 4 kinds of causes, which he had already made in his physics. And now he gives an indirect proof of the truth of this assertion by looking at all thinkers of whom he knows, and no one of them has ever found a 5th kind of causes. And this shows that there are only 4, or confirms the assertion that there are only 4 kinds of causes. It's all very different. Now, to come back to Kant, history of pure reason as a part of the system which Kant did not elaborate, but which ought to be elaborated by some good student of Kant, as it were. We have to add to this, of course, that Kant has written quite a few essays on the philosophy of history, these essays which we are going to discuss in this class. The term philosophy of history was coined not so long before Kant, around 1750, by Voltaire, who meant something different than Kant meant by it, something much less exacting. Philosophy of history itself, without the term, is usually traced to Vico, the Italian Giambattista Vico, around 1700, but it surely exists in Herder, with whom Kant takes issue in one of the essays we are going to read. However this may be, although history is much more powerfully present in Kant than in the thought of earlier philosophers, nevertheless it is not a part of Kant's system. And we have to raise this question: what is responsible for the fact that philosophy of history, as it were, raises its head at the gates of Kant's thought, and yet it does not get a proper entry? What is it in Kant that counteracted the so-called historical consciousness? The answer can only be found in Kant's moral philosophy, and we will turn to that later. Now, one brief reflection is perhaps in order at this point. Now, what is history? When you speak today of a historian without any addition, you mean a political historian. Otherwise, you would say he's an economic historian, he's a historian of art, historian of science, or what have you. So history seems to be particularly close to politics. One may wonder whether the historical way of thinking which emerged in the 18th century and became all-powerful in the 19th, whether that is not connected primarily with a political problem. The political problem was viewed for many centuries in the light of the notion of natural right. And then this notion of natural right, which goes back to classical antiquity, underwent a radical modification owing to Hobbes. So I call the new kind of natural right, which started with Hobbes, the modern natural right. Perhaps certain difficulties inherent in the modern notion of natural right led to the emergence of this historical way of thinking. The term historical jurisprudence occurs in Burke, as I happen to know. Prior to him, the last books of Montesquieu's Spirit of Laws are clearly historical books. In the early 19th century, the historical school of jurisprudence emerged, first in Germany and then spreading to France and England. Now, this much about some of the reasons why our present concerns lead us to becoming concerned with Kant. Those concerns of ours are, however, not Kant's concerns, are not his primary and overriding concern. What then was Kant's concern? And we can say without fearing of being contradicted immediately. Kant was concerned with metaphysics and ethics, but in such a way that ethics was no longer to be understood as based on metaphysics, but rather the basis of metaphysics. And now let us read some other statements of Kant. You see, we have to do quite a bit of original readings. Now, in the Modern Library edition, if you will turn to page 42, you find a statement of Kant which is quite clear in these respects.
Since the attempts of Locke and Leibniz.
Yes.
Since the attempts of Locke and Leibniz, or rather since the first rise of metaphysics, no event has occurred that could be more decisive for the fortunes of this science than the attack made upon it by David Hume. He contributed no new light to this kind of knowledge, but he struck a spark by which a light might have been kindled had it encountered receptive tinder whose glimmer could have been preserved and enlarged. Hume took for his initial starting point a single but important conception of metaphysics, namely, that of the connection of cause and effect, together with the derivative conceptions of force and action, etc. He demanded that reason, which pretends to have given metaphysics birth, give a reason...
No, not metaphysics. To have given birth or to have generated the concept of cause and effect.
Which pretends to have generated the concept of cause and effect, give a reasoned answer to the question, by what right does reason think that something is of such a quality that, on its being posited, something else is thereby necessarily also posited? For that is the meaning of the concept of cause. Hume proved irrefutably that it is quite impossible for reason to imagine this connection a priori, and based in a mere concept, since this connection involves necessity. It is not at all apparent how, because something exists, something else must necessarily exist, and thus how the concept of such a connection can be introduced a priori. Hence, Hume concluded that reason completely deceived itself by this concept, that reason falsely claimed this concept as its own child, while it was nothing more than a bastard of the imagination, which, conceived by experience, had brought certain representations...
Not conceived. Beschwängert is the opposite, the male act.
Begotten?
Yeah. Begotten.
Begotten.
By experience.
By experience, had brought certain representations under the law of association, and had substituted a resulting subjective necessity, i.e. habit, for an objective necessity based in insight. From this he concluded that reason possessed no faculty for thinking of such connections even in general terms, because, if it did, its concepts would then be mere constructs, and all its
fictions,
and all its pretended a priori knowledge, nothing but common experiences mislabeled, which is to say that no such thing as metaphysics, concept of cause and effect, exists at all.
Now let us go on a little bit later on page 45, the second paragraph. I confess frankly.
I readily confess that the reminder challenge of David Hume was what first interrupted my dogmatic slumber many years ago, and gave my research in the field of speculative philosophy quite a different direction. I was quite far from accepting the consequences which resulted merely from his not having faced his problem squarely, but having only attacked a part of it which could not possibly afford a solution by itself. When one starts from a well-founded, though undeveloped, idea that a predecessor has left, one may well hope that by increased reflection one can bring it further than was possible for the acute man whom one has to thank for the original sparks of its life.
Yeah, let us stop here. So this sentence, the challenge, as he translates, of David Hume, was exactly that which interrupted many years ago the dogmatic slumber and gave to my investigations in the field of speculative philosophy an entirely different direction. So important was Hume to Kant. Now, in order to get some notion of the purport of this statement, let us consider the following thing. What had happened in the 18th century, generally speaking, especially in Protestant Germany, but not only there, was the apparent victory of the rationalistic Enlightenment over revealed religion. And there were two kinds of such rationalism. The moderate one, preponderant on the universities, and the greatest man among them was Christian Wolff, to whom I referred before. And this moderate view accepted the notion of a natural or rational theology, demonstrations of the existence of God and so on, as an evidently possible thing. But there was also a radical enlightenment, which is presented most obviously by Voltaire, and which was much more skeptical regarding rational theology. And then, as it were to the left of Voltaire, the materialistic atheism of some French writers like La Métrie and so on. And behind this radical enlightenment, there is one outstanding figure, and that is Hobbes. So either the moderate or the radical rationalism were definitely victorious prior to Kant. Hume is not exactly opposed to that rationalism. In other words, Hume is not an orthodox Christian. But what's the important and the epoch-making point in Hume, which gets such a deep influence on Kant, is this, that Hume questions the basis of that rationalism. And the key point mentioned by Kant is causality is not rational. Hence, of course, the demonstration of the existence of God as the first cause cannot be rational. Hume questions, and that is the way in which Kant understood him, both metaphysics as a rational science and natural science at the same time. Whether Hume was fully aware of this indication is another matter, but that is the way in which Kant understood him. And we have to consider for a moment the general character of Kant's reply to Hume. Now you have the prolegomena there, you have them, yeah? In the modern library edition. Yeah, well, now before we read, you might look up paragraph 2, but let me try to give a provisional answer. Now, Kant's diagnosis, if one can say that, of the situation is this, that both the dogmatists of the past, including Leibniz and Locke, and that skeptic David Hume, have overlooked one kind of judgments. There are, according to Kant, first two kinds of judgments, which he calls analytical and synthetic. Analytical judgment is a judgment in which the predicate is implied in the subject. Say, all bodies are extended is an analytical judgment because body, when you analyze it, is extended. But say, some cats are black, on the other hand, is a synthetic judgment because the concept of cat does not imply the concept of blackness. You all know that there may be white and ginger cats, for example. But what the analytical judgments pose no serious problem because since they only spell out what is implied in the subject concept, their truth or untruth is fully guaranteed by the principle of contradiction. You contradict yourself if you say there are bodies which are not extended. In the synthetic judgments, as we have seen in the case of the cats, the statement some cats are black is not guaranteed by the principle of contradiction because to say some cats are not black is not a self-contradictory assertion, but it is vouched for by experience. We look around among cats and find that some cats are black. Now, according to Kant's presentation, pre-Kantian philosophy admitted only these kinds of judgments. And then, for example, causality would, of course, have no basis, because causality would not be an analytical judgment. That every event should have a cause is not an analytical in abstract. There is no contradiction in asserting that there are events which have no cause. That was the point which Hume made. Nor can it be based on experience, because experience can only tell us that as far as I have seen and I have investigated, I found that every event had a cause. But how few cases of events did we investigate? And therefore the universality of that proposition cannot be based on experience, a great difficulty which is still with us up to the present day. Now, Kant therefore makes a distinction between two kinds of synthetic judgments. Synthetic judgments which are derivative from experience, some cats are black, no problem, and another kind of synthetic judgments which are not derivative from experience and therefore can be universally valid forever and ever. And that are the synthetic judgments a priori, as Kant calls them. And that is a key assertion, as we can say, of Kant. And in a way, the whole understanding of Kant's philosophy turns around this assertion that there are synthetic judgments a priori. Now, what you could read, for example, paragraph 2 in the Prolegomena.
Page 51, modern.
Yeah, we cannot read everything, but you may read it at home. And the corresponding passage in the introduction to the Critique of Pure Reason. Does Friedrich have that in? On the Critique of Pure Reason. On page 34. I think that is his passage. Yes. Page 24 following in the Everyman's Library edition. That's the parallel to paragraph 2 of the Prolegomena. You might read that. Now, so there are then, according to Kant, synthetic judgments a priori. Judgments which are not merely implied in the concept of the subject, nor based on experience. But they have this peculiarity that they are limited only to making possible the whole sphere of experience, what Kant calls the phenomenal world. We cannot understand and investigate phenomenal things without presupposing such synthetic judgments a priori. But on the other hand, the application of the synthetic judgments a priori is strictly limited to the phenomenal world. In other words, physics has a solid basis, or natural science altogether, has a solid basis, contrary to Hume's assertion that the causality is derivative from some association of ideas and therefore doesn't have a solid ground. But metaphysics is impossible, because metaphysics does not deal with the phenomenal world, but with things transcending the phenomenal world. Kant calls it things in themselves as distinguished from the phenomenon. So the critique of pure reason both establishes and limits the competence of science. We might perhaps look at paragraph 36 of the Prolegomena. That is too long.
How is page 89?
Now read the heading first.
How is nature itself possible?
Yes. Now and read then the end, which is.
But we must
italics,
distinguish
the end, which is stated.
Oh, last thing. The intellect does not derive its laws a priori from nature, but prescribes them to nature.
Yeah. That is the key assertion of the critique of pure reason as a whole. Nature is not something which nature, the very concept of nature, originates in the human understanding. You remember, some of you who have read Nietzsche in the last quarter will remember Nietzsche's view that physics, modern physics, is only one interpretation of the world among many. This presupposes Kant's critique of pure reason. Kant says, of course, physics is the, Newtonian physics, is the interpretation of the world among many. But nature originates in human understanding. Nature is questioned by Kant in his theoretical philosophy, in his critique of pure reason. And this leads to the questioning of human nature as a basis of ethics, as we will see by and by. Now, but however important Hume was for Kant, there was another pre-Kantian thinker who was even more important for him. Metaphysics, the science of God, the soul, and the world, as it was understood in Kant's time, implies from the very beginning the view that the theoretical or contemplative life is the highest life. This was not admitted by Hume, naturally not, because there was no metaphysics for Hume, nor was it admitted by Hobbes for similar reasons. But metaphysics implies this supremacy of the theoretical life. And now let us hear an utterance of Kant which suffers for pedants from the fact that Kant never published this in his lifetime, but this was found among relatively early notes of Kant after his death. I will try to translate this from the German. I am an inquirer. I don't want to use the word researcher after the degradation this work has undergone. I am an inquirer from inclination. I feel the whole thirst for knowledge and the greedy unrest to make advances in that, or also the contentedness at every progress. There was a time when I believed all this could make out the glory of mankind, and I despised the vulgar, which knows of nothing, meaning which has no theoretical interest of any kind. Now comes the key sentence. Rousseau has brought me into the right shape. This imagined on blind preference, namely of the inquirers above the non-inquirers, disappears. I learn to honor men, and I would regard myself as much more useless than the common laborers if I did not believe that this reflection, consideration in which he engages, could give all others a value to restore or to establish the rights of mankind. That's a remarkable statement. And this obviously goes much further than the praise of Hume in the Prolegomena, which we have read. Now, Kant refers here implicitly to Rousseau's so-called first discourse, in which Rousseau asserts that the progress of science and the arts has not contributed to the moral improvement of men, but rather to the moral decay of men. The standard for Rousseau is here virtue, meaning moral virtue, or, as he also says, the conscience. And therefore he questions the arts and sciences from the point of view of morality. The argument of this first discourse is very complex, and I cannot possibly state it here. I have tried to disentangle the various threads in Natural Right and History, pages 255 to 63. According to Rousseau, so Rousseau is the man who is responsible for the assertion of the supremacy of morality. And morality here understood, as is clear from the passage I quoted, as respect for the rights of mankind. According to Rousseau, however, morality is still based on metaphysics. And this seems to distinguish him from Kant. Rousseau says himself that his greatest and best work is the Emile, or on education. In that work, in the second half, at the beginning of the second half of it, there occurs a section called the Profession of Faith of the Savoyard Vicar, the vicar from Savoy. Now, there, this vicar gives a proof of the existence of God the immortality of the soul and the freedom of the will. And from these fundamental verities of a metaphysical nature, the vicar deduces maxims for his contacts and rules which he must prescribe to himself in order to fulfill his destiny on earth according to the will of God. Yet these rules, as well as the premises from which they are derived, do not stem from, quote, a high philosophy, unquote, but they are engraved in the heart of man by nature, in the conscience as distinguished from reason. There are innate principles of justice and virtue. Have the character of sentiments in contradistinction to judgments or ideas which come from without. Sentiments come from within. They are matters of faith. Without faith, no genuine virtue is explicitly stated. There are lovers by nature of the beautiful virtue doing well the common good, or to the whole whose center is God, in contradistinction to the self-interest. There are pleasures of the soul in contradistinction to the pleasure of the senses. Now this vicar, who makes this long speech, teaches natural religion. Of course, natural religion as distinguished from positive or revealed religion. He rejects positive religion insofar as positive religion claims to be of divine origin and obligatory for all men. In other words, in a subsidiary fashion, he has nothing against it. There are also other heresies committed by the vicar. For example, he doubts that the world was created out of nothing. He questions the reasonableness of prayer, etc., etc. Yet this man is outwardly a Catholic priest who keeps his faith or his infidelity secret. His faith is based not on reason but on the heart or on sentiment. And it is admittedly exposed to insoluble objections, but the heart and the sentiment is so strong that it is not affected by these objections. But the most important consideration perhaps is this: is the profession of faith of the Savoyard vicar Rousseau's own profession of faith? Rousseau is after all a different man. I say only one word about the context. Emile, an ordinary man, homme vulgaire, who has been brought up by Rousseau, and he has never heard the very word God throughout his childhood. And not because nothing it should be said which the boy doesn't understand from his own experience. And then he reaches sexual maturity. And then the question arises, will he be able to withstand the torrent of passion on the basis of these principles of conduct which he acquired as a non-mature human being? And in this context, religion and its sanction is introduced. So this much about the very doubtful character of questionable character which the metaphysics has acquired already in Rousseau. I cannot go further into that. I must, however, say something more about Rousseau and not so much about the Savoyard vicar as about the social contract. I will do this next time, because without some inkling of what Rousseau was after, one does not have a proper access to Kant. and I will do that next time. I explained last time that we plan to discuss Kant and history, or Kant and philosophy of history. And more precisely, what is it that prevents Kant from making philosophy of history a part of his system? And this question is all the more urgent since philosophy of history has occupied Kant's thought, as you see from some of the titles of the essays in this volume, which I put on the reading list. But before we can settle this question or state it more precisely, we have to have a general notion of what Kant's concern is. What is a concern peculiar to Kant? Now, we will get a first inkling of this by listening to what he says on the two older contemporaries to whom he owed most. And these men were Hume and Rousseau. Of Hume he said that he had awakened him from the dogmatic slumber. And Hume had done this by questioning the rational character of the principle of causality, and therewith the rational character of science. Kant's reply has this general character. There are a kind of judgments which have never been seen as such. The synthetic judgments a priori. And the principle of causality, together with other principles of this kind, belong to these fundamental judgments a priori. These judgments are universally and necessarily valid for all possible experience, but only for all possible experience. Therefore, science is possible as a radically rationally pursuit, whereas theoretical metaphysics is impossible because it goes beyond the limits of all possible experience. Now, I add the epithet theoretical. It is in a way redundant. Metaphysics is by its nature theoretical. And the metaphysics which Kant has in mind is, in particular, the doctrine of God, the world, and the soul. But why I use the term, the adjective theoretical in an anticipatory way? Because Kant asserts that metaphysics is possible on a practical, moral basis. And this brings me to the second of these great men to whom Kant refers, Rousseau. Of Rousseau, Kant says that he had brought him into the right shape, which is something more than an awakening from the dogmatic slumber. Now, Rousseau had questioned what has been taken for granted by the whole tradition of metaphysics, the supremacy of the theoretical life, and asserted the supremacy of the moral or practical life. A key point in Kant's thought, as we will see very soon. That is a very long question into which I cannot go now, whether there have ever been thinkers who asserted the supremacy of the moral life prior to Kant. The name of Socrates will come to mind almost immediately. I cannot go into that now. The question which we have to address to Rousseau especially, what is the basis of the supremacy of the moral life? After all, the mere assertion will not help. We receive an answer from Rousseau's most explicit and lengthy metaphysical statement, the profession of faith of the Savoyard vicar. Here indeed we find that morality is derived from metaphysics, i.e. theoretical metaphysics. But this theoretical metaphysics is greatly modified and mollified. It is no longer that proud science taught at universities, but something rather humble, located in the heart of everyone rather than in the intellect. Now, this solution was, of course, unacceptable to Kant because it left the status of theoretical metaphysics wholly unclear. Yet Rousseau delineated an alternative in his social contract. And this alternative we have to discuss very briefly. I mentioned toward the end of the last class that it is very doubtful whether one can identify the Savoyard vicar and his profession of faith with Rousseau. After all, the Savoyard vicar is a character of Rousseau and not Rousseau. That is so as if you would say Hamlet is Shakespeare or something else. And there are other reasons which make it doubtful. And therefore, let us consider briefly the social contract. Now, in the profession of faith, it was made clear that there is a radical difference between self-love and love of the whole, or love of order. The whole could be the society, and it would be ultimately the universe. The social contract is based unmistakably on self-love alone, in the form of self-preservation. Rousseau simply follows here Hobbes. And just as in Hobbes, the state of nature is understood, the self-preservation is understood as most clearly visible, as it were, in all its implication, in the state of nature, also a Hobbian thought. The state of nature, the state antedating all human institutions, is, according to Hobbes, pre-social, but rational. These are rational creatures who have not yet made the social contract. According to Rousseau, however, man in the state of nature, because he is pre-social, is also pre-rational. As he calls him, he's a stupid animal. Now this creates great difficulty. How can natural right, the right belonging to the state of nature, be the standard of human action if man in the state of nature is a stupid animal? Rousseau would probably have an answer to this question along these lines. Self-preservation, the desire for self-preservation, affects or determines, of course, all living beings, not only men. But whereas the other living beings are, whereas all living beings are concerned above all with self-preservation, men alone can know this and therefore try consistently to act on that principle, which brutes cannot do. However this may be, there is another difference between Rousseau and Hobbes, of which Rousseau was fully aware. And we should read that. Here I have the English translation, Mr. Rankin. Social Contract 1, Part 1, Chapter 6.
concerning the social pact.
Yeah, of the social contract. Now, and Rousseau gives here in the fourth paragraph a formula which the social contract has to solve. Will you read this, please?
This difficult question may be restated in terms
No. Finding in quotation. Oh, I see. Yes, all right.
appropriate to my inquiry as follows. Quote, is a method of associating discoverable which will defend and protect with all the collective might the person and property of each associate, and in virtue of which each associate, though he becomes a member of the group, nevertheless obeys only himself and remains as free as before.
So in other words, by becoming a member of society, he should remain as free as he was in the state of nature. Yes?
This is the problem, a basic one, for which the social contract provides the solution. The terms of this contract are dictated by the nature of the transaction, and in such fashion that modifying them in any way would render them nugatory and without effect. They are therefore everywhere the same, everywhere tacitly accepted and recognized, though nowhere perhaps have they been systematically formulated. Whence it follows that each individual immediately resumes his primitive rights, surprising as this may seem, when any violation of the social pact occurs. That is, he recovers his natural freedom and thereby loses the contractual freedom for which he renounced it. The contract's terms reduce themselves, when clearly grasped, to a single stipulation, namely, the total alienation to the whole community of each associate, together with every last one of his rights. The reasons for this are as follows. Each gives himself completely, so that, in the first place, this stipulation places an equal burden upon everybody, and nobody, for that very reason, has any interest in making it burdensome for others. The alienation is made without reservations, so that, in the second place, no more perfect union is possible, and no associate has any subsequent demand to make upon the others. For if the individual retained any rights whatever, this is what would happen. There being no common superior able to say the last word in any issue between him and the public, he would be his own judge in this or that point, and so would try before long to be his own judge in all points. The state of nature would thus persist, and the association would necessarily become useless, if not tyrannical.
Yeah, tyrannical or useless. All right, let us stop here. Now, here the difference between Rousseau and Hobbes is crucial. For Hobbes preserves the natural liberty of the subjects in the civil state after the social contract is made. Leviathan chapter 21. And Rousseau demands that there is a complete surrender of all rights and forces of every individual to society, for which he has been called a totalitarian. Whether this is fair or not, we will see later. Rousseau's point is this. If you reserve rights, natural rights, within society, against society, as Hobbes and of course Locke too had said, then you have in principle a state of anarchy, because then you will be the judge also of your natural right, and your judgment may disagree with that of society. The only way out, according to Rousseau, is to construct society according to natural right, so that there will be no appeal possible to natural right. Society cannot possibly infringe on the natural right, on the rights of man, and therefore a complete reconciliation of the individual and society is achieved. A society constructed according to natural right is one in which everyone is subject to the law, to the positive law, must have a say in the making of the law. Say in an absolute monarchy, no one except the king, and he's not strictly speaking subject to the law, no one has a right in the making of the law. In qualified republics, many people are subject to the law without having had a say in the making of the law. But in a democracy, and especially in a direct democracy, which Rousseau has in mind, there is no one who has not had his say in the making of the law, who is supposed to be subject to the law. Now, and Rousseau reaches then a quite extraordinary, leads up to quite extraordinary statements. For example, in part 2, chapter 3, the key point is this, and Rousseau must not say less than that without contradicting himself frequently. In such a society, there cannot be unjust laws. Well, Rousseau had said the same, but Hobbes had said the same. But Hobbes could not consistently maintain it because he was forced to make a distinction between, let us say, inequitable laws and unjust laws. Not every law is just, but some laws may be inequitable. Now, this is a verbal solution and a semantic solution, as I say, and not a solution at all. Now, Rousseau said it. Do you have chapter? Well, I can read.
Book 2.
Yes.
It follows from the above that the general will is always well-intentioned. That is, that it always looks to the public good. It does not follow, however, that the people's deliberations are invariably and to the same extent what they ought to be. Men always will what is good for them, but do not always see what is good for them. The people is never corrupted, but is frequently misinformed. And only when it is misinformed does it give the appearance of willing what is bad for it. It often happens that the will of everybody, because it is looking to private interest and is thus merely a sum of particular wills, is something quite different from the general will, which looks exclusively to the common interest.
Yeah, let us stop here. Thank you very much. So there is then in Rousseau admits here that there is, even under the best conditions, a tension between the private good and the common good. Calculation may tell me that I could not preserve myself in the state of nature as well as I can preserve myself within society. But that may, there are all kinds of complications. For example, quite a few people are trying to defraud the government of taxes, although they know very well that without taxes there would not be police and so on. You know, so the tension between the private good and the common good remains. Now let us read regarding this point another in the first part of the social contract, chapter 8.
Concerning the civil state. The transition from the state of nature to the civil state produces a quite remarkable transformation within man. That is, it substitutes justice for instinct as the controlling factor in his behavior, and confers upon his actions a moral significance that they have.
No, that's the morality which they lacked before. In other words, man in the state of nature did not have morality. That comes into being only with the emergence of civil society. Yes?
Only when this transformation has come about does the voice of duty take the place of physical motivation and law that of appetite. Only then, therefore, does man, who hitherto has considered himself alone, find himself obliged to act on other principles.
Forced. Because obliged has a certain moral connotation which forced does not necessarily have. Yeah. Yes.
Forced to act on other principles, and to consult his reason before he heeds his desires. In the civil state, man forgoes, to be sure, numerous benefits that he has been enjoying as grants from nature. So great, however, are the benefits that he acquires in their stead, such is the extent to which his faculties are mobilized and developed, such the degree to which his concepts are broadened and his sentiments ennobled, such the level to which his soul is lifted up, that we are justified in saying this: if only the abuses associated with his new condition did not often reduce him to a condition even lower than the state of nature, he would have to bless incessantly the happy moment that has snatched him once and for all from that state, and made out of a stupid and dull-witted animal an intelligent being and a man.
So great is the difference between the civil state and nature. He was not yet a man before, and the most important thing which he acquired is morality. Because previously he was concerned only with his own good, and that is not immoral, but amoral or premoral. Now go on.
Let us reduce the items in each side of the ledger to terms easy to compare. Man loses, through the social contract, his natural liberty, along with an unlimited right to anything that he is tempted by and can get.
So that is what Hobbes said, that this right man had in the state of nature. Yes?
He gains civil liberty, along with ownership of all he possesses. Lest we fail to grasp the extent of his gains, however, we must distinguish sharply between natural liberty, which is limited only by the individual's own powers, and civil liberty, which is limited by the general will.
The general will which expresses itself in laws, in positive laws, yes?
As also between possession, which rests either upon might or upon the right of the first occupant, and ownership, which can have no basis other than positive title.
Positive title derivative from positive law, yes?
Nor is that all. One might add to the gains from the civil state that of moral freedom in the absence of
moral liberty in contradistinction to natural and civil liberty, yes?
In the absence of which nothing can make man truly his own master. For just as motivation by sheer appetite is slavery, so obedience to self-imposed law is liberty.
Yes, let us leave it here. So that is a formula fertile in consequence which will recur with very great emphasis in Kant. Obedience to the law which one has prescribed to oneself, this is liberty. In a way, this is also true of civil liberty, insofar as in a decent civil society, you are subject only to laws to the making of which you have contributed. But we know this is not necessarily true because you may be voted down. But in a formal way, it could be said to be of a civil liberty. The radical we remember this point, there is no moral freedom in the state, or no morality in the state of nature. Now, how then how does this work out in civil society itself? Ordinary calculation of our advantages will induce us to join civil society. But how are we going to behave in civil society? How are we going to act as citizens? Now, the act of the citizens and the fundamental acts throughout civil society are the acts of legislation. How are we going to vote for or against a bill? And why is this voting for a bill of such crucial importance. Now let us take a simple example. Someone proposes a law abolishing or prohibiting all taxes or rates or what have you. And our self-interest is surely in favor of it. I don't want to pay no taxes. But then I make a simple reflection. I say, but if no one were to pay taxes, where could we have hospitals, roads, and so on and so on? Now, what do I do in this simple and commonsensical step? I have transformed my desire into a proposed law. I have given the object of my desire the form of a law. Then it is no longer I don't want to pay taxes, but no one should pay taxes. And this awakens me from my slumber, from my egoistic slumber, and then I say, oh no, that I do not want. So this is the key point. We begin to think morally. In the moment we think of the objects of the desire in terms of a universal law. Here we don't need any other principles of natural law, natural inclinations and what have you. The mere formal act of universalization, or rather generalization of our desires, makes clear the irrationality of many of our desires and therefore the immorality of them. This is of crucial importance for Kant's moral doctrine. The form of law guarantees the rationality of law. But as Rousseau will make clear in his book, we cannot read that now, this is not quite sufficient. Some other conditions have to be fulfilled, and they are stated at length in the social contract. We would have to give a seminar on the social contract. We cannot do this now. Now let us return to Kant. Let us cast a glance at Kant's critique of metaphysics, and therefore it's a critique of pure reason. Now, first the plan of the work, to get a very crude notion of what's about. We can use this together.
Yeah, if you want to.
Well, the critique of pure reason, as you see, if we disregard the introduction, consists of two chief parts. First, as it is here translated, transcendental doctrine of elements, and then transcendental doctrine of method. The former is by far the larger part. The transcendental doctrine of elements is subdivided into two parts: transcendental aesthetic and transcendental analytic. And the transcendental analytic is, no, I'm sorry, I made a big mistake, I'm very sorry. Transcendental aesthetic and transcendental logic. And the logic is subdivided in transcendental analytic and transcendental dialectic. And the sections which will be discussed first today is taken from the transcendental dialectic. Now, one question arises immediately. What does transcendental mean? And this is obviously the key term here. Now, Kant uses the term transcendental frequently synonymously with transcendent. And then it means simply transcending the sensual world. But nevertheless, he makes a distinction between transcendental and transcendent. And this distinctive meaning of transcendental is the only one of importance to us. Now let us read I have the reference to the Modern Library edition, page 36. 1 second. 36 to 37. When he says, I call all knowledge transcendental. Do you have that? Here. I entitle transcendental.
This is section 7, the idea and division of a special science under the title Critique of Pure Reason. I entitle transcendental all knowledge which is occupied not so much with objects as with the mode of our knowledge of objects, insofar as this mode of knowledge is to be possible a priori. A system of such concepts might be entitled transcendental philosophy.
That is enough for our purpose now. So, in other words, transcendental is not a knowledge of objects, which has to do with objects like physics, medicine, or what have you, but which has to do with our mode of knowing objects insofar as that knowledge is supposed to be a priori. So it does not deal with our knowledge a posteriori, the empirical knowledge of objects. This is the first definition which Kant gives. We see already from here that the sphere of the transcendental is, for all practical purposes, identical with that of the synthetic judgments a priori. One can explain what Kant means with a term not used by Kant, but stemming somehow from the Kantian tradition. The transcendental knowledge is a knowledge of the fundamental project originating in the human mind, by virtue of which we can organize, let us say, sense data, so that they make sense. This is the key theme of the Critique of Pure Reason, but with the understanding that for Kant himself, it was still a question whether there cannot be metaphysics as a science consisting of judgments, synthetic judgments a priori, and Kant has to show the impossibility of that metaphysics, and this is a function of that division called transcendental dialectics. The distinction between analytics and dialectics goes back to Aristotle, but in Kant, in Kant's view, dialectics has a much lower status than it has in Aristotle, and can be compared to the status of sophistry in Aristotle. But it is not a sophistry of the way Aristotle discusses, something arbitrary, but the natural sophistry of the human mind. That is and now here in the Critique of Metaphysics deals with three ideas of reason. Idea in Kant does not mean what it meant in Descartes and Locke and Hume and so on, but it had reacquired something of the Platonic meaning. I will perhaps say a word about that before. There is an old distinction between the understanding and reason. In Latin, intellect, and reason ratio. Now in Greek that is nous, and Christianoia. This is the Platonic Aristotelian distinction, we can say. There is a kind of, you use intellectual intuition, if one can say that. A grasp of ideas, to take the simpler Platonic example, that is the nous, the understanding. And then there is a faculty in man which operates with these insights and also with sensible things known through sense perception, reasoning. In Kant, and not only in Kant, already before, the meaning is so that the understanding is the higher. And that has been completely changed. And as in order to understand that change, the simplest way would be to look Hobbes' Leviathan, chapter 4 and 5, what Hobbes says there about understanding and reason. Now, let us take the Hobbian case. Understanding has nothing to do with any ideas or idea, the Platonic Aristotelian sense, but with notions, concepts, ultimately words. And this is, of course, nothing to be proud of. That is only a tool for understanding and not true understanding. So the genuine, valuable understanding is that which comes from the use of these tools, and that is reasoning. So that reason has a much higher status. Now, Kant accepts this modern view, and for Kant, reason is higher than understanding. The understanding is by its nature limited to the field of experience, sense experience. But reason transcends that. Now, this transcendence is not in every respect a fault. It is even necessary to transcend it. And that is what Kant means when he speaks of ideas of reason. These ideas have a certain function, but not a directly cognitive function. The function of the ideas of reason is much clearer in the moral field, as we will see. But they also have some function in the theoretical field. So, now there are three ideas of reason which according to Kant, and they we cannot in page 391, I mean B 391. Yeah, we cannot possibly read that. I will only mention this, that these three ideas of reason led, prior to Kant, as Kant asserts, to three alleged sciences: rational psychology, i.e. not empirical psychology, cosmology, and theology. And therefore Kant is compelled to engage in a critique of rational psychology, for all practical purposes the proof of the immortality of the soul, rational cosmology, and rational theology, the doctrine of God. Now, in the case of rational psychology and rational theology, the situation is relatively simple. Pure reason cannot prove the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. And that Kant tries to show the weakness of the demonstrations. That is a clear-cut situation, because it implies already that while theoretical reason cannot prove the immortality of the soul and the existence of God, the existence of God and the immortality of the soul are possible assertions. Theoretical reason cannot establish it, but for the same reason it cannot refute these things. Much graver is the situation in the case of rational cosmology, because in this case we arrive at antinomies, meaning that two contradictory theses which we must make are both demonstrable. Let us look at the formulation of the antinomies. The first is on page 454. in B.
First conflict of the transcendental ideas. Thesis. The world has a beginning in time and is also limited as regards space.
Antithesis.
Yes. The world has no beginning and no limits in space. It is infinite as regards both time and space.
So you see that in each case Kant adds a demonstration. And according to Kant's assertion, both incompatible theses are demonstrable. And here the weakness of theoretical reason becomes particularly manifest, of course. Now let us look at the formulation of the other antinomies. Page 162.
Second conflict of the transcendental ideas. Thesis. Every composite substance in the world is made up of simple parts, and nothing anywhere exists save the simple, or what is composed of the simple. An antithesis. No composite thing in the world is made up of simple parts, and there nowhere exists in the world anything simple.
Yes, and now the
Can you give the text number?
B462 and B463.
and now the next is page 472 to 73.
Third, thesis. Causality in accordance with laws of nature is not the only causality from which the appearances of the world can be one and all derived. To explain these appearances, it is necessary to assume that there is also another causality, that of freedom. Antithesis. There is no freedom. Everything in the world takes place solely in accordance with the laws of nature.
And finally the fourth, page 480.
Thesis. There belongs to the world, either as its part or as its cause, a being that is absolutely necessary.
That would be God, of course. Yeah. Yes.
Antithesis, an absolutely necessary being, nowhere exists in the world, nor does it exist outside the world as its cause.
Yes. So this section is of special interest for the reason given, because here the radical weakness of theoretical reason appears most clearly, because theoretical reason in perfectly legitimate steps, in genuine demonstrations, proves two contradictory assertions. And therefore there must be something wrong with theoretical reason in this sphere, which Kant will explain. Now, Kant, before he turns to a more detailed discussion, speaks on page 490 of the interest of reason in this conflict of itself. Page 490, read the heading.
The interest of reason in these conflicts.
No, in singular. In
This.
this conflict, this is conflict. Yeah. What Kant means in this, what Kant means by this question of the interest of reason, will appear from the paper to be read now by Mr. Brill. Now, what shall we? May be the floor of some other papers I mentioned that I read. How long did it take Kant to write the Critique of Pure Reason?
14 years.
No, back to sing it, 11 years, perhaps even more. But to write it, about 5 months. So in other words, Kant did not write with that extreme care. Secondly, Kant wrote, the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason appeared in 1781. The second in 87, if my memory is correct. And considerable corrections have been made there. Such a work like the Critique of Judgment, which appeared in 1790, the idea of that occurred to Kant only about 1787-88. this work of Kant was not planned, laid out from the beginning, in which the work of Plato may very well have been laid out at the beginning of his literary activity. So that a general warning. Good. Now let us try to discuss. What Kant does here is this: gives explicitly an impartial discussion of the two parties. The word is also used by an impartial discussion, meaning he compares himself at the end to a juryman who are not convinced in advance that Speck murdered the nurses or did not murder the nurses, but impartially they listen to the evidence. These two parties, that means, of course, as became very clear from Mr. Brun's paper, that the four antinomies, the four theses and the four antitheses belong together. In other words, you cannot have, say, thesis number 1 combined with antithesis number 3 and this kind of thing. They are either or, they hang together. And the two parties have a very different mood. Mr. Brill referred to the passage, how does he say? The coldness of the one side, and the other are zealous, hot. So there are two human temperaments, as it were, which express themselves in both, or reflect themselves in both theses. The first is called the dogmatism of pure reason, and the other is called the pure empiricism. Pure empiricism meaning the denial of every knowledge by pure reason. Only empirical knowledge is possible. Now, what speaks in favor of the dogmatism of pure reason, and Kant, this is all, and you must not forget, in fairness to Kant, that is only a provisional consideration, precisely because Kant wants to have an impartial or unbiased investigation. He wants to have clarity about his biases. That is he is trying to do here. But he thinks it are not only his biases, but the biases of every sane or sensible man. Now, what speaks in favor of the dogmatism of pure reason is that it supports morality and religion. Secondly, it is speculatively attractive. And thirdly, it is popular. And which means that empiricism, on the other hand, has only one, for Kant, very important recommendations. It is in agreement with the spirit of natural science. As natural scientists, and for Kant, natural science is a perfection of our natural understanding, the perfection. Demands empiricism. Kant says, however, I do not know whether you have pointed that out, that empiricism as such leaves room for morality and religion. Let us consider that. Do you know where the passage is? Yeah, the real empiricist who says, I want to investigate nature according to the inherent laws of such investigation, leaves as such, of course, freedom to think non-empirically about matters which are not subject to natural science, such as morality and religion. But unfortunately, empiricism itself becomes dogmatic and therefore denies that there is any rationality outside of science. Now let us read this passage, this sentence on the bottom of page 499.
To contrast between, but when empiricism
No,
itself
this
is
is a contrast of
Between the contrast between the teaching of Epicurus and that of Plato is
Kant
of this nature.
simply says this is the contrast of Epicureanism against Platonism. Yes, and then a note, a footnote.
It is, however, open to question whether Epicurus ever propounded these principles as objective assertions. If perhaps they were for him nothing more than maxims for the speculative employment of reason, then he showed in this regard a more genuine philosophical spirit than any other of the philosophers of antiquity.
Now, what a praise, imagine. Yeah, of Epicurus of all people. Yeah. Good.
That, in explaining the appearances, we must proceed as if the field of our enquiry were not circumscribed by any limit or beginning of the world, that we must assume the material composing the world to be such as it must be if we are to learn about it from experience, that we must postulate no other mode of the production of events than one which will enable them to be regarded as determined through unalterable laws of nature. And finally, that no use must be made of any cause distinct from the world. All these principles still retain their value. They are very sound principles, though seldom observed, for extending the scope of speculative philosophy.
Speculative philosophy is here used in a very loose sense, the same as speculative science, theoretical science, yeah.
While at the same time enabling us to discover the principles of morality, without depending for this discovery upon alien, i.e., non-moral theoreticals.
No, this is an impudent addition of Kemp Smith.
Kilbride.
About
alien sources.
Alien means here, as Mr. Brühl understood it, revealed, not human. Yeah.
And it does not follow in the least that those who require us, so long as we are occupied with mere speculations, to ignore these dogmatic propositions, can justly be accused of wishing to deny them.
In other words, a natural scientist who does not take cognizance of any divine interventions, miracles, or what have you, or creation of the world, in his capacity as a natural scientist, cannot not for this reason be accused to be an atheist, which today is of course elementary, but was not so elementary in Kant's time. Now here this is a point, Kant illustrates what he means by this opposition of empiricism and dogmatism by identifying empiricism with Epicurus and dogmatism with Plato. Now, I think this identification of dogmatism with Plato we have seen repeated by Nietzsche in Beyond Good and Evil, and is very plausible at first glance. But as for Epicurus, that is quite strange that he, because if one knows a bit of Epicurus taught the freedom of the will in the doctrine of the declination of atoms, so that all atoms, and therefore also the atoms constituting our mind, have an irreducible and inexplicable power to change their courses, and some other things. And of course, Epicurus never meant these assertions about the eternity of the world, or the universe rather, and the infinity of the universe as mere fundamental hypotheses, but he meant them, to quote Kant's words, as objective assertions. There can be no doubt. But Kant could rightly say he's not a historian of philosophy. That was done by a fellow called Brucker in Germany at that time, and who is interested in these boring things should read these boring histories and not that is clear. But nevertheless, it is interesting the good press, as it were, which Epicurus gets here, because this was a great part of the development since the 17th century, from Bacon on. that Epicurus, who had been regarded, had a very bad press throughout the tradition, now suddenly was rediscovered, so much so that a man like Spinoza could say, the authority of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle does not carry any weight with me. The case is different with Democritus, Epicurus, and Lucretius. And this is a very important part of modernity, and it is good always to remind ourselves of it. But we can perhaps, one can say, Kant idealizes Epicurus, makes something, he idealizes in Kant's sense. Whether Epicurus would have regarded this as an improvement is another question. I believe it would be more simple to say that the opposition which Kant has in mind is that of materialism and spiritualism. But Kant replaces, as it were, materialism by empiricism, and whereas the primary alternative is that of materialism and spiritualism. Now, this is very clearly stated, this fundamental alternative, in Plato's Laws. I give you the passages so that you can read them up. And Laws, Book 10, 888e to 890a, 891c, 892a to c. Kant makes the distinction, Plato, or the Athenian stranger, makes the distinction as follows. There are people who assert the supremacy of body, of the four elements, atoms, or what have you. And this is the one school. And the other school is the one which asserts the supremacy of the soul, as distinct from the body. And what Kant says here, that the one position, supremacy of body, is unfavorable to morality and religion, and the second, spiritualism, is favorable to it, but he doesn't make any assertions regarding popularity there. We can perhaps say that the ultimate opposition, which is intended by these terms, is this: whether the highest in man is akin to the highest simply, or whether it is not akin to it. Now let us assume the highest in man is reason. And then if God is the cause of everything, there is obviously a kinship between the highest in man and God as a most intelligent being. On the other hand, if the highest, meaning in the sense of the cause of everything, are blind atoms moving aimlessly, then the highest in man is obviously not akin to the highest. And that is indeed a very grave problem for every human being, which cannot be settled by epistemology or anything of this kind. Now Kant says then further on page 500, B500, that the virtues of Platonism on the one hand and of Epicureanism on the other, that Epicureanism is more favorable to the understanding of nature, because Plato, as Kant sees him, and not entirely wrongly of course, would be in favor of using teleological principles in explaining natural phenomena. Phaedo 96 is a most famous passage, and that is, according to Kant, incompatible with natural science. Of course, one would have to raise the question, what about psychology, for example? Where can this be done properly in what Kant calls Epicurean spirit? Does this not require something like Plato? We do not have to go into that. Now, let us read the next paragraph on page 500. What
Fine.
was the third?
As regards the third factor, which has to be considered in a preliminary choice between the two conflicting parties, it is extremely surprising that empiricism should be so universally unpopular. The common understanding, it might be supposed, would eagerly adopt a program which promises to satisfy it through exclusively empirical knowledge and the rational connections there revealed.
Now go to page 502 now.
Thus, empiricism is entirely devoid of the popularity of transcendentally idealizing reason. And however prejudicial such empiricism may be to the highest practical principles, there is no need to fear that it will ever pass the limits of the schools and acquire any considerable influence in the general life or any real favor among the multitude.
Well, that is a remarkable assertion. For Kant, the scientific spirit will never become popular, and therefore also its implications. The multitude will always be attracted by morality and religion, and never by science and its implications. If there was ever a prophecy which has been refuted by experience, it is this one. There seems to be an apparently conflicting statement in the preface to the second edition on page 34 of the second edition.
Roman 34?
Roman 34 towards the end of that page. Through this alone, through critique alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Critique alone can sever the root of materialism, fatalism, atheism, free-thinking, fanaticism, and superstition, which can be injurious universally.
And so on. Yeah, which can be, that would seem to mean that materialism and atheism can become injurious universally, i.e. they can become popular. But I think that this relative clause refers only to enthusiasm and superstition and not to the preceding points. Otherwise, Kant would really contradict himself. So we have to leave it at that. And since we are at that, at the introduction to the preface to the second edition, page 33, Roman. Yeah. When he says, now let me see.
The schools.
Thus, this possession remains undisturbed, and it gains even in respect that the schools are now taught not to presume to possess any higher and more extended insight
in a matter of universal human concern than that which is equally within the reach of the great mass of men, ever to be held by us in the highest esteem.
Yeah, mass of men is the multitude. Why not be literal? So the multitude, which for us is most highly to be esteemed, für uns achtungswürdigste. Now that is a statement which occurs rarely, if at all, in philosophers prior to Kant, and that is of course the Rousseauan heritage. That's a multitude, and the people are most respectable to us. That is and therefore the popularity concern is very important to Kant. But the people at large are protected sufficiently by the fact that moral reason and the implications of moral reason, belief in God and immortality of the soul, are as accessible to the simplest man than to the most subtle philosophers. Therefore, that they do not know the causes of comets, or to say nothing of more subtle questions, that is uninteresting, because the dignity of man does not consist in that, as Kant will state with the greatest possible force at the beginning of the foundation of metaphysics of morals, which we will read soon. Good. Now, the fundamental defect of both empiricism and dogmatism is this: both take the world as a thing in itself. Or let me see, that I believe that, yeah, that is a bit later. That was not today. That came later. And I think, but I can mention it on page 535, which Kant makes clear, especially regarding the last two antinomies. Both sides take the world as a thing in itself, whereas we can know the world only as a phenomenon. And therefore, that is the resolution of the conflict. Especially in the case of the last two, for example, then the third, what is that? Universal validity of laws of nature, no freedom. And on the other hand, there is freedom. The first is true of the phenomenal world. There cannot be any interruption of the system of natural laws. But as far as the thing in itself is concerned, there may very well be such causality by freedom. And now we will have to speak of it when we discuss the question regarding freedom. That will be taken, let me see, that makes this quite sure. Mr. Decker, are you around? Yes. You will read your paper next time. Good. And then we will hear more about that, how Kant understands this distinction between the phenomenal world and the real, the phenomenal world and the noumenal world, between the phenomenal world and the true world, we could say, and why this is decisive for his doctrine. And we will also, should then discuss, this is in a way the greatest difficulty in Kant's teaching, the distinction between the phenomenal and noumenal world, and how this coexistence of the two is possible and imaginable. Now, I think I leave it now at that, and let us see whether there are any questions regarding the subject of today or of last time. Mr. Fiedler?
Isn't it a bit strange that there be a section entitled The Interest of Pure Reason?
Pardon?
In the Critique of Pure Reason.
I believe I explained that Kant, as a critic, a judge, crino, must be impartial. That goes without saying. But he cannot be, no one of us can be impartial if he is not aware of his biases. That is today one of the elementary things in social sciences. It was always known among thinking people, but today it probably has a fancy name. And therefore, Kant says, let us make us clear what we would wish in order to protect ourselves against our wishes. That's a perfectly sensible thing. And that this, by making this remark, Kant throws light on man and human reason, that doesn't do any harm. Although it is only a provisional light. Because the question of Mr. Brill's book, I mean, what is the basis of morality, must be answered by Kant. But provisionally we can say we all know, we cannot help making a distinction between decency and indecency in ourselves and others. And we cannot imagine human life without that. This is an important consideration. Whether it is the ultimately decisive consideration, that may be a question. But we cannot always think and argue on the ultimate level. We must not brûler les étapes. What is that in English? Brûler les étapes. We must not burn
bridges.
How would you translate it? I mean, rush through. We have to make our steps on the way. Now, any other point?
But isn't it strange that he called this pure reason rather than perhaps impure reason or practical reason?
He says here of the interest of reason in this conflict of it. He doesn't say of the conflict of pure reason.
So it is a practical consideration in this.
Practical reason is also pure according to Kant, but still your objection is not valid. It is an antinomy of pure reason, but reason, and meaning reason and not merely say our desires or our prejudices. Kant means that looking at this conflict, it is reasonable to say, to be in favor of empiricism with a view to the possibilities or the progress of natural science. And it is reasonable to take the side of dogmatism from the point of view of morality, in paren, and religion, close paren. That makes sense. Kant doesn't claim to solve the problem of the antinomies here. It's a provisional discussion which is meant to render possible an impartial examination by making clear and explicit our partialities. And we see that our partiality here is split. What our scientific conscience demands is not in agreement with what our moral conscience demands. And both kinds of conscience, if I may say so, must be satisfied. And that Kant tries to do in his whole work. Yes.
Yeah, under dogmatism of pure reason, do you think there is an implied criticism of Hume also? It seems to me that somehow he's not there.
No, Hume would be either a dogmatic empiricist or a skeptic.
I mean, what I meant is the dogmatism of empiricism.
Yeah, sure. I mean, or he's a skeptic. That is something else, but this is also not a feasible position according to Kant. Yes, Hume surely would not be a dogmatist of pure reason.
No, I meant empiricism.
Yeah, sure.
But I meant it in the sense that, in a way, you can't really accuse Hume of being dogmatic only toward what's outside, because he's cutting away even empiricism itself.
In a way, yeah, sure. Therefore, Kant admired him so much. That he was impartial even to science. But whether Hume was fully aware of that, of what he was doing, through his critique of causality, that is a question. Yes? Mr.
At 494, Kant says that the antithesis robs us of all these supports for morals and religion, or at least appears to do so. Does this last
where is it? Page 490, B 494.
94B, yes. Does that last qualifying phrase at least appears to do some point to the possibility of an alliance between
No, I think.
empiricism and morality?
No, well, could it not mean simply this, that Kant makes it antithesis the prices of these supports, or at least seems to deprive us of them? Kant, as it were, remembering the provisional character of this statement, tries to weaken what he said. At first glance, the assertion that there is no freedom and that there is no origin of the world and no originator of the world has this effect on morality. Kant doesn't wish here to deepen the issue. He merely says what seems to be the case. I take this to be a self-correction, a minor self-correction, in order not to say too much. But because in fact Kant speaks here only of appearances. There is a great question regarding terminology. Now, to take up pathological first, pathological means due to acte, to our being acted upon, in contradistinction to our activity. That's all it means here. So it does not mean morbid or anything of this kind. And now, a more difficult anthropology, as used by Kant, means the empirical study of man, and not what it means now, the study of primitive, or however they are called, nations. Let me, so the sociology and all
yes, the whole social science
would be anthropology concepts. More serious is the use of the term intelligible, because the intelligible character, of which Kant speaks here frequently, is precisely not intelligible in the ordinary sense of the term. So we would have to use a somewhat different term. The simplest would be to substitute in each case for intelligible, when occurring in this meaning, noumenal, which is only the Greek for intelligible, but it is not used in ordinary parlance, and therefore the difficulty is semantically avoided. The phenomenal thing, say the phenomenal character, opposed to the noumenal character. The phenomenal character is known, then is knowable. We say this is a crook, this is a nice man, this is a weak man, and so on and so on. The intelligible character cannot be known, the noumenal character. But it did not become quite clear from your paper how Kant in general solves this difficulty, that there is an unbreakable causal nexus, so that every event in the world, including any human action, is fully determined by precedent causes. And yet there is freedom. How does Kant reconcile? Or there can be freedom. How does he reconcile that?
the series of causes which are unbroken
And
occur
unbreakable.
in the field of appearances and hence in time. Now, every
but that is a crucial point. That they occur in time is obvious.
yes,
Because when we speak of preceding, we mean temporary. So the question is, but the key point is, what you speak now of appearances. With what right can we speak of that?
every human action, or that is not pathological, has both a phenomenal or an aspect in the field of appearances, and also a noumenal aspect.
Now, why don't we try to make a picture? Here, let this be the human action which you observe. This holding up of a bank or whatever it may be. Yeah? And now this is determined by n causes. Yeah?
Yes.
And when they come together, then only, but then necessarily, the hold-up takes place.
Yes.
And there is good. And this is fully understood, explained,
And predetermined.
and predetermined. This is one side. And then we say, well, it is as much determined as an eclipse of the sun or rain, you know, or whatever it may be. And yet, then if this were the whole story, Kant says, if this
If
were
for
the whole
story, then man would just be like a rock or whatever.
man could not be held responsible.
Right, there'd be no morality would lose its significance. But
No responsibility in anything.
on the other side, there is the noumenal character, and this is the thing in itself. It is outside of it has nothing to do with
First
time.
of all, what is the character of this particular? What do we say?
That's the intelligible character.
No.
It's the other side.
We have a hold-up here.
Okay,
The hold-up is fully explained.
fine.
And now, but the hold-up is not, there is no essential difference between the hold-up and the sacrifice of one's life for other human beings.
Right.
One is as necessarily determined as the other. Both are natural events. And yet, in the one case, we are inclined to say, in the case of the good deed, it was a good deed, or noble deed. And in this case, you would say it was an evil deed, or a base deed. Where, what do we imply by making this distinction, for which there is no reason whatever from the level of causality?
We imply what the man ought to have done.
Yes, so in other words, we assume now that the action of the hold-up man is determined not by the broken home and similar things, but is determined by an evil choice. An evil choice which he could as well have made the right choice. Is that it?
Yes.
He ought to have done.
Yes, he ought to have made the right choice.
Good. And therefore, the determination which leads to this action does not come from the broken home, etc., but from that evil choice, and beyond which we cannot go.
Yes.
Does not make sense to go. So in other words, we have here another kind of causality. Action is determined, but a causality through freedom, as Kant says. And this goes this way. Yeah? Here.
Okay.
And this is something which cannot be traced to any other cause, because otherwise we would get here, would again be a natural. This is clear.
Yes.
And this action has no beginning. This is non-temporal. Non-temporal, and yet an action. Good. And now, these two views are incompatible, obviously. I mean, either the broken home and so on, and the other things are sufficient explanation, then we don't need that. Or if this is a sufficient explanation, we don't need that. And they contradict each other. How does Kant get rid of the contradiction? You said it, but I want you to repeat it.
The cause on this side, the broken home and everything, we can learn from observing. But Kant says the causality of that cause, or why it acts, for that we have to look to the noumenal character over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe I have said it somewhat more clearly. We cannot, the causal explanation is based on a radical, or as I say, systematic disregard of the moral character of the action. Yeah?
Yeah,
I mean, this has the same.
Yeah, we
Good. And therefore, whereas this one, the moral explanation, and the evil choice, is sufficient. Is sufficient. Because there are people who come from non-broken homes and also make hold-ups. And there are men who have a good nature and not a bad nature, and also commit hold-ups, etc., etc. So no explanation, there is no, these explanations are all not necessary because of the moral motivation, moral explanation. There is a clear, how does Kant make these two incompatible explanations compatible? That is the question.
One, the broken home, etc. explanation is subject to the categories.
Yeah, but let us go step by step. Let us first use the simple terms, or the not so simple terms. This is phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
And this is noumenal or concerned with the thing in itself. So the basis of Kant's reconciliation is a distinction between phenomena on the one hand and things in themselves, or noumena, on the other. On what is this distinction based?
What we can experience.
We cannot experience noumena.
No. Well, it's
Nor
based
do
on.
we experience the phenomena as phenomena.
It's,
I mean, this is already an interpretation. We experience actions, events, beings of all kinds, but that there are phenomenal that requires an act of reflection, which is not implied in
and
the
it's
statement.
based on reason.
How do we arrive at that? Well, that is the work of the transcendental analytics and the transcendental aesthetics to show that all our understanding is based on specific premises, which are, and especially the temporality and spatiality, which are essential not to all understanding, but only to human understanding. Yeah? And this is all spatial temporal. And here the spatial temporal now, therefore Kant says all objects of experience are, as you say, appearances. That is a possible explanation of the German word erscheinen. I will not let us leave it. Are appearances. But now, so we can prove that by an immanent analysis of our understanding. And then Kant goes on to say as follows: no appearances without a cause of the appearances. But this cause of the appearances as appearances can no longer be an appearance. Yeah? But it must be something existing, being by itself. And that is because the thing in itself, or noum. Good. Now, is this satisfactory?
I can't make any use of it. Of the whole Kantian concept.
Yes. No, but perhaps let us consider a few points. Now, let us first take one rather lame passage here, and then have a general discussion and return to the earlier part. Now, what I have in mind is this, on page in B 578. That we have first, Kant speaks of our ordinary observation, a little 578. As regards toward the third line after that about.
For it may be
As regards this empirical character, there is hence no liberty.
Yes.
Yeah.
So far then, as regards this empirical character, there is no...
This man is a nice man with a strong will, and this is a nice man with a weak will, or n subdivisions which you make. Yes? There is no freedom.
And yet it is only in the light of this character that man can be studied. If, that is to say, we are simply observing.
Observing is printed in very fat letters in the original. Observing, yes?
And in the manner of anthropology, seeking to institute a physiological investigation into the motive causes of his actions.
Physiological is used in the old Greek sense of the word and means a natural explanation, a scientific explanation, I would say today. Yeah? That, good. Now go on.
But when we consider these actions in their relation to reason, I do not mean speculative reason, by which we endeavor to explain their coming into being, but reason insofar as it is itself the cause producing them.
Producing is also underlined, yes?
If, that is to say, we compare them with reason in its practical bearing, we find a rule and order altogether different from the order of nature. For it may be that all that has happened in the course of nature, and in accordance with its empirical grounds, must inevitably have happened, ought not to have happened. Sometimes, however, we find, or at least believe that we find, that the ideas of reason have in actual fact proved their causality in respect to the actions of men as appearances, and that these actions have taken place not because they were determined by empirical causes, but because they were determined by grounds of reason.
And let us stop here. Kant here makes a distinction which does not necessarily presuppose this difficult distinction between phenomena and noumena. And that is a distinction between observing or beholding or explaining and acting. We can look at actions completed, our own or others, acta in Latin. And then we must explain it according to Kant, must explain them as necessarily caused by present causes. But if we look at anticipated action, especially of course of ourselves, at an agendum, something to be done, there the causal explanation is of the slightest help, as you know. And this is, in present day lingo, there no possibility of failure. Yeah? So the causal sciences cannot help us in any important way. And there we have to look in an entirely different way. We have to regard ourselves as responsible. Now, a great practical importance, on which Kant does not lay stress, as far as I remember, but which was drawn later on by men influenced by Kant, is this. For example, there are quite a few decent people, moral people, who would hold themselves responsible for their action, wouldn't wish to have it taken away by psychoanalysis or what have you. And yet, when judging of others, would say we must consider the broken home and the other things, because, so in other words, this kind, we must do that because otherwise we will be unjust. And so there is a duality of ways of looking at things is intelligible and is used to, one can say, very frequently. And Kant doubtless prepares this dualism of looking at things as acta, and hence as demanding causal explanation, and as agenda, things to be done, which cannot be understood in causal terms. Now, this is, but let us try to understand, to discuss the distinction between phenomena and noumena a little bit more fully without first going into Kant's argument. Now, the question is this. The difficulties regarding the unknowable thing itself have been stated most forcefully by Hegel, because the main point can be said to be this. How can you say anything about the thing in itself without knowing it to some extent? That can be said to be the core of Hegel's criticism of Kant. So there are very few people, even people who on the whole follow Kant, who accept this distinction. But today, but the question is, can the unknowable thing in itself be avoided? Now, let us assume that the knowable, in the highest and fullest sense, is the scientifically knowable, or that which can be validated or invalidated by science, a very common view today. But not everything can be validated or invalidated by science. For example, the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, all value judgments. To take the formula of Auguste Comte, science can discover the how, for example, of planetary motion, but not the why. Not the why. There is a sphere of genuine problems which transcend science. We can even say the most important problems transcend science. For what are any scientific problems compared with these questions which I mentioned? That means one must recognize an unknowable thing in itself. And I believe that this kind of men, the so-called positivists, have no weapon against the distinction. For what they have tried to do in my lifetime, in the lifetime of some of you, was that they said statements not susceptible of scientific validation or invalidation are meaningless. Meaning, the thesis, the question, God is, or God is not for that matter, is a meaningless assertion. Or the soul is immortal, or the soul is mortal, is a meaningless assertion. And this is, of course, sheer nonsense for everyone who understands the bearing of these assertions, however unfounded they may be. They cannot possibly be regarded as meaningless. This was a trick in concealing a dogmatic assertion, namely that what is beyond the powers of science doesn't exist. And this, of course, cannot be maintained in any way. Now, let us consider a more important criticism of Kant, stated in a way which seems to be very light by Nietzsche in the Twilight of the Idols. Mr. Rankin.
How the true world finally became a fable. The history of an error. 1. The true world, attainable for the sage, the pious, the virtuous man. He lives in it, he is it. The oldest form of the idea, relatively sensible, simple, and persuasive. A circumlocution for the sentence, I, Plato, am the truth. two.
So this, in other words, this was the first stage of the true world. Yes?
The true world, unattainable for now, but promised for the sage, the pious, the virtuous man, for the sinner who repents. Progress of the idea. It becomes more subtle, insidious, incomprehensible. It becomes female, becomes Christian. 3. The true world, unattainable, indemonstrable, unpromisable, but the very thought of it, a consolation, an obligation, an imperative. At bottom, the old sun, but seen through mist and skepticism. The idea has become elusive, pale, Nordic, Königsbergian.
Königsberg was, as you know, the birthplace of Kant. Yes?
4. The true world, unattainable? At any rate, unattained, and being unattained, also unknown, consequently, not consoling, redeeming, or obligating. How could something unknown obligate us? Gray morning, the first yawn of reason, the cockcrow of positivism. 5. The true world, an idea which is no longer good for anything, not even obligated, an idea which has become useless and superfluous, consequently a refuted idea. Let us abolish it. Bright day, breakfast, return of bon sens and cheerfulness, Plato's embarrassed blush, pandemonium of all free spirits. 6. The true world we have abolished. What world has remained? The apparent one, perhaps, but no. With the true world, we have also abolished the apparent one. Noon, moment of the briefest shadow, end of the longest error, high point of humanity, incipit Zarathustra.
Yes, now what does Nietzsche say? What is the key point here, as far as the question is concerned? That we cannot possibly speak, as most people in Nietzsche's time, even Nietzsche himself frequently spoke, of the phenomenal world, unless we presuppose the true world. But if there is no true world, we can no longer speak of the phenomenal world. There is only the world. That's the point. And that, according to Nietzsche, is the end of this way leading from Plato, via Kant, to him. And incidentally, the distinction between the true world and the phenomenal is, of course, implied in modern science. The whole distinction between primary and secondary qualities, to use Locke's term, or as Eddington called it in a very well-known description, the true table, the scientific table, and the table we know from our youth. The true table is the scientific table, of course. And this is that means that it has none of the qualities for which it is of any use to us, or by which it is known to us. So Nietzsche's view can be stated as follows against Kant. Kant takes, as has often been said, takes physics, Newtonian physics, for granted. For Nietzsche, science, Newtonian or post-Newtonian, is only one form among many of world interpretations. Everything which has any meaning has this meaning by virtue of men's creative acts. And these creative acts are not fundamentally the same of the pure reason as in Kant, but indefinitely variable, historical. There is no beyond. We can never go beyond this sphere of human interpretation. There is no beyond, no without. and therefore it doesn't make sense to speak of the thing in itself. The utmost one could find, according to Nietzsche, beyond or prior to the interpretations, would be a chaos, a meaningless chaos, which functions as matter, as Hyle, for the creative acts of man. But even here, it's being understood as chaos is already an interpretation. So we can never go beyond this world of human interpretation, the anthropomorphic world. And the allegedly unanthropomorphic interpretation of the world supplied by modern physics is only a disguised anthropomorphism. Now let us try to understand Kant's point from a slightly different point of view. Kant says our knowledge, as distinguished from mere thinking, because we can think things which we do not know, our knowledge which we have is human, only human. Kant understands this in contradistinction. This only human presupposes some awareness of the character of a possible divine knowledge. On the basis of what we know, however, one could say we are entitled to speak of human knowledge not merely as only human. That is a kind of something which Kant borrows from earlier thought, and of which it is a question whether it is sufficiently established by his own thought. Now, Kant's discussion of freedom in the Critique of Pure Reason presupposes natural science as the perfection of the human understanding. In other words, when some shepherd in some out-of-the-way mountain range feeds his sheep, then he does in principle the same what Newton did. He only is very limited. He does not apply this way of approach which he follows by giving this particular food to the sheep and not others. He doesn't apply it to comets or other celestial or far-fetched objects. So natural science is the perfection of the ordinary understanding. But this has become a question since the time of Kant. Is modern natural science the perfection of the natural understanding, or is it not rather a specific modification of it? In the moment it proves to be a specific modification and not the perfection, the question becomes very more necessary than ever before. Why science? The question which was raised by Nietzsche with greater emphasis than by anybody else. Now, this question cannot be answered scientifically. It cannot be answered rationally even. For the very simple reason, because if it could, then we would have a rational value judgment to the effect that science is good. And as you know, this is strictly forbidden. There is no such thing. So science then is not merely and not merely as a profession of some individuals, but as an approach, an outlook, is freely chosen. There are no necessary reasons. And that is a very remarkable thing, and in a way a vindication of Kant. Because this shows them that when we analyze the human understanding or science, the fundamental fact at which we eventually arrive is not times and space and the categories and the other things mentioned in Greek of reason, but the abyss of freedom. Science itself is secondary, derivative, compared with the fundamental choice. The primary thing is freedom. And this in Kant, now we understand better perhaps what Kant means when he says the scientific world is a phenomenal world. Freedom is noumenal, belongs to the deepest stratum. So from today, observations or reflections like those I sketched show that however difficult or even unintelligible Kant's doctrine of the thing in itself, and in particular of the relation of the noumenal to the empirical character of man may be, contains some points which are still carrying great conviction for many of our contemporaries. So now let us turn to a discussion of now, Kant makes first a distinction. He begins with a distinction between two kinds of causality. Causality according to nature and a causality from freedom. The causality according to nature, and that means that the cause is always the effect of a preceding cause. And causality from freedom means the faculty to begin a state simply. Let's see where that is. On page 561, page 561.
By freedom,
Yes.
on the other hand, in its cosmological meaning, I understand the power of beginning a state spontaneously.
Yeah, that's always spontaneous. But yes. I.e., is freedom thus understood is a pure transcendental idea, Kant says. That means it wholly transcends all possible experience. Yet, why does reason create for itself this idea? That is a bit later in the...
that everything which happens,
But
the causality of the cause.
But since in this manner, no absolute totality of the conditions.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
But since in this way no absolute totality of conditions determining causal relation can be obtained, reason creates for itself the idea of a spontaneity which can begin to act of itself, without requiring to be determined to action by an antecedent cause in accordance with the law of causality.
In other words, in the causal speculation, we are confronted with the indefinite regress. This is the cause, yeah, but this cause is itself cause. And so on, and so on, and so on. And reason is dissatisfied with that. And therefore it creates the idea of a cause which does no longer have a cause. And this is, of course, as Kant makes clear, wholly useless for our knowledge, which is empirical knowledge. But now let us read on. A little bit later, page 562 beginning. Freedom in the practical meanings.
Freedom in the practical sense is the will's independence of coercion through sensuous impulses. For a will is sensuous insofar as it is pathologically affected, i.e., by sensuous motives. It is animal, arbitrium brutum, if it can be pathologically necessitated. The human will is certainly an arbitrium
Yeah, not
sensitivum.
will. The literal sense would be arbitrariness. It would be, yeah.
The human arbitrariness is certainly an arbitrium sensitivum, not, however, brute, but free. For sensibility does not necessitate its action. There is in man a power of self-determination, independently of any coercion through sensuous impulses. Obviously, if all causality in the sensible world were mere nature, every event would be determined by another in time, in accordance with necessary laws. Appearances in determining the will would have in the actions of the will their natural effects, and would render the actions necessary. The denial of transcendental freedom must therefore involve the elimination of all practical freedom. For practical freedom presupposes that although something has not happened, it ought to have happened, and that its cause, in the field of appearance, is not therefore so determining that it excludes a causality of our will, a causality which, independently of those natural causes, and even contrary to their force and influence, can produce something that is determined in the time order in accordance with empirical laws, and which can therefore begin a series of events entirely of itself.
So in other words, this transcendental freedom, or as Kant also said formerly, freedom in the cosmological understanding, is a pure or mere idea of reason, i.e. it is necessary for reason to create this idea, but it cannot be, it's of no use. It cannot be used theoretically. But this transcendental idea of freedom is the basis of the practical concept of freedom. And Kant makes clear here, in the passage we read, what freedom in the practical sense is. The problem he indicates in the sequel is not physiological or psychological, but transcendental. That's to say, we have not here, Kant could also have said it's not ontological. It is not about the transcendental, which means here it cannot be solved without taking into consideration the distinction between phenomenal and nominal, as he will make here the sequel. Now, we can perhaps read on page 564, the first.
The difficulty which then meets us in dealing with the question regarding nature and freedom is whether freedom is possible at all, and, if it be possible, whether it can exist along with the universality of the natural law of causality. Is it a truly disjunctive proposition to say that every effect in the world must arise either from nature or from freedom? Or must we not rather say that in one and the same event, in different relations, both can be found?
Yes, so in other words, it is not a true distinction because they refer to different spheres. Every effect in the world stems from nature, belongs to the phenomenal world. And some effects in the world stem from freedom, belongs to the nominal sphere. If temporal spatial events were things in themselves, there could be no freedom. But Kant says, having proved that, or believed to have proved it in the transcendental aesthetics, space and time are only phenomena, and hence sensible temporal spatial events are phenomena, and hence must have causes that are not phenomena, intellectual causes, noumena. Now, I repeat that this noumenal causality is trans-temporal. Let us take as one passage on page 569. According to the intelligible character, or noumenal, we should rather say.
Right, in its noumenal character, though we can only have a general concept, that character,
i.e. no knowledge of it, we can only think it, yes?
It's not intelligible. This same subject must be considered to be free from all influence of sensibility and from all determination through appearances. Inasmuch as it is noumenon, nothing happens in it. There can be no change requiring dynamical determination in time, and therefore no causal dependence upon appearances. And consequently, since natural necessity is to be met with only in the sensible world, this active being must in its actions be independent of and free from all such necessity. No action begins in this active being itself, but we may yet quite correctly say that the active being of itself begins its effects in the sensible world. In so doing, we should not be asserting that the effects in the sensible world can begin of themselves. They are always predetermined through antecedent empirical conditions, though solely through their empirical character, which is no more than the appearance of the noumenal, and so are only possible as a continuation of the series of natural causes. In this way, freedom and nature, in the full sense of these terms, can exist together without any conflict in the same actions, according as the actions are referred to their noumenal or to their sensible cause.
Yeah, well, this I try to present by this simple scheme. Now, is this not rather difficult to understand? This noumenal, say, ego, in which nothing happens, which is trans-temporal, and yet which is active. Can there be any action which is trans-temporal? It's hard to understand, isn't it? How can we, sometimes it is helpful to consider the premises, the historical premises which a thinker makes, and especially in the case of Kant that is unavoidable. Is there any basis for such a notion of trans-temporal and yet active in the tradition antedating Kant? Yes?
In Aristotle.
Pardon?
In Aristotle.
Oh, it's a whole biblical, the whole theological tradition. God and the blessed, and therefore this, of course, this would not entitle Kant to assert it, but it is hard to understand Kant without taking into consideration this possibility that he did make such borrowings from the tradition. Mr. Schäfer?
Doesn't the biblical tradition presuppose that the world was created at a point in time?
Yes, well, that is also in a not literal sense, a Kantian view. In other words, Kant would not assert that we must assume that the world was created, say, 5,700 or so years ago. This he would regard as unfounded. But if we must assume, as according to Kant we must, that on the basis of morality, i.e. in order to be consistently moral, if we must assume that there must be a God, and that this God is then understood as the ultimate cause, and then the world as a cause, and to that extent the beginning. Generally speaking, whenever you have this notion of progress, in the sense in which it was very common in the 18th century. Namely, then there is presupposed a beginning, and the beginning of man on earth, Otherwise you come back to the Aristotelian or Platonic cataclysms, and then there is not the one line of progress. Yeah?
How is the notion of a beginning compatible with the idea that a cause, that I think...
Speculatively, we cannot make any use of it. In other words, speculatively, Darwin and other such terrible persons are right. But if we would leave it at Darwin and his successors, and if this were the whole truth, then morality would be impossible. Then morality would be a kind of stimulus and response affair of some morbid monkeys or former monkeys. It wouldn't be that is, that for Kant it is of crucial importance, no obstacles in the way of causal scientific explanation anywhere, and yet a kind of bracketing of the whole sphere of science. He had to aufheben, what is that?
Deny.
All right. Tolerate Latin. Aufheben. Tolerate is not.
Raise up. Raise up, lift up.
Yeah, and at the same time destroy. Tolerate has its meaning. Raise up and destroy. He had
remove.
All right, let us say, he had to remove science in order to find space for faith. That's Kant's formula in one of the...
My question is this, that on the basis of Kant's own terms and of the Bible, it would seem that if one presupposes that the world were created by a God, then at least in terms of that world, it was created at a point in time.
Yeah, well, that is very hard to say because the Bible doesn't say anything about the time and the creation of time. You introduce then into the Bible a question which arose only, we can say, after the collision of the Bible with Greek science, which surely it doesn't exist in the Old Testament. And secondly, for Kant, the Bible is nothing sacrosanct, as we will see when we come to his discussion of the first chapters of the Bible in the, how do they call it, the conjectural beginning of the human race. Yes.
Well, it seems to me that this argument here is not biblical or Aristotelian, because Aristotle's matter, the substance, is not active. I think this argument is very reminiscent of Leibniz here, because while Kant doesn't want to say too much about the thing in itself, just to the degree that what he says here, and this sentence here, no action begins in this active being itself, but we may be quite correctly say that the active being of itself begins its effects in the sensible world. It seems very much like a discussion of a monad, really, in Leibnizian metaphysics, something which can begin acting on its own spontaneously, so to speak.
Yeah, but that leads then to the very complicated question, what is the relation of the monads to the spatial temporal earth? And there is at least a possibility that the monads, and so that is a way in which Kant, I believe, understood Leibniz, that the monads are the noumenal, hence trans-temporal and trans-spatial, And the spatial and temporal world is a phenomenon, as Leibniz says, bene fundatum, a well-founded phenomenon, but nonetheless a phenomenon. So, no, I mean the point, it is more simple, and without more simple to say that the traditional theology, natural theology, not biblical theology, natural, as it was taught as the German Protestant universities especially, throughout the 18th century, and as Kant himself taught it in his classes, because Kant did not teach in his classes his own philosophy. And not because he was afraid to teach it, but this was a contract. He was paid to teach metaphysics according to the textbooks of metaphysics. And according to this view, which goes back to much older source, but in the first place to scholasticism, ultimately to Augustine. According to this view, there is no difficulty in asserting that there is activity, actuality, actuosity, transcendent, God's actuosity. That's all I meant. So, now let us go a bit further on page 574. 574. For if we follow in that which among the phenomena may be the cause, if we follow there the rule of a bit before 574.
Of this intelligible ground does not have to be considered in empirical enquiries,
All right.
and concerns only thought in the pure understanding. And although the effects of this thought and action of the pure understanding are to be met with in the appearances,
Or the phenomena, that is hard to, the German the word Erscheinung, which he sometimes translates by phenomenal and sometimes by appearances. What shall we do? We have to make up our minds.
and Kant doesn't use phenomena as well as Erscheinung, or does Kant seem to?
The phenomenon is only the Latin or Greek term for Erscheinung. Yeah. All right. But if you understand this as, yes.
Well, these phenomena must nonetheless be capable of complete causal explanation in terms of other phenomena.
Yeah, of complete explanation. So in other words, this hold-up man is in principle completely intelligible by the empirical sciences. Yeah? Good. Yes.
Right? We have to take their strictly empirical character as the supreme ground of explanation, leaving entirely out of account their nominal character, that is, the transcendental cause of their empirical character, as being completely unknown, save insofar as the empirical serves for its sensible side.
So in other words, when I see this, when I observe this hold-up man, or the malicious liar, then I explain it by this causally, as we have seen. But I can also regard it, this nasty fellow, a nasty character, as a sensible side of the choice which he has made, of the wicked choice, or a particular kind of wicked choice. Yes? No.
Let us apply this to experience. Man is one of the phenomena of the sensible world, and insofar one of the natural causes, the causality of which must stand under empirical laws. Like all other things in nature, he must have an empirical character. This character we come to know through the powers and faculties which he reveals in his actions. In lifeless or merely animal nature, we find no ground for thinking that any faculty is conditioned otherwise than in a merely sensible manner. Man, however, who knows all the rest of nature solely through the senses, knows himself also through mere apperception, and this indeed in acts and inner determinations which he cannot regard as impressions of the senses. He is thus to himself, on the one hand, phenomenon, and on the other hand, in respect of certain faculties, the action of which cannot be ascribed to the receptivity of sensibility, a merely phenomenal object. We entitle these faculties understanding and reason. The latter, in particular, we distinguish in a quite peculiar and especial way from all empirically conditioned powers. For it views its objects merely in the light of ideas, and in accordance with them determines the understanding, which then proceeds to make an empirical use of its own similarly pure concepts.
So this seems to complicate matters a bit. We observe all kinds of things in the phenomenal world without getting into any troubles, except when we come to man. Man does not simply belong to the phenomenal world, and we may say, and because he has understanding and reason. Understanding and reason cannot be explained psychologically, physiologically. Simply stated, understanding and reason are the ground of the phenomenal world and can therefore be not explained in terms of the phenomenal world. Does this make sense? You can take another example. Try to have a psychology of thinking, in which you try to understand acts of thinking mechanically, say on the basis of stimulus and response or such other things. But you must consider that, but assuming that a man makes a perfectly sound syllogism, can this be understood in terms of, say, stimulus response? Must you not at least, if he makes a blunder, makes a mistake, then you can say, well, he was asleep, or was drunk, or he thought of something else, etc. So errors are in need of an explanation, of a scientific explanation. But correct thinking is not as such in need of a psychological explanation. In this is also something which is implied in what Kant says here. And that man does not simply belong to the phenomenal world by the mere fact that he has understanding or reason. Yes?
Does that mean that understanding and thinking can themselves be understood without recourse or without reflection upon the phenomenal world?
Yeah, cannot. This was a great controversy around in the last decades of the 19th century, first decade of this century, between two schools. I know that the discussion, especially from Germany, I believe Germany was the main seat, but it truly was affected also the other countries. And there was a way of thinking called psychologism. And psychologism was the attempt to give an account of logic and logical thinking in psychological terms. And psychology was at that time still associationist and so on. The most famous document is the first volume of Husserl's Logical Investigations, which I do not even know whether they are translated into English, I suppose, but I don't know how well. Be this as it may, for Kant, this question is not immediately relevant, but as this passage shows, the understanding and the reason are not, cannot be understood in terms of the phenomenal world, and we can give this account, which I believe comes closest to what Kant himself meant, to saying because they are the ground of the phenomenal world, and therefore cannot be explained in terms of the phenomenal.
But these two schools wouldn't exhaust the possibility.
Pardon?
These two positions that you outlined wouldn't exhaust the possibility.
Well, they not entirely, but then of course would have to bust the case wide open and say how, if I may use this Perry Mason expression, and we would have to see how would these problems appear if we look at them from, say, the Aristotelian or Platonic point of view, which we must do. But I propose that we could do that when we come to the primary subject of this course, namely Kant's moral philosophy. Sure, then it would be, the Aristotelian psychology is of course of an entirely different character than, say, Hume's and psychologies and the psychology stemming from Hume. That's clear. Now, this is the. So even reason and understanding in the theoretical sense transcends the phenomenal world, but not in the same way as that reason with which we are particularly concerned here, as is said in the sequel. Yes? That this reason of which he has spoken,
that this reason has causality, or that we at least represent it to ourselves as having causality, is evident from the imperatives which in all matters of conduct we impose as rules upon our active powers. Ought expresses a kind of necessity and of connection with grounds which is found nowhere else in the whole of nature. The understanding can know in nature only what is, what has been, or what will be. We cannot say that anything in nature ought to be other than what in all these time relations it actually is. When we have the course of nature alone in view, ought has no meaning whatsoever. It is just
here. That is underlying the famous fact-value distinction today. It is a necessary but not a sufficient condition, as I have stated earlier. Yes?
It is just as absurd to ask what ought to happen in the natural world as to ask what properties a circle ought to have. All that we are justified in asking is, what happens in nature? What are the properties of the circle? This ought expresses a possible action, the ground of which cannot be anything but a mere concept, whereas in the case of a merely natural action, the ground must always be a phenomenon. The action to which the ought applies must indeed be possible under natural conditions. These conditions, however, do not play any part in determining the will itself, but only determining the effect and its consequence in the phenomenal. No matter how many natural grounds or how many sensuous impulses may impel me to will, they can never give rise to the ought, but only to a willing which, while very far from being necessary, is always conditioned. And the ought pronounced by reason confronts such willing with a limit and an end, nay more, forbids or authorizes it. Whether what is willed be an object of mere sensibility, the pleasant, or of pure reason, the good, reason will not give way to any ground which is empirically given. Reason does not here follow the order of things as they present themselves in the phenomenal, but frames for itself with perfect spontaneity an order of its own according to ideas, to which it adapts the empirical conditions, and according to which it declares actions to be necessary, even although they have never taken place, and perhaps never will take place. And at the same time, reason also presupposes that it can have causality in regard to all these actions, since otherwise no empirical effects could be expected from its ideas.
Kant says here, anticipating what he will develop in his treatise on moral philosophy, what the ought implies. The ought which we presuppose in all moral judgments about ourselves or others. And the ought implies that this and this ought to be done without making any assertion as to whether it has been done or will be done. It only asserts that there is something in man by virtue of which he is aware that he ought to influence the phenomenal world, to act within the phenomenal world in a certain way, without giving him any implication that he will so act. Let us read a little bit later the note on page 579.
The real morality of actions, their merit or guilt, even that of our own conduct, thus remains entirely hidden from us. Our imputations can refer only to the empirical character. How much of this character is ascribable to the pure effect of freedom, how much to mere nature, that is, to faults of temperament for which there is no responsibility, or to its happy constitution, the deserts of fortune, can never be determined, and upon it, therefore, no perfectly just judgments can be passed.
So, in other words, there is no, the intelligible, that is a practical meaning of what Kant means when he says that the intelligible character, or the intellectual character, normal character, is unknowable. We cannot know in our own or any other man's case what the true merit or guilt. We cannot judge fairly because this last and irreducible act of freedom is wholly unknown. That must be presupposed. Now, you are surprised, and you could say that if a man commits a manifestly, dastardly, and beastly action, are we not then entitled to say that he has a wicked motive? That is a difficulty, and we will try to face that when we have read more of Kant's moral philosophy.
Surely this echo of judge not in that footnote uses Richter. It's true there's an echo of judge not lest he be judged. So
Yeah, sure.
footnote's coming round into an orthodox.
Yeah, but if you take, however, what Kant says, don't judge yourself, don't believe you can judge yourself. So well, Kant doesn't say simply that, by the way. He says we cannot judge with perfect justice. Now there is one point, this illustration, to which was already quoted by Mr. Decker. Where is that? Oh, this is that is on page 582. Yeah, let us read that. Page 582, the new paragraph.
The lying fellow. In order to illustrate this regulative principle of reason by an example of its empirical employment, not, however, to confirm it, for it is useless to endeavor to prove transcendental propositions by examples, let us take a voluntary action. For example,
voluntary, you see that's in German, willkürlich.
Arbitrary.
Which depends on the arbitrium of man. Yeah. Yes?
And a fellow tells a malicious lie, spreading a certain confusion in society. First of all, we endeavor to discover the motives to which it has been due, and then, secondly, in the light of these, we proceed to determine how far the action and its consequences can be imputed to the offender. As regards the first question, we trace the empirical character of the action to its sources.
And so on. But this is broken home argument. Yes?
We proceed in this inquiry just as we should ascertaining for a given natural effect the series of its determining causes. But although we believe that the action is thus determined, we nonetheless blame the agent, not indeed on account of his unhappy disposition, nor on account of the circumstances that have influenced him, nor even on account of his previous way of life. For we presuppose that we can leave out of consideration what his way of life may have been, that we can regard the past series of conditions as not having occurred, and the act as being completely unconditioned by any preceding state.
You see now why Kant insists on this absolute beginning beyond time. In every moment, a man, however wicked he has lived before, this source of original purity, as it were, is still in him. It's still in him and in no way impaired by his previous conduct. Yes. Go on.
Our blame, just as if the agent, in and by himself, began in this action an entirely new series of consequences. Our blame is based on a law of reason, whereby we regard reason as a cause that, irrespective of all the above-mentioned empirical conditions, could have determined and ought to have determined the agent to act otherwise. This causality of reason we do not regard as only a cooperating agency, but as complete in itself, even when the sensuous impulses do not favor but are directly opposed to it. The action is ascribed to the agent's nominal character. In the moment when he utters the lie, the guilt is entirely his. Reason, irrespective of all empirical conditions of the act, is completely free, and the lie is entirely due to its default.
And that is a very clear statement of this state of things, which I tried to put here on the blackboard. This is both explanations are sufficient, and therefore there is a clear contradiction which can be resolved according to Kant only by ascribing the two explanations to two radically different spheres, the phenomenal on the one hand and the nominal on the other. Is there any, you want to go through?
Does this go end as an antinomy? Is this an irreconcilable conflict?
No, the antinomy exists prior to its resolution. But the resolution also, and that is a point which goes through the whole argument, destroys theoretical metaphysics. Because a theoretical metaphysician must assert that one or the other of the two assertions is theoretically true. And Kant says that which is theoretically true, because it is the only condition of coherent explanation of phenomena, is valid only for the phenomenal world. And the other, which is morally true, cannot be asserted theoretically, because it can be asserted only on the basis of the moral consciousness. That is good. So Kant resolves the contradiction, the antinomy. Yes. Well, then next time. Now, there was only one point which did not convince me. You said Kant criticizes Pascal's wager. I would rather say he agrees with Pascal in a not quite Pascalian manner. Because when Kant speaks of what is betting, what does Kant say about wager, betting?
It's the touchstone of pragmatic belief.
No, this does not make sense. And Kant says, as you see, he knew many people, and some people are willing to bet, say, $1. This is so, but when they should bet $100, they would become hesitant. So the test of the strength of our pragmatic belief is betting. This has nothing to do with Pascal's problem, because Pascal's problem does not, Kant at least would not say that Pascal's problem concerns pragmatic belief, concerns what moral belief. Now, but as regards his moral belief, what you read to us about the alternative, the moral man believes that there will be another life, and this will strengthen his moral life. Good. What about the immoral man? And he will simply say, well, there is no God, no future life, and I will live as I see fit, provided I avoid the earthly troubles. What does Kant say?
He has no certainty that there is no God and no future life.
Now, is this not fundamentally what Pascal does?
Well, Pascal, though, says that one must wager, whereas Kant seems to say to the immoral man that...
No, Kant says in a way the same thing. He doesn't speak of wages, but Pascal says, only Pascal speaks of Christianity and not of belief in God and future life in general. That's of course different. But apart from that, is it not the same problem?
Well, it's the same problem, but I think Kant believes that he has a better solution to it than that of Pascal.
Is it not a confirmation rather of Pascal's wager notion? That we cannot be certain, and it is more prudent to assume, to reckon with this possibility of God and the punishment after death?
In that sense, yes.
Yes, good. But this is the only one which I have to take issue. Now, it has become clear from Mr. Feeling's paper that how adequate is what Kant himself said about Rousseau has brought him into right shape. That which counts ultimately is morality, or call it moral wisdom. And theoretical wisdom is strictly subordinate to that. And in this most important respect, morality and its essential implications, belief in God and in future life, the simplest man is in no worse position than the greatest philosopher. At least the profession of faith, whether it is Rousseau's last word, is another matter. But you reminded us of another man to whom Kant defers by paying him the great honor of taking a motto from his works, Bacon. So there was Bacon, by the way, also highly admired by Rousseau. Now, this helps us perhaps a bit in understanding Kant's teaching as presented in this section and in a way in his whole work. Of course, we must take a broad view of Bacon and not limit ourselves to what Bacon explicitly teaches. I mean, Bacon, as it were, the originator of modern philosophy, and broader than Galileo showed. And however he might have been backward, as some people say, regarding modern science, Harvey, this kind of thing, which we can rightly disregard. Now, and let us be a bit more precise historically, and speak also of Hobbes when we speak of Bacon. Hobbes was not too great a celebrator of Bacon, but in such matters contemporaries cannot be trusted. There are all kinds of funny things there. But now, what is Kant says in his by his critique of pure theoretical reason, metaphysical knowledge is impossible. I mean, metaphysical in the traditional sense of the hence, the theoretical life cannot be the highest life. The truly human life is a moral life. Now, what was the Baconian Hobbesian assertion regarding the so-called contemplative idea? What did they say about theoretical knowledge or science deviating from Aristotle?
Well, science properly understood is in the service of mankind.
Yeah, of what? I mean, they use a more precise word than mankind. Surely. Yes.
For the sake of power, for the relief of man's estate.
Yeah, but power is the decisive word. Scientia propter potentiam. And here we see the difference from Kant. Kant would say, I mean, if one tries to have a simple formula, science for the sake of what?
For the sake of, I suppose, morals, or
Yes,
morality.
yes. It needs only a somewhat longish footnote, but it is correct, nevertheless, to say that, because the end of man can never be theoretical perfection, but can only be morality. Good. So, and as great as the difference between power and morality is, as great is a radical change which Kant effected in modern philosophy. Now, let us consider this regarding a parallel point, and that concerns happiness. What does Kant say about happiness? Here in this section. We will hear more about it when we come to the foundation of metaphysics of morals. But what does he say here?
From the empirical point of view, it's the ultimate end of all our desires and senses. It's the one word that combines everything that we seek for, that is on an empirical basis.
But is it the end of man?
Not as man, as
as
a sensual animal, as the...
Yeah, but does this work out? I mean, how do we go about it? I mean, what is happiness? Satisfaction of all our desires or what?
Well, the problem is whether happiness, which is satisfaction from an empirical point of view, will be obtained from the moral point of view if a man is worthy of happiness.
But there has been no happiness. In what Kant implies and even states somewhere there is happiness is a very questionable end, but a natural end, but a questionable end. How does this, now let us look back to Aristotle to have some help in seeing what the peculiarity of Kant is. What does Aristotle say about the end of man? How does he call it?
Well, eudaimonia, which we translate happiness.
Yes, let us translate it by happiness as everyone did.
Yes.
Yeah. And the etymology we can forget about, because that may be necessary in other connections, but not now. Happiness, felicitas, or beatitudo, is the end of man. But sure, everyone agrees with that. And if one wants to have a paraphrase of it, one can say an enviable state of being pleased, enviable satisfaction. I say enviable because you find sometimes moronic people who are smiling all the time, and no one really envies them unless he is very unhappy and would exchange places with everyone. So it must be an enviable state of satisfaction. But still, there are various forms of that. For example, some people regard wealthy men as such happy. Is Aristotle satisfied with that? No, because he has lived too long to agree with it. But what is then happiness according to Aristotle?
The achievement of excellence.
Yeah, let us say virtuous activity. Activity, because if you are only dormant with your virtue, that's not good enough. Virtuous activity, yes, but this needs something else. Virtuous activity, it does not have conditions.
A modest competence.
Yes, what Aristotle calls equipment. So let us say V plus E. That's happiness. But with the emphasis on virtuous activity, meaning that if you lose all your equipment and under terrible conditions like Priam at the conquest of Troy, his happiness is undamaged because his nobility of character was undamaged. And he suffered very much, but this gave him an occasion even to exercise his moral virtue, his nobility. Good. So we can say for Aristotle the core of happiness is moral virtue. And for Kant, morality is something radically different from happiness. Radically different. By you may be perfectly moral. That does not in any way guarantee to you happiness. In a passage which you read to us, which we cannot now read, which is on page 838 of the second edition or thereabouts, Kant states the problem in a way for the minding of Plato's Gorgias. Let us say the good life consists in never acting unjustly. Never acting unjustly. But this still, does this suffice for us? Do we not also desire not to suffer injustice? This has nothing to do with our morality, that has to do with the morality of other people. But we need both. And so, just as Socrates there distinguishes between acting justly or not acting unjustly and suffering injustice or not suffering injustice, Kant distinguishes between morality here and happiness there. So happiness means something radically, does not include morality. Nevertheless, there is a link between the two things, and that is indicated by Kant's formula. Happiness by the Kant's formula, worthiness of happiness. Worthiness of happiness. Now, what is behind it? Now, let us again look back at such people like Hobbes, Bacon, Locke, or else. They may be said to say against Aristotle, you speak of the happiness, the natural good of man. But that doesn't exist. I read to you just one passage from Hobbes, which is polemical, no doubt, but not against Aristotle in particular. Leviathan chapter 6 toward the end. Continual success in obtaining those things which a man from time to time desires, that is to say, continual prosperity, is that men call felicity. Felicity is understanding. I mean felicity of this life. For there is no such thing as perpetual tranquility of mind while we live here, because life itself is but motion and can never be without desire nor without fear, no more than without sense. And he doesn't speak of the happiness of the other life because he doesn't know anything of that. But the main point, and since Aristotle also spoke only of the happiness of this life, these are comparable states. For Hobbes, there is no happiness in the sense of a state, of a level, which it would be for Aristotle. Happiness, we can say, in Hobbes or in Hobbes' name, is radically subjective. Different people have different notions of happiness, and the same men at different times. So happiness is something by which we cannot take our bearings at all because of its radical subjectivity. That's very bad, because how shall we guide our lives then, according to this man? Now, they have this simple, after there must be, how can there be a society of men if there are no common goals? The answer which they give is this: while happiness is radically subjective, this is of course my bad modern lingo, but I must make myself understood. While happiness is radically subjective, there are conditions of happiness which apply to whatever you understand by happiness. And these are, in the first place, life. In the second place, you must be free to circulate. Freedom. Your happiness will be, your possibility of becoming happy, whatever you understand by happiness, will be restrained if you are locked up. And third, you must have the freedom to pursue happiness as you understand happiness. I'm trying to quote the Declaration of Independence. So, in other words, while happiness is radically subjective, there are conditions of happiness which are universally valid, regardless of what you understand by happiness. Now, when Kant speaks of worthiness of happiness, he does something comparable to what these earlier thinkers did, to replace happiness by a condition of happiness. Only he calls this condition now worthiness of happiness. But this is strictly parallel to what I said before, that he replaces science for the sake of power by science for the sake of morality. Good. Now, let me see, there are quite a few things which we have to consider here. Where shall we begin? Well, he states at the beginning of today's assignment, page 600, which is that? I must quote, page 823, we won't read that now. Human reason is in need of discipline, of which I had spoken in the preceding section, but this is very humiliating for that reason itself should need a discipline. But fortunately for reason itself alone can exercise this discipline. And then he turns here to the subject, the canon of pure reason, meaning for the right use of pure reason, can concern only its practical use, as is stated in this first section. Now let us turn to the first section of the last end of the pure use of our reason. Do you have it? That is
Yes.
page, yeah.
Reason is impelled by a tendency of its nature.
Of its nature. Let us not forget that reason has a nature. Now, this nature is something different from the nature of which Kant generally speaks, but it is important that Kant can still speak and must speak of the nature of reason. Good. He speaks also immediately after, but at the back of page 825, he also speaks of the nature of reason.
To go out.
Now, let us perhaps read on page 826, the final
aim to which the speculation of reason in its transcendental employment is directed concerns three objects: the freedom of the will, the immortality of the soul, and the existence of God. In respect of all three, the merely speculative interest of reason is very small, and for its sake alone we should hardly have undertaken the labor of transcendental investigation, a labor so fatiguing in its endless wrestling with insuperable difficulties. Since, whatever discoveries might be made in regard to these matters, we should not be able to make use of them in any helpful manner in concreto, that is, in the study of nature. If the will be free, this can have a bearing only on the intelligible cause of our volition. For as regards the phenomena of its outward expressions, that is, of our actions, we must account for them in accordance with the maxim which is inviolable and which is so fundamental that without it we should not be able to employ reason in any empirical manner.
Well, we know that already. At the end of this paragraph, with one word, these three
propositions are, for speculative reason, always transcendent, and allow of no immanent employment, that is, employment in reference to objects of experience, and so in some manner really of service to us, but are in themselves, notwithstanding the very heavy labors which they impose upon our reason, entirely useless.
Yeah, and therefore they can only be of these three cardinal propositions are in no way necessary for knowledge, and yet they are nevertheless urgently recommended to us by our reason. Then their importance can only concern the practical. And then he speaks, explains what the practical is, which was restated properly by Mr. Finlay. And then the distinction between pragmatic laws and moral laws. Pragmatic laws, laws of prudence, aiming at our happiness, happiness understood in an amoral sense. Whereas moral laws are radically distinct. Now, in the next, the paragraph after the next, the whole
equipment of reason in the discipline, which may be entitled pure philosophy, is in fact determined with a view to the three above-mentioned problems. These, however, themselves in turn refer us yet further, namely to the problem what we ought to do if the will is free, if there is a God and a future world. And this concerns our attitude to the supreme end. It is evident that the ultimate intention of nature in her wise provision for us has indeed, in the constitution of our reason, been directed to moral interests alone.
You see, with the way in which Kant here speaks in the language of teleological theology, physical theology. Now, Kant does not make here clear, as he does later on, that this whole physical theology, that there is a nature wisely providing for us, that this cannot be theoretically true. It cannot be asserted as a theoretical truth. But nevertheless, the whole argument here is what is the purpose of nature in preventing us from having theoretical knowledge regarding God and immortality, while enabling us to have a moral faith in a God and immortality. Here, freedom of God and immortality are presented as presuppositions of morality, and they are explicitly so called later on. This is not exactly what Kant means, as comes out in his later moral writings. Now, regarding freedom, there is an important passage. Yeah, on page 830, if you will turn to it, he repeats first what he had said before in the passage we have read last time on the distinction between the arbitrium brutum and the arbitrium liberum. Immediately after that, practical freedom.
Freedom can be proved through experience. For the human will is not determined by that alone which stimulates, that is, immediately affects the senses. We have the power to overcome the impressions on our faculty of sensuous desire by calling up representations of what, in a more indirect manner, is useful or injurious. But these considerations as to what is desirable in respect of our whole state, that is, as to what is good and useful, are based on reason. Reason therefore provides laws which are imperatives, that is, objective laws of freedom, which tell us what ought to happen, although perhaps it never does happen, therein differing from laws of nature, which relate only to that which happens. These laws are therefore to be entitled practical laws.
Now, this distinction which Kant makes here between laws of nature and laws of freedom is used throughout by Kant in his later writings, and this is a milestone that Kant does no longer speak of natural laws in the traditional sense, the moral laws, but limits natural laws to natural laws in the Newtonian sense. The moral laws are called laws of freedom. This break with nature, of which we will see more, is indicated by the terms. But the point which you should observe, practical freedom can be demonstrated by experience. So what experience means here is hard to say, whether he means here the experience of natural science or ordinary experience. I believe it is safer to assume he means by that ordinary experience. But now there comes a rather strange passage on page 831.
Whether reason is not in the actions through which it prescribes laws, itself again determined by other influences, and whether that which in relation to sensuous impulses is entitled freedom may not in relation to higher and more remote operating causes be nature again, is a question which in the practical field does not concern us, since we are demanding of reason nothing but the rule of conduct. It is a merely speculative question which we can leave aside so long as we are considering what ought or ought not to be done.
How this freedom would look if we had trans-empirical knowledge, no one can say. And this, of course, can also give rise to an extreme skepticism. And that it may again be nature. What does this mean? But Kant says at any rate, for our practical use it's of no interest because we cannot know anything of what he calls transcendental freedom. And the practical freedom, how does it go on here?
While we thus through experience know practical freedom to be one of the causes in nature, namely to be a causality of reason in the determination of will, Transcendental freedom demands the independence of this reason in respect of its causality, in beginning a series of appearances from all determining causes of the sensible world. Transcendental freedom is thus, as it would seem, contrary to the law of nature, and therefore to all possible experience, and so remains a problem.
Yeah, but he has discussed it. This, I think, a rather loose restatement of what he has said in discussing the antinomy between natural causality and causality by freedom. Now let us turn then to the second section, the ideal of the highest good. Now, we have heard this Kant's formulation here in the second paragraph, all interest of my reason. He says here, my reason, because the questions are, what can I know? What ought I to do? What can I hope? And this is confirmed by what he says later on page 857. One cannot say it is morally certain that there is a God, but only I am morally certain. This is strictly concerning me, existential, as people have called them later. It cannot be an objective certainty. Now the key question is, of course, for Kant here, what may I hope? Because the other has been answered in the Critique of Pure Reason, the first, and the second is not problematic from Kant's point of view, because we have the moral law within us. But the third question, will you read that, please, what he said on page 800?
The third question, if I do what I ought to do, what may I then hope, is at once practical and theoretical, in such fashion that the practical serves only as a clue that leads us to the answer to the theoretical question, and when this is followed out, to the speculative question. For all hoping is directed to happiness, and stands in the same relation to the practical and the law of morality as knowing and the law of nature to the theoretical knowledge of things. The former arrives finally at the conclusion that something is, which determines the ultimate possible end, because something ought to happen. The latter, that something is, which operates as the supreme cause, because something does happen.
Now, what does he mean by the former and the latter? What is the former and what is the latter?
First is the law of morality. Second is
More precisely, the practical, and second is the theoretical. Yes, that's correct. Yes, and now he goes over then to the distinction between happiness and the worthiness of happiness. Yes, let us turn, we have this, the distinction is clear. Someone may be worthy of happiness without being happy, I suppose. And worthy of happiness can only be the morally good man, as Kant will explain later on. Now let us turn to page 835.
I assume that there really are pure moral laws.
It's important. I assume Kant has not established that, and in a way he does not establish it at all in the Critique of Pure Reason, but we have to turn to the foundation of metaphysics of morals. Begin again.
I assume that there really are pure moral laws which determine completely a priori, without regard to empirical motives, that is, to happiness, what is and is not to be done. That is, which determine the employment of the freedom of a rational being in general, and that these laws command in an absolute manner, not merely hypothetically, on the supposition of other empirical ends, and are therefore in every respect necessary. I am justified in making this assumption, in that I can appeal not only to the proofs employed by the most enlightened moralists, but to the moral judgment of every man, insofar as he makes the effort to think such a law clearly. Pure reason.
Yeah, that is of course hard. I mean, if he thinks such a law, then he must think of it as absolutely commanding. But must he conceive of morality in terms of law? That would be the question. Now, I refer again to, now go on.
Pure reason, then, contains, not indeed in its speculative employment, but in that practical employment, which is also moral, principles of the possibility of experience, namely, of such actions as, in accordance with moral precepts, might be met with in the history of mankind.
Of man. Yeah, history has here a very innocent meaning. I mean, by what people, chroniclers or newspaper may record. Yes. It has nothing to do with philosophy of history. What? Yeah.
For, since reason commands that such actions should take place, it must be possible for them to take place. Consequently,
Because reason cannot be unreasonable. Yes.
Consequently, a special kind of systematic unity, namely the moral, must likewise be possible. We have indeed found that the systematic unity of nature cannot be proved in accordance with speculative principles of reason. For although reason does indeed have causality in respect of freedom in general, it does not have causality in respect of nature as a whole. And although moral principles of reason can indeed give rise to free actions, they cannot give rise to laws of nature. Accordingly, it is in their practical, meaning thereby their moral employment, that the principles of pure reason have objective reality.
Yeah, no, but what does Kant mean by that when he says that reason has indeed in regard to freedom in general, but not in regard to the whole nature causality? That he followed the German sentence structure. Reason has causality in regard to freedom in general, but not in regard to the whole of nature.
The existence of rational beings is not a priori necessary.
Yeah, surely not. But that is not, I think, what he means here. I mean, reason vouches for the possibility of acting morally, for thou oughtst, hence thou canst. That follows. If I know that this is my duty, I know that I can fulfill it. Otherwise, it couldn't be my duty. But reason has no causality in regard to the whole of nature. And this is exactly the point. We cannot vouch for our happiness. We can make ourselves worthy of happiness. But our power stops there. Or to come back to the gorgeous, we can refrain from acting unjustly, but we cannot prevent other people from doing injustice to others. And therefore, if we want to have a harmony between acting justly and not suffering injustice, this cannot be achieved by man, but only by a being which has causality in regard to the whole of nature. That's to say, God. This is a connection. Stated a little bit later on page 836, bottom.
This is the answer?
Yes.
This is the answer to the first of the two questions of pure reason that concern its practical interest. Do that through which thou becomest worthy to be happy. The second question is, if I so behave as not to be unworthy of happiness, may I hope thereby to obtain happiness? In answering this question, we have to consider whether the principles of pure reason which prescribe the law a priori likewise connect this hope necessarily with it.
Is the question understood? Assuming that reason, pure reason, prescribes pure moral laws, does it therefore follow that pure reason entitles us to hope for that reward for our moral action, without which reward there would be a terrible disharmony within the world between goodness or virtue and the reward for virtue. And Kant says, yes, this is indeed the case. Perhaps it's a rather long passage. Now let us read on page 838, the second paragraph on that page. Kant's answer to repeat is in the affirmative, that we are entitled, even compelled, to hope for the existence of such a supreme intelligence which rewards virtue. Yes?
Yes, I think sentence rearranged. The idea of such an intelligence in which the most perfect moral will, united with supreme blessedness, is the cause of all happiness in the world, so far as happiness stands in exact relation with morality, that is, with worthiness to be happy, I entitle the ideal of the supreme good.
Namely, the idea of such an intelligence, or simply stated, the supreme good is God, which is, of course, the traditional view. But in Kant it comes in here as a necessary implication, not to say consequence, of morality. There is no theoretical knowledge of the existence of God possible. Yes?
Now, it is therefore only in the ideal of the supreme original good that...
Original good, namely, because they are derivative goods, like men. Yes.
That pure reason can find the ground of this connection, which is necessary from the practical point of view between the two elements of the supreme derivative good. The ground, namely, of an intelligible, that is, moral world. Now, since we are necessarily constrained by reason to represent ourselves as belonging to such a world, while the senses present to us nothing but a world of phenomena, we must assume that moral world to be a consequence of our conduct in the world of sense, in which no such connection between worthiness and happiness is exhibited, and therefore to be for us a future world. Thus, God and a future life are two postulates which, according to the principles of pure reason, are inseparable from the obligation which that same reason imposes upon us.
Yeah, Kant couldn't express himself more strongly. In other words, if there is a moral law, then we are compelled to hope for that God exists and that there is a future life. So Kant really does what Rousseau was aiming at in the profession of faith, of which I spoke in the first meeting, namely to find a metaphysical teaching which would not be strictly related to morality and nothing else. What Rousseau or his person, the Soviet Vicar, tried to do, but failed to do, Kant succeeds in doing. At least much better. Yes. Now, is there any difficulty? Kant is even stronger. Let us read the next paragraph. Use even stronger language. One more, Mr. Landau. Let us read the next paragraph.
Morality by itself constitutes a system. Happiness, however, does not do so, save insofar as it is distributed in exact proportion to morality.
Now, that happiness is not a system is a somewhat scholastic way of saying it does not have an order of preference, and therefore it cannot be an ideal of reason. It can only be an ideal of the imagination, as Kant puts it elsewhere. And therefore, happiness cannot be the standard, only morality can it. It can be the standard, but morality calls or cries for a harmony between morality and happiness. Yes, go on.
But this is possible only in the intelligible world, under a wise author and ruler. Such a ruler, together with life in such a world, which we must regard as a future world, reason finds itself constrained to assume. Otherwise, it would have to regard the moral laws as empty figments of the brain, since without this postulate, the necessary consequence which it itself connects with these laws...
Who says postulate?
Norman Kemp Smith.
Yeah, not Kant. Kant later on speaks of postulates of pure reason, of practical reason, but he doesn't call them here emphatically of pure reason. Since a necessary effect of the same, which the same reason connects with them, would not follow without that presupposition. Now, a postulate and presupposition are not the same thing. It's a very strong statement. Morality becomes an empty thing. How does Brutus say in Julius Caesar about virtue? After the loss of the Battle of Philippi, virtue. And it was a shadow, a dream, but for God and the future life. Yeah, finish this paragraph.
Hence, also, everyone regards the moral laws as commands. And this, the moral laws, could not be if they did not connect a priori suitable consequences with their rules, and thus carry with them promises and threats. But this again they could not do if they did not reside in a necessary being as the supreme good, which alone can make such a purposive unity possible.
Yes. No, Mr. Landau?
Oh, yes. I think at the beginning of section 838.
Beginning of
838.
Yes.
There's a suggestion that if everyone acted according to the moral law, in other words, if there were a society in which not only one individual acted justly, but everyone acted justly, then there would be no possibility of your being treated unjustly. And so the demands of the gorgeous would be fulfilled, and morality in that sense, if there were a perfect society, would be self-rewarding. Now, if that is a possibility, then it would seem that the God and future life are no longer.
Yes, that is indeed. I'm quite happy that you bring that up. What would this be in theological language, but also in Kant's language? Yes.
Determinants. That's outside of our life. That's heaven. That can't be in our life.
City of God.
Yeah, no, the realm of God on earth. It would. Sure, that was exactly the point which later on was an objection of some people in the 19th century, as communists especially, but not only them, to some extent Hegel. I mean, the successors of Kant attacked him on the ground that he wanted to have a reward. The harmony, or for that matter, the punishment, the harmony which can reasonably be expected, which means acting justly and not suffering injustice, can be brought about by an improved social political life. And that is And Kant is very much concerned with these earthly conditions. Otherwise, he would not have written the perpetual peace and other things. But all the more urgent becomes the question, what kept Kant back from this seemingly obvious solution to the problem? What was it?
It's censure.
No, meaning censorship. No, it will not suffice. That is one of the most difficult questions in the case of most of the writers of the not quite orthodox writers of the 18th century. One can, of course, say, when confronted with such difficulties, at least consider that they might keep something up their sleeves, but not in the case of Kant, because his morality his moral principles would exclude it. And we will come to that. No, that is true. We will see that. And that is a very, Kant is very much alive to the morally questionable character of saying things which one does not believe. Much more than Plato or Socrates. Why do you laugh? Can you explain to us your laughing? I mean, I don't criticize it, but I would like to learn something.
Because usually we think of saying something that you don't believe as being, in some sense, immoral.
Who says something which he doesn't believe? Yeah, but look what Plato does. It's the noble lie. Or Socrates, is the Republic. He says, and he is worse even. Not only does he commit a noble lie, he asks and urges any founders of this perfect city to use a noble lie.
But
Well, I mean, what is so exhilarating? That I would like to know. That Kant should be more moralistic than Plato or Socrates? Is that the point? Or what do you think?
I guess.
That's it?
I don't think that he is more moralistic, because in common discourse, lying is considered immoral. And then we talk one of the founders about morality, is lying.
But may I tell you, as a matter of fact, that Kant explicitly taught that lying is universally evil. He was even wondering whether such little lies like "your humble servant" at the end of the letter might not be morally bad. I believe he admitted the letter. He was not too. But in other points it goes very far, very far. For example, revolutions against risings against a beastly tyrant, strictly forbidden, as the Germans say, streng verboten. Why? Because you cannot make a rising without conspiring, unless you are a complete loner, and then that won't work. And so you must conspire, but conspire means, of course, to lie. Someone asks you, why do you talk to this fellow all the time? Bridge. And then you say, they're playing bridge. Lie. So far does it go in the case of Kant. It is very remarkable and a kind of comment that when we discuss such questions, we must laugh. That is part of the problem. There is something wicked in us that we enjoy talking, at least some immoralities, when talked about. Yeah? I mean, for example, murder would not cause such an exhilaration, I think.
Playboy of the Western world. Playboy of the Western world. By Satan.
What is the play?
There's a play called Playboy of the Western
Oh,
world.
I don't know. And what is this play about?
Well, it's a comedy about a man who's killed his father. And the people
talks about it, and they think it's wonderful, but then when they see it, they think it's terrible.
But was this murder of his father by any chance an intellectual?
It didn't really happen, but he thought it did, and they thought it did.
I say, because they might have laughed about the intellectual as intellectual, and regardless of what he was doing.
Well, yeah, they laughed about it when they only heard about it. Then they saw it, and then they didn't think it was funny anymore.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I'm glad to hear
Yes. What I think the occasion of the laughter is it's the Cyropedia Book 1 end. And we agree with Kant, and when you remind us what Socrates did, our reaction is that of Cyrus when he said, "Oh, but you can do these things." Kant brings us up as nobly as a Persian.
Only those who have read the education of Cyrus can follow Mr. Rankin. Can you state that?
Well, Cyrus had been brought up as a good Persian boy. Thou shalt not kill, steal, never tell fibs, play no tricks. And then Papa took him out to go hunting across the frontiers. And told of
I think there was a boar.
Yes,
a boar.
And pointed out to him that, all right, you're a big boy now, you use your wits. I said, I don't know how, but you know all about it. Didn't we teach you how to hunt and deceive animals? And Cyrus laughed.
In other words, that this double morality, that in war he may cheat. Yeah, and the laughing is, of course, the same phenomenon which we have here. Some hidden assent to such terrible things.
The laughter can also be a form of a higher comedy, like the idea that someone who lies might indeed be more moral than someone who doesn't.
Yes, there are such cases. I mean, you would surely, but Kant denies that. Kant denies that. He has to engage into a casuistry which is not free from difficulties. We come to that when we read the smaller writings of Kant.
There does seem to have been a historical incident when Kant was called before the king for his theological writings and required not to publish anything further of a similar nature.
Yeah, that was easy. Then he didn't say anything, and that is not lying. That was Kant's.
But that's not speaking the truth either.
Yeah, that is the distinction which Kant makes. If you don't say anything, then you do not lie. But you can say that is a very subtle thing,
yes.
And sure. Good. Now, is there any other point regarding this matter? So we have already seen. Yeah, let us see, in order to understand Kant's argument a bit better, on page 841, the first paragraph.
Happiness or thus without a God.
No, happiness.
Happiness, taken by itself, is, for our reason, far from being the complete good. Reason does not approve happiness, however inclination may desire it, except insofar as it is united with worthiness to be happy, that is, with moral conduct. Morality, taken by itself, and with it the mere worthiness to be happy, is also far from being the complete good. To make the good complete, he who behaves in such a manner as not to be unworthy of happiness must be able to hope that he will participate in happiness. Even the reason that is free from all private purposes, should it put itself in the place of a being that had to distribute all happiness to others, cannot judge otherwise. For in the practical idea, both elements are essentially connected, though in such a manner that it is the moral disposition which conditions and makes possible the participation in happiness, and not conversely the prospect of happiness that makes possible the moral disposition.
That is crucial, of course, and that is a clearer statement than we found before. So, if the motivation is as it seemed to appear from an earlier statement, that morality has no force unless I can be assured of a reward. Then I act immoral. But the moral, I must wish for God and future life from morality, as it were not thinking so much of my future reward, but of the future reward of other people. Yes. Pardon?
The "Thy kingdom come" command.
Yes. Now let us see. And Kant tries to show in the sequel on page 842 following that the moral theology, i.e. theology which follows from the demands of morality, as distinguished from a physical theology, a theology based on the observation of order in nature, that only a moral theology can lead to the God as one most perfect and intelligent original being. Whereas theoretical reasoning would never lead, in no case, even if it were to lead to God, would not lead to one God and would not lead to a reasonable God. Here's one point which is quite remarkable on page 843, that there must be one highest God, one highest will. For how could...
Under different wills, should we find complete unity of ends?
Yeah, but there is a question. If these gods were all of superhuman rationality, why should they not?
They'd have a perpetual peace treaty.
Treaty would not be necessary. A complete philia, complete friendship among them. No, so deeply is Kant indebted under the spell of the biblical tradition. There is another sign of that. No, first of all, on page, towards the bottom of page 844, where Kant says very simply and strong, but the highest purposes are those of morality. That admits of no question. Kant will state this in more detailed form, and in a very powerful and appealing form at the beginning of the foundation of the Metaphysics of Morals. Then we have a point which is quite interesting in an author like Kant, on page 845, towards the end of the page, when he speaks of
a greater preoccupation.
When he speaks of the history of human reason.
Accordingly, we find in the history of human reason that until the moral concepts were sufficiently purified and determined, and until the systematic unity of their ends was understood in accordance with these concepts and from necessary principles, the knowledge of nature, and even a quite considerable development of reason in many other sciences, could give rise only to crude and incoherent concepts of the deity, or, as sometimes happened, resulted in an astonishing indifference in regard to all such matters.
So in other words, the cultivation of reason, of theoretical reason, did not have any serious effect on men's notions of law. But cultivation of the morality did. Yes?
A greater preoccupation with moral ideas, which was rendered necessary by the extraordinarily pure moral law of our religion, made reason more acutely aware of its object through the interest which it was compelled to take in it.
Yes. What is our religion? Excuse me. Excuse this seemingly improper question. But there are authors where one never knows what they mean by we or our. What is it? In Kant?
Christianity.
It can be not the slightest doubt. Sure. But it is very rare. I do not have a concordance of Kant. I think there is none in existence. It would be interesting to see whether Kant, apart from his writing on religion, speaks of our religion. It's very rare, I think. I notice it only. Yes. Now, at the end of in the last paragraph of this section, he makes clear there is no deduction of the moral laws from the moral theology possible, of course, because the moral laws logically precede the moral theology. Now, towards the end, on page 847.
So far then,
Yes.
as practical reason has the right to serve as our guide, we shall not look upon actions as obligatory because they are the commands of God, but shall regard them as divine commands because we have an inward obligation to them.
So, in other words, there are no divine commands. We cannot regard any commands as divine except the moral laws. Yes?
We shall study freedom according to the purposive unity that is determined in accordance with the principles of reason, and shall believe ourselves to be acting in conformity with the divine will, insofar only as we hold sacred the moral law which reason teaches us from the nature of the actions themselves. And we shall believe that we can serve that will only by furthering what is best in the world, alike in ourselves and in others.
Let us stop here. Now, this is Kant's last word about religion. Religion consists in regarding the moral laws, and of course in obeying the moral laws as divine commands. There are no duties toward God distinguished from the duties toward ourselves and others. So how does it, that's best, how does it, the last sentence you read? The best in the world. The best, we can also say the best of the world. I mean, we have to make the world as good as possible. God does not need us in any way. There is no place for prayer and other acts of worship before them. In other words, there are no duties toward God different from our duties toward men. Where if you look what has happened in theology and in religious practice in many parts of the Western world, you know that here you have one of the sources of that. Now we come then to the last section, which is the striking thing about it is that Kant distinguishes here three kinds of faith. Pragmatic faith, say the faith which a physician has, that this is the treatment for this particular disease. He cannot know perhaps, but the best he is willing to risk his reputation and what have you, not only the life of the patient, but so he's sure of that. And doctrinal faith, and for example, Kant has a doctrinal faith that there are human beings on some other planet. He doesn't know, but it seems highly probable to him, and he would invest all the savings, if any, which he had, in making possible an expedition to another planet. But and then moral faith based on morality. There is nothing said about religious faith here. That is quite interesting.
Well, 854, we must admit that the doctrine of the existence of God belongs to doctrinal belief.
On which page?
854.
Yeah, but
which is not covenant loyalty, but it's a sort of religious question.
that is true. Yeah, but not in the sense in which we have the example which he gave before was that about life on other planets. Yeah. All right, read this. What you began to read. Now we must confess
that the doctrine of the existence of God belongs to doctrinal belief. For as regards theoretical knowledge of the world, I can cite nothing which necessarily presupposes this thought as the condition of my explanations of the appearances exhibited by the world, but rather am bound so to employ my reason as if everything were mere nature. Purposive unity is, however, so important a condition of the application of reason to nature that I cannot ignore it, especially as experience supplies me so richly with examples of it. But I know no other condition under which this unity can supply me with guidance in the investigation of nature, save only the postulate that a supreme intelligence has ordered all things in accordance with the wisest ends.
Yes, and then read on page 855 bottom.
But the merely doctrinal belief is somewhat lacking in stability. We often lose hold of it owing to the speculative difficulties which we encounter, although in the end we always inevitably return to it.
Yeah, but the final discussion of this problem of the teleology of nature, is it possible to give an account of living beings without assuming theology, is found in the critique of judgment. And this is not, and now read the next sentence.
It is quite otherwise with moral belief.
Yeah. So what I meant, I qualify my statement. You call this religious belief. You may.
Natural theology.
You may, but Kant doesn't call it. But any religious belief, as surely Kant does not explicitly speak of religious belief here. It's essential. That is
not business.
Yeah. So we leave it at that. Perhaps we come back to. So that we turn today to Kant's moral doctrine. And we have discussed insufficiently, but sufficiently for our present purpose, I hope, Kant's theoretical philosophy. Now, I would like to summarize the result first, so that we don't forget it when we turn to Kant's moral teaching. Now, in order to understand Kant's theoretical doctrine, as presented especially in the Critique of Pure Reason, we must consider pre-Kantian rationalism in order to understand the change effected by Kant. Now, I take as an example Spinoza's Critique of Miracles in the Theological Political Treatise. Now, when we analyze Spinoza's argument, we discern a twofold argument. First, miracles are impossible. Second, miracles are unknowable. These are two different propositions. Roughly, regarding the second point, Spinoza's argument is for the fact that we do not know a natural cause of a given event does not prove that there is not a natural cause to be discovered in the future. This is also not sufficient for Spinoza's purpose, as one could show, and therefore it is supplemented by another argument, namely, the biblical miracles are not events of which we know directly, but we know of them only through reports are these reports trustworthy? Have the observations been made by trained observers or by simple people without such training, etc.? Now, let us discuss first the first point, the impossibility of miracles. This is presented by Spinoza in the theological treatise as derivative from a certain theological thesis, namely that the intellect of God and the will of God are identical. This is, as Spinoza presented, a wholly arbitrary premise. Ultimately, this would lead back to the argument presented in Spinoza's Ethics, and especially in the definitions occurring at the beginning of the Ethics. There, Spinoza gives some definitions, for example, of substance, accident, and so on, which are modifications of the traditional definitions. No reasoning is given why these definitions should be superior to the traditional ones. These definitions are unevident, arbitrary, one can say. But they are not meant to be arbitrary. They derive their evidence from the purpose which they serve, namely how to give a clear and distinct account of the whole. In present-day language, how to give a scientific account of the whole. It is presupposed, as already in Descartes, that the clear and distinct account is identical with the true account. But this is a questionable assertion. For it would mean that what is not clearly and distinctly known or knowable is not. But why should this be? It would be a great convenience if it were, but this is not a good enough reason. And Spinoza expresses the whole position in one simple proposition occurring in the second book of the Ethics. Quote, we possess adequate knowledge of the essence of God, which no theologian would ever, and also non-theologian would ever have granted. But if we possess adequate knowledge of the ground of everything, then there is no question that we can get adequate knowledge, clear and distinct knowledge of everything. Now, so this is the proof of the impossibility of miracles rests on very questionable foundations. What about the proof of the unknowability of miracles? This has a certain plausibility because it is simply guided by the spirit of empirical causal explanation. And with this openness that, well, if we can't give a causal explanation of a given event, that doesn't settle the issue because there may be such an explanation in the future with the progress of science. But this has one drawback. There might be miracles, although we would never know them. This seems to protect the sphere of man completely against any possible miracles, because we can never know them. But this, and in other words, this corresponds to Kant's distinction, the world of experience, of possible experience, and the world of the thing in itself, of which we can have no knowledge. But there is one difficulty here. Could the world in itself not be accessible on the basis of faith? And then, of course, miracles would be not knowable, but believable. Now, let us turn now to Kant. Kant takes it for granted that miracles are unknowable. We cannot possibly experience a breach in the natural laws. So this is set. But this reasoning, which disposes of the miracles, disposes at the same time of freedom. Spinoza knew that, and he liked it. But Kant is very dissatisfied with this state of affairs. So Kant's problem can therefore be stated as follows. How can one assert freedom without letting in miracles again? And that is a problem which Kant has to solve, and which he solves fundamentally by his moral theology. A moral world subject to a law of its own, the moral law, which also excludes miracles. There are two different laws, the laws of nature and the laws of freedom. And they, between them, make miracles impossible. For example, if miracles have something to do, presumably, with divine grace, undeserved happiness, let us say in Kantian terms. There cannot be, there must not be any undeserved happiness. And therefore, in other words, there is the twofold legislation makes impossible any miracles. Yes?
Why does a miracle need to be unwarranted happiness? I mean, could not a man have been so good as to merit a miracle?
No, then he would get what he deserves. There would be a non-miraculous assignment of the happiness which he deserves after life. There would be no. There are no exceptions to any rules, either to the moral laws or the laws of distribution of happiness, and to the natural laws. So this, I think, is the peculiar position of Kant compared, say, with Spinoza. Now we will ask Mr. Schäfer to respond, unless there is anyone else who has a point regarding the things I just mentioned. Yes.
Well, one more question. Does this mean then that Kant says not only that miracles are unknowable, but that they are impossible?
Yes, they are, because, well, let me put it this way. Strictly speaking, he can only say, in the first place, they are unknowable. But the thing in itself is unknowable, hence miracles are possible. Yeah? But here at this point, there enters his moral theology. We have some access to the thing in itself, to the world in itself, but through our moral consciousness, which compels us to postulate the existence of God as a moral God, let us say. But then his God's morality would exclude the miracles. We cannot know this, but that is the only assertion which we can make with any foundation, and the foundation in this case being our moral consciousness. Could you open the window a bit? It's very hot, I think. Or could I could perhaps...
Let me push the chair forward.
Yeah. Now, if there is no question regarding this point, then we ask Mr. Schäfer. Mr. Schäfer, that was a clear paper, but some points I think you misunderstood. What you said at the beginning, the distinction of philosophy into logic, physics and ethics. You said this is originated by Kant. That is not true. Kant himself says that it is an ancient distinction. It goes back to Xenocrates. Did you ever hear the name? A pupil of Plato. So it's very old. What Kant tries to do is only to give a rationale for it. We can say a new rationale. That's the first one. Now, when he speaks then in the sequel of metaphysics of morals and metaphysics of nature, what does metaphysics here mean?
Well, it means the things that we know a priori, that is, without regard to experience, about these two branches of knowledge.
So metaphysics does no longer have here the meaning of which it had in the past. The metaphysics which Kant claims to have destroyed.
But what he makes as the first science is something different from metaphysics, the critique of reason.
The distinction which Kant himself makes is transcendent metaphysics of the past, and which is impossible according to him, and immanent metaphysics, a metaphysics within the sphere of reason. And this is then divided into the two parts, metaphysics of nature and metaphysics of morals. But the foundation for both of that is supplied by the critique of reason, critique of theoretical and of practical reason. Now, when you try to give an account of Kant's analysis of morality, you saw that this is very different from, let's say, the Aristotelian account, but I do not know whether you did not misrepresent Kant in this connection. When you spoke of what Kant says about a temperament, can you repeat what you said about it?
Well, I mentioned that qualities of temperament are gifts of nature, which may be extremely bad, and I also said that these are the provisions, as he said, the provisions of a stepmotherly nature, and therefore they appear not to be something for which a man is wholly responsible, since he started from a certain nature.
He's not in any way responsible. Yes, and what is it? I mean, and go.
Oh, well, I said that this would seem to point to another reason for attributing moral character to the quality of a will alone, in that it is only this faculty for which a man can be held responsible without regard to the working of nature, and therefore only this law can be universally binding on all men, regardless of what kind of temperaments they were provided with by nature.
Yes. And what then could be the difference between him and Aristotle? At least what you have in mind now, that for Aristotle, the gifts of nature to some and the withholding from others somehow forms part of our judgment of the man.
And also Aristotle seems to lay a greater possibility of the education, of the formation of what was given by nature, in order that the affections can be directed in a certain way by education, and that a man can be led.
Yeah, that cannot. I can see that Kant, especially in the section which you have read, makes the impression of doing that, but this is not quite sufficient. But it is. I see now it's now a bit clearer to me what you meant than before. Now, and as to this key point which Kant makes and will make more fully in the sequel, the universality of the maxims. What does he mean by it? Take the example of lying. I find it in a given situation more convenient to lie. And how do I find out that this is a wrong judgment, according to Kant?
Well, he says that the grounds of prudence must be clearly distinguished from those of morality, and that what I must ask is whether it would be all right if other people, also finding excuses in particular circumstances, broke the law against lying.
Yeah, but in the first place, when Kant speaks of prudence, he does not mean what Aristotle means by prudence or practical reasoning.
Yeah.
He means only calculation. Without is wholly amoral, whereas in Aristotle, prudence is essentially moral. Good. Yeah, but I mentioned earlier in this course the doctrine of Rousseau regarding the general will. I have my particular will. I took the example, I don't wish to pay taxes. And how does this desire look when I try to give it the form of a law, the general law? And then it would mean no one should pay any taxes. And then I see that my desire is irrational. I generalize my will. Now, Kant makes this more radical. He doesn't speak of generalization, but of universalization. Because it is not merely the community to which I belong or of which I'm a member, and where in the assembly of which I vote, but all rational beings. And it is not the particular will or the particularly willed object, but the maxim. Now, what is a maxim?
A maxim is as distinguished from a formal principle, is a law about some specific kind of practice, like lying.
Maxim is not a law in itself. A maxim is a general rule which I choose and on which I act. For example, I make it my rule to live as conveniently as possible. That's my maxim. Men may live on that maxim. Maxim comes from the Latin maxima, namely the first premise of a syllogism. Yeah? Yep. The major, under which I subsume then a minor premise, and then I get a conclusion. So we all have such, we act, whether we make it clear to ourselves or not, we always act on maxims. And these maxims may change on which we act. But in the case of every maxim on which I act, I must make clear to myself, I must test it by universalizing it in the following manner. Not only must I say that everyone else ought to act, or who shall act on this maxim, but everyone else is under the law to act on that presupposition. Then I must see whether this can still make sense. Now, how would it work in the case of lying? I mean, I, in a given case, find lying convenient. And what do I do now?
Well, I have to consider whether, convenience aside, it could be possibly a rational law for everyone to break his promises, to lie. And then I see that.
How would this testing proceed?
Well, one imagines what would happen if everybody lied, and one sees that.
Not everybody lied. That everybody is morally obliged to lie. Is such a word possible?
And he would say no, because if everyone were morally obliged.
In other words, everyone is always under a moral obligation to say the truth, or at least not to lie. That is a test. And this test by itself decides on whether my maxim is moral or not.
Is it, what I said in my paper, is it fair to say that a maxim is the ground upon which a person justifies his action? In other words...
You can say that, yeah, but the point is that the maxim is as such not a law, but the maxim is that on which I act, or habitually act, or act in this particular case. And the maxim is to be tested by its ability to become a universal law. And therefore, according to Kant, we do not need any other consideration, any experience, but merely is this test in order to know what is moral and what is not. Yes?
Well, in this case of lying, the universal law becomes everyone is under the obligation to lie.
Pardon?
The universal law in this case, the draft test, is it reasonable, is it possible to have a law that everyone is under the obligation?
No, at least is permitted to lie, all right.
Well, but then
whenever he sees fit. Yeah.
How do we test this if not by experience? We have to say that, well, my judgment would be that such a situation would be undesirable, and hence.
No, Kant says more. It would be impossible. It would be we would contradict ourselves. Now let us see how Kant proceeds. Because what we find in the first section is only a preparatory to the more detailed discussion in the second section. So, now let us then turn first to the preface of the foundation of the Metaphysics of Morals. Now, Kant starts from the traditional distinction between logic, physics, and ethics. This post-Platonic distinction. And yet Kant reinterprets it. Now, how does this look like? Let us turn, and Mr. Langen, you have it, yeah?
Yes.
Let us read the first paragraph first.
Ancient Greek philosophy was divided into three sciences: physics, ethics, and logic. This division conforms perfectly to the nature of the subject, and one can improve on it perhaps only by supplying its principle, in order both to ensure its exhaustiveness and to define correctly the necessary subdivisions.
Yes. Now this is what Kant and modern thinkers generally try to do, to be, quote, systematic. I mean, to deduce these, for example, this distinction from a higher principle. Just as if you look at Aristotle's ethics, you find there a number of virtues. And Aristotle does not indicate the principle underlying this division. Modern men would, and not only modern men, would want to have a principle which makes it clear that there are these and these and no other virtues. Now, a little bit later, skip the next two paragraphs.
All philosophy, so far as it is based on experience, may be called empirical, but so far as it presents its doctrines solely on the basis of a priori principles, it may be called pure philosophy.
You see here, Kant uses here philosophy and science synonymously. And even, yes.
The latter, pure philosophy, when merely formal, is logic. When limited to definite objects of understanding, it is metaphysics. In this way, there arises the idea of a twofold metaphysics, a metaphysics of nature and a metaphysics of morals. Physics, therefore, will have an empirical and also a rational part.
The rational part being the metaphysics of nature. Yes.
Metaphysics of nature. And ethics likewise. In ethics, however, the empirical part may be called more specifically practical anthropology, the rational part morals proper.
So practical anthropology, that would be, at least a very important part of it, would be the art of how to influence men. How is the title?
Influence and influence people.
Yes. That is not morality, but practical anthropology in Kant's sense. Good. So Kant indeed tells us here the place of the metaphysics of morals, with which he will deal here, compared with the other parts of philosophy, especially of pure philosophy. And now let us skip the next paragraph and read the following.
Since my purpose here is directed to moral philosophy, I narrow the proposed question to this.
We can also say to metaphysics of morals. Yeah? Yes.
is it not of the utmost necessity to construct a pure moral philosophy, which is completely freed from everything which may be only empirical and thus belong to anthropology?
Anthropology in the wide sense, where it would include what we now call psychology, sociology, and what have you. Yes.
That there must be such a philosophy is self-evident from the common idea of duty and moral laws.
Here. Very few people today would regard this as self-evident. So now, why is it so evident? Let us listen to the sequel.
Everyone must admit that a law, if it is to hold morally, i.e., as a ground of obligation, must imply absolute necessity. He must admit that the command, "Thou shalt not lie," does not apply to man only, as if other rational beings had no need to observe it. The same is true for all other moral laws, properly so called. He must concede that the ground of obligation here must not be sought in the nature of man or in the circumstances in which he is placed, but sought a priori, solely in the concepts of pure reason, and that every other precept which rests in principles of mere experience, even a precept which is in certain respects universal, so far as it leans at the least on empirical grounds, perhaps only in regard to the motive involved, may be called a practical rule, but never a moral law.
Why is it then so evident that there must be such a pure moral philosophy without any empirical basis? The experience, the empiric on which ethics could be based is, of course, experience of man, or men, of the nature of man. And that's the only experience of which one could reasonably think. Or if you add other animals, perhaps primates, that wouldn't change the situation a bit. Why is this insufficient? Why must morals be, the fundamental part of morals at any rate, be divorced from any consideration of the nature of man, from any empirical consideration?
It seems that when the way in which he uses nature of man would merely be what empirically men have done before, so there wouldn't be a consistent basis for action because they see themselves in different ways.
They seek.
And Kant's view of the nature of man, when he's speaking of it empirically, out there, he seems to be using nature as merely what men do. So that you have the problems of relativism.
He uses nature only as
what men do empirically.
Yeah, not only that. Kant goes beyond that. And here there is a reason implied, yes?
Well, as Hume, following Hume, he recognizes that from induction you can never get even the slightest necessity. But this necessity has to be something which is the condition of the induction, rather.
That is true, but that is correct. But there is a more specific reason, which he indicates here. Namely?
That were we to imagine other rational beings who aren't necessarily constructed with human nature, but are rational, they too would have to follow the laws, so that must be the premise in life.
And this is not merely a play of the imagination, but a necessity to think of such possible beings. Now, which is the most important case involved? God. So in other words, if morality were essentially related to human nature, then there would be no reason why our notions of justice, for example, could in any way be applied to God. Yes?
What makes it so evident that they should be? It would seem that they should be. In most cases, I would imagine, certainly in cases of the religions now present, there's a notion of the unfathomableness of God's mercy and of His justice.
Yeah, but still, is from Kant's point of view, that is not bearable. And the enlightened part of his readers, meaning those who were not simply were not believers in revealed religion, but rather deists, they would have granted this without question. Now, the point is this: while Kant destroys or claims to destroy speculative or theoretical theology, metaphysics, the possibility of God existing is for Kant essential and must never be disregarded. And therefore, this is a necessary idea of reason. And therefore, we have to consider this possibility of an amoral or transmoral God that must be present. And morality must be of such a character so as to include the application to God. And therefore, as Mr. Schäfer mentioned, the veracity of God demanded by Descartes in a famous passage must be is necessary. Yes. God must be moral in the sense, must be moral, in the sense in which we ought to be moral. That's to say, what we understand by God is that he is this holy being. And a holy being means a being which is perfectly just, perfectly moral, let me say. Of man we cannot say that. We have no reason to assume that any man is holy, is perfectly just. But we know that we ought to be perfectly just. So in other words, the biblical notion that God's ways are not our ways and our moral notions are in no way applicable to God in any specific point, that is excluded by that. That is excluded. Yes. Let us read the sequel, Mr. Rankin.
Thus, not only are moral laws, together with their principles, essentially different from all practical knowledge in which there is anything empirical, but all moral philosophy rests solely on its pure part. Applied to man, it borrows nothing from knowledge of him, anthropology, but gives him, as a rational being, a priori laws. No doubt these laws require a power of judgment sharpened by experience, partly in order to decide in what cases they apply, and partly to procure for them an access to man's will and an impetus to their practice. For man is affected by so many inclinations that, though he is capable of the idea of a practical, pure reason, he is not so easily able to make it concretely effective in the conduct of his life.
So in other words, this is mentioned here in passing, we still need power of judgment in order to apply the moral laws properly. Now what does this mean? For example, I know that I ought not to lie under any circumstances. That I ought never to say anything which is not true. Of course, I must know the truth. I mean, if I say what is objectively a falsehood, but believing it to be true, then I do not lie. This is understood? This doesn't cause any difficulty as far as Kant is concerned. But there are other points. I gave you the example. If I say yours sincerely, and I am not yours sincerely at all, then I need some judgment in order to see, is it worthwhile to say he was insincere, or is it not one of these petty things which are rightly disregarded? So we still need judgment, but the main point, the law itself, is wholly independent of any empirical, of any experience, and inclusive human experience. Yes. Now, yes. Next paragraph, please.
A metaphysics of morals is therefore indispensable, not merely because of motives to speculate on the source of the a priori practical principles which lie in our reason.
So in other words, not only because we as theoretical men wish to have a complete survey of all a priori knowledge which we possess, which is a legitimate concern for Kant, but this is not the sole reason, and not the most important reason.
But also because morals themselves remain subject to all kinds of corruption, so long as the guide and supreme norm for their correct estimation is lacking. Or it is not sufficient to that which should be morally good, that it conform to the law. It must be done for the sake of the law.
And let us stop here. This is a distinction which developed means a distinction between legality and morality, and which is crucial for Kant. And now, an action which is legal according to the moral law is not for this reason moral, because it may not have been chosen for the sake of the moral law. For example, I may refrain from lying because I find it much too troublesome to lie again and again in order to support my first lie. This is then I act legally, but I do not act morally, because I do not act for the sake of the law. Yes. And go on.
Otherwise, the conformity is merely contingent and spurious, because though the unmoral ground may indeed now and then produce lawful actions, more often it brings forth unlawful ones.
In other words, this desire for convenience, which induces me not to lie, will also induce me to refrain from inconvenient duty. No? Isn't that so? Therefore, it is not a good reason and a good maxim. I follow my convenience above everything else.
But the moral law can be found in its purity and genuineness, which is the central concern in the practical, nowhere else than in a pure philosophy. Therefore, this, i.e. metaphysics, must lead the way, and without it there can be no moral philosophy. Philosophy which mixes pure principles with empirical ones does not deserve the name. For what distinguishes philosophy from common rational knowledge is its treatment in separate sciences of what is confusedly comprehended in such knowledge. Much less does it deserve the name of moral philosophy, since by this confusion it spoils the purity of morals themselves and works contrary to its own end.
So in the secret, we cannot read everything. Kant speaks here in the following paragraph of the pure will, just as he speaks of pure thinking. Now, pure will is a will determined by the a priori moral law, and pure thinking is a priori thinking. Yes. Let us then turn to the paragraph after that, the beginning.
That in general, practical philosophy?
Now, in the intention to publish in the future.
As a preliminary to a metaphysics of morals, which I intend someday to publish, I issue these foundations. There is, to be sure, no other foundation for such a metaphysics than a critical examination of a pure practical reason, just as there is no other foundation for metaphysics than the already published critical examination of the pure speculative reason.
The latter is, of course, a critique of pure reason. Kant later on changed this. So this book here, The Foundation of Metaphysics of Morals, is a provisional statement, the full statement of which would be a critique of pure practical reason, as he calls it. But a critique of pure practical reason, Kant says here, is not so terribly important. So Kant does not promise that he will write a critique of pure practical reason. He did write and publish it a few years later, but in this aspect he changed his mind. And so the plan would be the critique of pure reason, i.e. pure speculative reason, followed by a work, Metaphysics of Nature, which Kant published. And then the foundation of the Metaphysics of Morals, followed later by a Metaphysics of Morals, which he also wrote and published. Kant changed his mind as to the necessity of a much more extensive foundational consideration, and wrote therefore later, after this work, the critique of practical reason. Yes.
Well, you described this as provisional. I think at the end of the critique, he suggests that on the basis of what has been laid down there, he can be confident that the principles from which he derives from the critique, in both morals and physics, are things which he can be confident of. And must we really say that these are provisional in the sense that he would not have the same confidence about them that he had about the critique of pure reason?
No. And then I see. I must have expressed myself wrongly. It is. I correct it now to make it more clear. What Kant seems to say is this: the foundation of the principles of morals to the metaphysics of morals, equal to critique of pure reason to the metaphysics of nature. But later on he changed his mind and replaced this, as it were, by the critique of practical reason. Is this clear?
Yeah, no, what I'm asking is this.
Sorry.
He seems to imply in the critique of pure reason that even without a separate critique of pure practical reason, he has shown enough that he can derive these principles, not merely principles stated here, not merely provisionally, but with confidence. In other words, there's a certain overlap between the critique of pure reason and
if we look at the finished works, one can say the procedure in this book is analytical, ascending from ordinary moral understanding to metaphysics. And by essence, the critique of practical reason, it is synthetic, as Kant calls it, meaning starting from the principles and deducing from them. And there are quite a few things which have been changed and improved in the later work. We, of course, limit ourselves entirely to this first statement. Good. Now, then let us turn to the first section. And Mr. Reingen.
Nothing in the world, indeed nothing even beyond the world, can possibly be conceived which could be called good without qualification, except a good will.
Well, let us stop here. Goodwill is more than underlined. In fat letters. Goodwill. Now this is how would we translate this into Aristotle, or for that matter into Plato?
The motives of a virtuous man.
Yeah, what corresponds is it to will in Aristotle?
In a way, there's the second part of the soul, that part which is I can't think of the word.
Repetitive?
No, not repetitive.
But what else? What else?
It's deliberation.
Yeah, but the thumos, the spirited part.
But what has the thumos to do with will? Thumos is the irascible part of the soul. And why should the will be as irascible and not also concupiscible?
Well, doesn't Aristotle say at the beginning of the Ethics that if the irascible part can be conjoined to the rational part of the soul, and can master the appetites in the same way that Kant says practical reason united with the will.
I think this would be, the Aristotelian equivalent would be proheiresy. Choice. Choice. Virtue is not a virtue, it's a virtue of preferring, of choosing. Arete proheiretike. There is no, that is very hard to say what would precisely correspond to will in Plato and Aristotle. But I'll read to you two passages which show show you the importance of this notion in pre-Kantian literature. The first is from Augustine's City of God, Book 14, Chapter 7. The man whose intention it is, whose firm resolve it is, to love God and to love the neighbor, not according to man, but according to God, as he loves also himself. This man is without any question, because of this love, said to be a man of goodwill. The man of goodwill is a man who loves God with all his heart and loves his neighbor like himself. Here it is, Augustine makes it perfectly clear what he understands by a man of goodwill. By Kant, this content is completely absent. Now I read to you a passage from Thomas Aquinas, Summa Contra Gentiles, Book 3, Chapter 116. Man is said to be good with a view to that he has a good will, i.e. not with a view to the fact that he has a good digestion, to take an extreme. A good will by which he actualizes whatever good is in him. A will, however, is good because of the fact that it wills the good, and especially the greatest good, which is the end. To the more than man wills this good, the more this man is good. But man wills to a higher degree that what he wills out of love than that which he wills out of fear. For what he wills only out of fear, that is said to be mixed with the involuntary. That's a reference to Aristotle. So, like for example, someone who throws his merchandise into the sea out of fear, and in order to save his life. He doesn't like to throw it away, but that's an evil. Hence, the love of the highest good, that's to say of God, makes man good to the highest degree. So that is fundamentally the same as what Augustine means. And here we see the great difference from Kant, because Kant's goodwill does not have this reference to love of God or love of the neighbor. Now let us turn to that famous pagan Aristotle to see the difference between him and Kant. And I read to you only one passage as the beginning of the Eudemian ethics, which is the less well known. I think I should. You are more nimble than I. Oh, thank you.
But less legible.
Eudemian. Good. Now I just read to you the beginning of the English translation. The man who at Delos set forth in the precinct of the god his own opinion, composed an inscription for the forecourt of the temple of Leto, in which he distinguished the good, the noble, and the blessed. His verses are: justice is the most noble, or the fairest. best is health. But to win whatever one desires is the pleasantest. In other words, the noble, the good, and the pleasant are three entirely different considerations. What is most pleasant is something radically different from what is best and also from what is fairest. But we do not allow that that man who made this poem, is right. For happiness is at once the fairest and the best and the most pleasant. Therefore, the man of goodwill, if we would apply this word to us, the man who chooses best would be the one who would choose that which is at the same time the most resplendent, fairest, the best, and the most pleasant, and that is happiness. Now, what does Kant do with the Aristotelian assertion, and which is fundamentally in agreement with the ethics, of course, with the Nicomachean ethics? Now, what does Kant do with that? Now, if we try to state Kant's assertion in the terms of Aristotle, one would say only the noble has to be considered. And the noble as noble does not in any way imply the good and the pleasant. And while the good and the pleasant are, of course, attractive to us by nature, they are of no interest as far as our true worth is concerned. Our true worth consisting only in our morality, i.e. in our choosing the noble as noble. But here I have already retranslated, as it were, Kant into the language of Aristotle, and whether something important of Kant has not been lost in that translation, we must see. Good. And now Kant gives here a survey of the various things which are not unqualifiedly good. Now, which are they? Now, read perhaps the beginning. We cannot read them all.
Intelligence, wit, judgment, and the other talents of the mind, however they may be named, or courage, resoluteness, and perseverance as qualities of temperament, are doubtless in many respects good and desirable, but they can become extremely bad and harmful if the will, which is to make use of these gifts of nature, and which in its special constitution is called character, is not good.
Does this make sense? Good. And now he shows this of other things. For example, the gifts of fortune, that they are not unqualifiedly good, which I believe, for example, power, wealth, and honor, even health, because they are all things which can be misused. The only thing which cannot be misused is a good will. Does it make sense? That everything else can be misused. For example, science can be misused. Philosophy can be misused. But there must be something which cannot possibly be misused. That is again not the language of Kant, but the language of Socrates or Plato. But we must ultimately arrive at something which cannot be misused. Remember the Gorgias at the beginning. Gorgias is a teacher of rhetoric. And there are people who say it is not wise to take lessons in rhetoric because then you or your son will become a shyster or some other form of a crook. And then Gorgias, who says with a proper indignation, which every man would have in such a situation, no, that may happen, but there is no necessity for it, just as a boxing teacher is not responsible if one of his pupils uses boxing for boxing his old father. I only teach him to box, but he must then, and I warn him even to box only legally. But what can I do? And Socrates and Plato imply then the art of boxing, or for that matter the art of rhetoric, is therefore in need of a higher art which controls these lower arts and gives them guidance. Now Kant has no place for such arts. The place of them is taken by the good will. So now we have seen, I hope you keep this in mind, the sentence which was just read to you. Read the next paragraph.
Some qualities seem to be conducive to this goodwill and can facilitate its action. But in spite of that, they have no intrinsic, unconditional worth. They rather presuppose a goodwill, which limits the high esteem which one otherwise rightly has for them, and prevents their being held to be absolutely good. Moderation in emotions and passions, self-control, and calm deliberation not only are good in many respects, but even seem to constitute a part of the inner worth of the person. But however unconditionally they were esteemed by the ancients, they are far from being good without qualification.
Again, here we hear Kant's explicit criticism of the ancients. The ancients unqualifiedly praise these character traits, and Kant says they do not deserve unqualified praise because they are in need of the goodwill, which means, in other words, the ancients were not sufficiently attentive to the goodwill. Yes?
For without the principle of a goodwill, they can become extremely bad.
And they're evil, one should translate.
Evil.
Yeah.
And the coolness of a villain makes him not only far more dangerous, but also more directly abominable in our eyes than he would have seemed without it.
Yes. Now, what does this mean? And especially this critique of the ancients. What would Aristotle say, or for that matter Plato, if he were called to question on this ground on which Kant does call it a question? What would he say?
That a moderate villain is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah. Well, because
the moderate man doesn't choose villainous objects.
In other words, Kant uses moderation in a very loose sense.
Yes.
Meaning a fellow who has the greatest self-control regarding, say, food, drink, and so on, in order to be able to execute a robbery at 3 o'clock on a very cold day, and there is no food and drink, and mustn't drink because then he would not have the sobriety required. Yeah? Good.
But courage seems to be less conjoined to that kind of necessity. I mean,
courage was mentioned before.
Yeah, no, I see. Isn't the courageous criminal possible in Aristotle's terms?
No. Why not? I mean, dogmatically, without going to the reasons. Because the virtues are inseparable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what that means is another matter. But this is
really... But that would, in the sense in which they are inseparable, that is the highest form of courage.
Only then would it be courage. Otherwise, it is a kind of sham courage. I mean, very well concealed, maybe, but it would not be genuine courage. Yeah. So, in other words, Kant arrives at his assertion that only the goodwill, by not understanding the virtues in the classical sense. He may have very good reasons for that, but they are not yet apparent. But when Kant speaks here of the virtues, among other things, which are not, and says of the virtues that they are not choiceworthy for their own sake, but all subject to the goodwill. Does he mention all the virtues? I mean, or at least all the most interesting and important virtues. Or is there any virtue which he fails to mention?
Sophie. Wisdom.
But he has mentioned in a way, reason and so. Justice. that is very interesting. Of justice, Kant does not say that it may be misused, because that we mean exactly by justice, that is that which would regulate all arts and other human pursuits. And so we can tentatively say the good will replaces justice in particular, or is most closely akin to justice. Now, what is justice? What is, nothing far-fetched and recondite, but what is justice according to the most obvious view stated by Aristotle in the 5th book when he speaks of justice in the most general meaning of the term?
Means rightness as a whole, acting as a right man.
Yeah, but what is then, how do we know, Aristotle is more specific.
Giving equal shares to equals.
No, that is special justice, not justice in general.
Giving everyone his due.
That is also the special justice. Well, obedience to the law. Of course, a law must be a decent law. This, of course, leads to a long story. But still, this primary and simple meaning that a just man is a law-abiding man can never be completely forgotten. Now, what does Kant do when he speaks of the good will? He will make clear very soon that the good will consists in obedience to the law. Of course, not to the law of the land, to the moral law, but it's still a law. So close is here the connection. Justice, we can say, the good will takes the base of justice. And I remind you here of a statement of Kant, an early statement, long before he wrote his famous book, when he said that Rousseau has brought him into right shape. And that's the conceded or imaginary superiority of the theoretical man. It disappears. And then when he speaks of what takes its place, of the philosophic pursuit, which takes the place of pure theory, he speaks there of the right of mankind, the right of humanity, which is, of course, would belong to the virtue of justice. Right. Justice, that is not an accident that Kant fails to mention justice. I would like to read to you a passage. There are many more, but for some reason I have this here. Rousseau's letter to d'Alembert on the theatre. He speaks then of the possibility that a man like Cicero would be a worthy subject of the theatre because of his decency, nobility, morality. But one should, on the other hand, the dramatic poet should not boost such a fellow like Catilina, a scoundrel of the first magnitude. And thus, granted that such a criminal like Catilina has a strong soul in armed fort, but he will not less be a detestable criminal, and should one give to the deeds of a robber the colors of the deeds of a hero, what is then the end of the morality of such a play, if it is not to encourage the Catilinas and to give to clever scoundrels the prize of public esteem that belongs rightfully only to good men? But such is the taste that one must flatter on the theatre, such are the manners of a learned or intellectual century. Knowledge, wit or spirit, courage alone have our admiration. And thou, sweet and modest virtue, thou remains always without honors. Here you have a similar distinction. Knowledge, wit, courage. We can also add the other qualities mentioned by Kant, opposed to virtue. Virtue is something radically different. Kant radicalizes that by not speaking of virtue here, but of the core of virtue, which is the good will. Yes. Now let us turn to the next paragraph.
The good will is not good because of what it effects or accomplishes, or because of its adequacy to achieve some proposed end.
Any proposed end.
Any proposed end. It is good only because of its willing, i.e., it is good of itself. And regarded for itself, it is to be esteemed incomparably higher than anything which could be brought about by it in favor of any inclination, or even of the sum total of all inclinations.
Yeah, all right, and now the next paragraph.
But there is something so strange in this idea of the absolute worth of the will alone, in which no account is taken of any use, that, notwithstanding the agreement even of common sense, the suspicion must arise that perhaps only high-flown fancy is its hidden basis, that we may have misunderstood the purpose of nature in its appointment of reason as the ruler of our will. We shall therefore examine this idea from this point of view.
Yes. So in other words, Kant grants that this assertion which he has made may sound fantastical to quite a few readers, and he will dispose of this thought. And he gives, in other words, he will prove that what he said about the goodwill being the only unqualifiedly good thing, he will prove that. And what is the character of the proof, Mr. Schäfer? You spoke of it, but you should repeat it.
The proof is based on the assumption that nature has given every body organs which are each best fitted for their respective purposes. And if we see that we have a practical reason which can influence the will, and yet it doesn't produce happiness as well as mere instinct would, then it must be that reason was designed to influence the will for some other purpose. And
so, in other words, Kant argues here on the basis of a teleology of nature. But what is the status of a teleology of nature according to Kant? The teleology of nature is, of course, a theoretical pursuit, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is not something that we can know.
So, in other words, Kant argues here popularly. Most of his readers would have granted that there is a wisdom of nature, and we must understand nature as operating for some good end. And that is not in any way a final demonstration from Kant's point of view. It only prepares it. And it's a preparatory argument. And as you stated, it is based on Rousseau to some extent.
Is this any more popular than the very fact that his system requires in the end God and a hereafter?
But then a proper foundation has been laid for that. That's a different story. And it is very important that the absoluteness of the goodwill, if we can use that word, is to be established independently of any belief in the existence of God. Now Kant proceeds then in this way in the following pages. He says, there is only one practical alternative for which man could have been destined by nature, apart from morality, and that is happiness. Now, look at men in general, including everyone himself. Do we need reason for making ourselves happy? Is reason in any way sufficient for making us happy? Happiness were the end of nature, she would have given us instinct as guidance, as it has given it to the brutes, and not reason, which makes us, forces us to choose, and therefore to make all kinds of mistakes, and of unavoidable mistakes, given the complexity of human situations. So happiness cannot be the end of man, the end meant by nature. And there is only one alternative, that reason has been given to men for the use of reason regardless of happiness. And the highest use of reason is moral reason. And therefore, this is the end intended by nature. Let us read the paragraph. Let us skip 2 paragraphs and then read the one to make this a bit more clear than I have done it. For since reason is not sufficiently fit,
is not, however, competent to guide the will safely with regard to its objects and the satisfaction of all our needs, which in part reason multiplies. And to this end, an innate instinct would have led with far more certainty. But reason is given to us as a practical faculty, i.e., one which is meant to have an influence in the will. As nature has elsewhere distributed capacities suitable to the functions they are to perform, reason's proper function must be to produce a will good in itself, and not one good merely as a means. For to the former, reason is absolutely essential. This will must indeed not be the sole and complete.
In other words, here could be no question of substituting instinct as preferable to reason, because instinct would never be capable of producing morality, moral goodness. Yes?
But not the sole and complete good, but the highest good, and the condition of all others, even of the desire for happiness. In this case, it is entirely compatible with the wisdom of nature that the cultivation of reason, which is required for the former unconditional purpose, at least in this life, restricts in many ways. Indeed, can reduce to less than nothing the achievement of the latter conditional purpose, happiness. For one perceives that nature here does not proceed unsuitably to its purpose, because reason, which recognizes its highest practical vocation in the establishment of a good will, is capable only of a contentment of its own kind, i.e., one that springs from the attainment of a purpose which is determined by reason, even though this injures the ends of inclination. We have then to develop the concept of a will which...
No, let us stop here for a moment. Let us stop here. So in other words, reason, practical reason, it does lead to a contentedness of its own kind, to a happiness of its own kind, which must not be mistaken for happiness in the ordinary sense. Here Kant for a moment comes very close to the older view. We must see how far and how deep this leads. Now, but this is only a provisional argument, as I said, in order to prepare, to familiarize the reader who at that time believed in that wisdom of nature, that precisely on this generally accepted basis, the view that man has been created for his happiness in this life is incompatible with the belief in teleology. Well, of course, today, in a very much changed situation, most people would grant that. And they draw the conclusion that if men want to be happy on earth, they have to take care of it themselves. Nature won't do it. On the contrary, by, in a way, resisting nature, rebelling against nature, is liberating oneself from the power of nature. This is the way to heaven. And here, at this point, the decisive argument begins, and at this point, we must stop today. So before we turn to the text of Kant and afterward to Miss Perkins's paper, I would like to indicate in an easily intelligible way what Kant's moral and political philosophy is about, by taking as examples phenomena with which you all are familiar. Now the key point which Kant makes, and which no one prior to Kant has made in the same way, is this, that moral philosophy or ethics must not be based on experience. The same applies to the principles of political philosophy. It must not be based on any consideration of human nature, at least in its fundamental part. Now this sounds very strange, and yet it affects all our lives today, especially in the Western countries. What does it mean? In the first place, experience is of no relevance, ultimately. It means that the past cannot tell us anything as to what can be done, should be done in the future, on what is possible in the future. If there are a priori principles of morals and politics, the possibility of acting in accordance with that morals and politics is guaranteed by the a priori law itself. Thou canst, for thou canst, for thou oughtst. There is no need for an additional proof of the possibility. Compare this with Plato or Aristotle. They describe or figure out a best social order. And they are compelled, according to their principles, to prove the possibility of this best order by referring to the nature of man. For Kant, that is not necessary. We will find specimens when we come to his more detailed writings. For Kant, that is not necessary. Now, but if you ask people who are not Kantians and who consider possibilities of human living together which have no basis in past experience, they would say, ultimately our basis is experience. For example, say psychology, that is assumed, teaches us something on the conditions under which aggressiveness emerges in individuals or groups. And on the basis of this empirical knowledge, we can plan a society without any aggressiveness. And so our project is based on experience and not on any a priori consideration. But there is only this difficulty. Let me take this simple example, say a society free from aggressiveness has of course never been actual, as it is admitted. And therefore we cannot possibly foresee what bad side effects this apparently very desirable goal might have. And there is the only way to guarantee the feasibility and the moral necessity is the way in which Kant is trying to do that. Whether the Kantian way is a good way is of course still an open question, but it has at least this great advantage compared with the other modern competitors in this respect. So this much about that. And I trust that this will arouse some interest in certain quarters which otherwise would not be interested in Kant. Now we have begun to study the foundation of the metaphysics of morals, and what Kant says there, especially in the first section, right at the beginning, about the good will, which is, as one might say, the core of morality. Or at least, more precisely, that in human actions, which alone can make these actions morally good. We are not morally good if we do the right things for the wrong reasons. For example, out of a calculation of our benefits, or in order to improve our image. We must do the right thing because it is right and for no other reason. We must choose to kalon, in Latin honestum, the decent or noble, because it is decent or noble and for no other reason. Now Kant is concerned with isolating this core of morality because he is concerned with the purity of morality, with distinguishing morality itself from the morally indifferent ingredients of our actions. Let us look at a passage. First of all, let us look up Kant at the beginning, the first section, third paragraph. Yeah, all right, read this paragraph.
The good will is not good because of what it effects or accomplishes, or because of its adequacy to achieve any proposed end. It is good only because of its willing, i.e., it is good of itself. And, regarded for itself, it is to be esteemed incomparably higher than anything which could be brought about by it in favor of any inclination, or even of the sum total of all inclinations, i.e. happiness. Even if it should happen that, by a particularly unfortunate fate, or by the niggardly provision of a stepmother nature, this will should be wholly lacking in power to accomplish its purpose.
Now, this is a key point. Yeah, listen, go on.
And if even the greatest effort should not avail it to achieve anything of its end, and if there remained only the good will, not as a mere wish, but as the summoning of all the means in our power, it would sparkle like a jewel in its own right, as something that had its full worth in itself. Usefulness or fruitlessness can neither diminish nor augment this worth. Its usefulness would be only its setting, as it were, so as to enable us to handle it more conveniently in commerce, or to attract the attention of those who are not yet connoisseurs, but not to recommend it to those who are experts, or to determine its worth.
Yeah, this point. Now let us compare this with the passage towards the end of the Nicomachean Ethics, 1178-23 following. Aristotle speaks here of the two lives, the practical or political and the theoretical life. And he says here, the theoretical life is a higher. And one reason why it is higher is because it needs much less of external equipment than the practical life. As far as the necessary things are concerned, say the minimum of food, both the theoretical man and the practical man need it equally. Although the political man has more to toil with his body. But this would make a great difference. But it makes a very great difference as far as the actions are concerned. For the liberal man needs money in order to do the liberal actions. And the just man needs money in order to return what he owes. For the intentions, the wills, we could say, are immanifest. And also the unjust people pretend that they will to act justly. But the key point is the wills are immanifest. What is manifest are only the deeds. And in order to do these deeds, you must have all kinds of means. You must have a healthy body and also money, of course. But the courageous man, for example, needs power, and the moderate man needs opportunities, temptations. For how otherwise could you know that he is moderate? And so on. So here this is, now let us, and Aristotle concludes therefore, because the moral man in the fullest sense, and that would be the man who acts politically on a large scale, is therefore inferior because of his dependence on these external things to the theoretical man. Now, it is usual to, and not unjust, not misleading, to call Aristotle's morality a gentleman's morality. Kant implicitly rejects the gentleman morality. He is that, and we will discuss it. What Kant does is in a way to grant to Aristotle what he says. Yes, if the morality depends so much on external goods, then it is a very questionable thing. But he does not, of course, face, here at least, the Aristotelian assertion that the mere wills remain immanifest. He faces it in another way. He says that wills will always be immanifest, because even the most honest man can never be sure that he acted out of morality and not for reason. So therefore this argument of Aristotle is not important. But let me now pursue another line. Kant, in contradistinction to Aristotle, is concerned with the morality of which every human being is capable. Rich or poor, healthy or sick, handsome or ugly. The defect of the gentleman morality led Aristotle to transcend the gentleman morality in the direction of the contemplative life. But the contemplative life is a preserve of a small minority of people who have special natural gifts. Kant seeks true worth, the worth of man, in something of which every human being is capable. To repeat the phrase from the Critique of Pure Reason, the multitude or the vulgar, which for us is most suspected, of which every human being is capable, regardless of whether he is intelligent or stupid. We can therefore say, as has often been said, that Kant's moral teaching is democratic, which doesn't mean that Kant is politically a democrat. That is only in a very true, only in a qualified sense. In the most important respect, all men are equal. Now let us contrast this with the equality teaching prior to Kant, especially that of men like Hobbes, Locke and Rousseau. They all also say all men are by nature equal in the most important respect. And they mean by it that men are equal regarding the fundamental desire for self-preservation. All men are equally recoiling from that. And they drew the further conclusion that since men are equal in this respect, they have also equally, each of them, the right to the means of self-preservation. And, which is even more important, everyone is equally the judge of the means of self-preservation. And Rousseau, in a way the most radical of the three, draws his conclusion that therefore everyone must remain the judge of the means of his self-preservation even when he has entered civil society. And that means he must be a member of the legislative body. You know, that's direct democracy, and he must, because the means, the distinction between the permitted or unpermitted means of self-preservation is identical with the law. Now, this view of his famous predecessors of Kant leads to the consequence that we must respect everyone's concern with his self-preservation and hence his legal rights. But the ultimate ground of this respect, of the fact that we must respect it, is my concern with my self-preservation, i.e. an amoral fact. It's amoral because we can't help but being concerned with our self-preservation. Another side of the same thing is one cannot respect a man because he is concerned with his self-preservation. We don't despise him for it, but we do not look up to him on this level. Even we cannot respect a man even for his lawful concern with his self-preservation, for this may be due to his calculation. He does not do it necessarily because it is right. That's a decisive point. Granted, self-preservation is the most important respect. Kant, for argument's sake. It is most important in the sense that it is most urgent, because we cannot do anything else unless we are alive. Under no circumstances is it the highest respect, and as is shown by the fact that we do not look up to people merely because they are alive or merely because they preserve their lives. And here is where Kant comes in. Kant builds the equality of men on the highest respect. The highest is the goodwill. And of this goodwill, every man is capable. This much as a reminder. Now we have then discussed last time the preliminary consideration of Kant at the beginning, which is based on the teleology of nature we have seen. Nature cannot have intended man's happiness, because this would have been guaranteed much better by instinct. And therefore, the only alternative, as matters stand, is that nature has intended man for morality, for the goodwill. Now then Kant goes on to give an analysis of the goodwill. And the point which he makes first is that the goodwill is a will determined only by duty. That's to say, by obedience to the moral law. The alternative to duty is inclination, in German Neigung. But this is, I do not know whether inclination is the best translation. In French I would say penchant and not inclination. But Kant also means what was traditionally called natural inclinations. But natural inclinations, like the inclination toward preservation of life. But he means also all, well, an English equivalent probably would be bent. Everything to which we...
Leanings?
Or leaning, yes. Yeah, leaning would even be better. Yeah. But in a wide sense, so that also the natural inclinations proper would be included. Now, let me see. This is the first point which Kant makes. The good will is determined only by duty. And the second point, an action from duty has its moral worth only in the maxim according to which it is chosen, not in the intended effect or the purpose. And then the third point, which he draws, is then, do you have that in your translation a little bit later? The third proposition, as a conclusion from the two preceding ones, I would express...
The third principle, as a consequence of the two preceding, I would express...
Proposition, not principle.
Proposition. As a consequence of the two preceding, I would express as follows. Duty is the necessity of an action executed from respect for law. I can certainly have a leaning to the object as an effect of the proposed action, but I can never have respect for it precisely because it is a mere effect and not an activity of a will. Similarly, I can have no respect for any leaning whatsoever, whether my own or that of another. In the former case, I can at most approve of it, and in the latter I can even love it, i.e., see it as favorable to my own advantage. But that which is connected with my will, merely as ground, and not as consequence, that which does not serve my leaning but overpowers it, or at least excludes it from being considered in making a choice. In a word, law itself can be an object of respect, and thus a command. Now, as an act from duty wholly excludes the influence of leanings, and therewith every object of the will, nothing remains which can determine the will objectively except the law, and nothing subjectively except pure respect for this practical law. This subjective element is the maxim that I ought to follow such a law even if it thwarts all my leanings.
Yes, in a note here, Kant calls respect a feeling which is wrought by ourselves, meaning not wrought by any other thing, say like a feeling of attraction which some cookie might have, or whatever else you take. Good. Now this, therefore, is a feeling of sui generis. It is, the respect we can say, is the proper response to the moral law. But there is one point which has not become clear, will be stated. Well, let us read this note.
A maxim is the subjective.
No, the next note.
It might be objected that I seek to take refuge in an obscure feeling behind the word respect, instead of clearly resolving the question with the concept of reason. But though respect is a feeling, it is not one received through any influence, but is self-wrought by a rational concept. Thus it differs specifically from all feelings of the former kind, which may be referred to inclination or fear. What I recognize directly as a law for myself, I recognize with respect, which means merely the consciousness of the submission of my will to a law, without the intervention of other influences on my mind. The direct determination of the will by the law, and the consciousness of this determination is respect. Thus, respect can be regarded as the effect of the law on the subject, and not as the cause of the law. Respect is proper.
So in other words, it is not that we have the feeling of respect, which then, as it were, projects something, which would be the object of respect. But the respect follows the law, and is a response to the law. Yes?
Is properly the conception of a worth which thwarts my self-love. Thus it is regarded as an object neither of inclination nor of fear, though it has something analogous to both. The only object of respect is the law, and indeed only the law which we impose on ourselves, and yet recognize as necessary in itself. As a law, we are subject to it without consulting self-love. As imposed on us by ourselves, it is a consequence of our will. In the former respect, it is analogous to fear, and in the latter, to inclination.
Now let us stop here. We impose the law on ourselves, a point which will be taken up by Kant more fully later. The autonomy in this strict sense. Man is autonomous if he imposes the law, the moral law, on himself. Now here we understand perhaps somewhat better what Kant means by this equality of all men. Men are equal in the most important respect, namely in the highest respect, and that clearly contradicts what Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau meant. What Kant says reminds of the equality of men before God. But there is this difference. In the biblical view, the law to which man is subject does not originate in man. It is a law of nature, divine, or whatever it may be, but man is not autonomous in the Kantian sense. Now let us read one more point. Yes, in the next paragraph, which begins, and which Kant raises a question which every reader must have felt necessary to raise at this point. What kind
of a law can that be, the conception of which must determine the will without reference to the expected result? Under this condition alone, the will can be called absolutely good without qualification. Since I have robbed the will of all impulses which could come to it from obedience to any law, nothing remains to serve as a principle of the will except universal conformity of its action to law as such. That is, I should never act in such a way that I could not also will that my maxim should be a universal law. Mere conformity to law as such.
So to lawfulness, to the form of law.
Conformity to law, to the full?
No, to the conformity to lawfulness.
Lawfulness.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Mere conformity to lawfulness without assuming any particular law applicable to certain actions serves
without assuming any law limited or directed towards specific actions. For example, it is not, say, a law like thou shalt not lie or so. The lawfulness in general. Yes?
Not assuming any law limited to certain actions, serves as the principle of the will, and it must serve as such a principle if duty is not to be a vain delusion and chimerical concept.
Let us stop here for a moment. Now, Kant has made clear that we act morally if we do not act with a view from an ulterior motive. That is easily intelligible. He says, furthermore, there must not be any end, merely the action itself is the end, as we may say for the time being. And therefore the question is, yeah, but what kind of law is that? And Kant gives here this provisional answer. It is, we have maxims, we always have maxims, whether we know them or not, but it is our duty to make them clear to ourselves. And then we have to will that my maxim, on which I habitually act, should be capable of becoming a universal law. The maxim should be able to comply with the demand for universal lawfulness, if one can express it this way. And if it is capable of that, then the maxim is morally good, otherwise it is morally bad. There is no law like thou shalt not lie, for example. The law is merely formal. You should also be able to will that your maxim should become a universal law. That's the first formulation. Kant will later on call it the categoric imperative. And the great question is, where do we get any determination of our action? In the traditional view, one would have said one must do the right thing in the right spirit. But the right spirit itself will not yet tell you what the right thing is. And Kant, as it were, says, no, the right spirit, properly understood, will also tell you what the right thing is. And that is a great difficulty which we have tried to understand. Kant gives a provisional example. Let us read that. But first read the end of the paragraph, which we...
The common reason of mankind in its practical judgments is in perfect agreement with this, and has this principle constantly in view. Let the question, for example, be, may I, when in distress, make a promise with the intention not to keep it? I easily distinguish the two meanings which the question can have, viz., whether it is prudent to make a false promise, or whether it conforms to my duty. Undoubtedly, the former can often be the case, though I do see clearly that it is not sufficient merely to escape from the present difficulty by this expedient, but that I must consider whether inconveniences much greater than the present one may not later spring from this lie. Even with all my supposed cunning, the consequences cannot be so easily foreseen. Loss of credit might be far more disadvantageous than the misfortune I now seek to avoid. And it is hard to tell whether it might not be more prudent to act.
Prudent in the amoral sense. As it is commonly used in English. Yeah.
To act according to a universal maxim, and to make it a habit not to promise anything without intending to fulfill it. But it is soon clear to me that such a maxim is based only on an apprehensive concern with consequences. To be truthful from duty, however, is an entirely different thing from being truthful out of fear of disadvantageous consequences. For in the former case, the concept of the action itself contains a law for me, while in the latter, I must first look about to see what results for me may be connected with it. For to deviate from the principle of duty is certainly bad, but to be unfaithful to my maxim of prudence can sometimes be very advantageous to me, though it is certainly safer to abide by it. The shortest but most infallible way to find the answer to the question as to whether a deceitful promise is consistent with duty is to ask myself, would I be content that my maxim of extricating myself from difficulty by a false promise should hold as a universal law for myself as well as for others? And could I say to myself that everyone may make a false promise when he is in difficulty from which he otherwise cannot escape? I immediately see that I could will the lie, but not a universal law to lie. For with such a law there would be no promises at all, inasmuch as it would be futile to make a pretense of my intention in regard to future actions to those who would not believe this pretense, or, if they over hastily did so, pay me back in my own coin. Thus, my maxim would necessarily destroy itself as soon as it was made a universal law.
What do you say about this reasoning of Kant? I mean, this illustration, this provisional illustration of what he means by the moral law. Many people, perhaps even most people, regard it as implausible what Kant says. And on what ground? I mean, what seems to be the reasoning of that man, or of Kant himself here, by which he convinces himself of the immorality of lying? Yes?
It has a practical or consequential result.
The word practical is really too vague here.
Well, it has a...
Experiential. Yeah, in other words, he brings, although it is meant to be a strictly moral reasoning, it seems to be an experiential or prudential reasoning.
Except it's a priori.
But does he not have to consider what lying does to men and to human society?
That may be how he learned the a priori, but he claims to understand in advance that there is a self-contradiction. It's like a mathematical proof which would show that there can't be a mapping without a fixed point. You can have things disconfirmed either by experience, which would be experiential, or by a proof in advance of this won't work. The concepts contain a contradiction, and he tries to show that the concept of universal breach of promise contains a contradiction, namely the term promise vanishes. And so if you don't have promises, you can't have lies. So it was the lie which contained the contradiction.
But then, as Hegel puts it, why do we want promises in the first place?
We didn't say that we wanted it. It's just that it's the lie. You see, the lie a part of the lie is that you want to be believed. To lie means to say what seems to be a promise, but not. So that the concept of lie contains that of promise, for the suckers to swallow it. And you universalize it, and you find that it won't wash.
In other words, only by regarding your case now as a very special case, as an exception from the general rule, can you lie?
Or some rather more general.
I mean, can you
draw distinctions? I say in a good cause. Would generally.
Yeah, no, but we stick to
but something has to be brought in.
So in other words, then the point would be this: that characteristic of immorality is that the immoral man regards himself, either generally or on any occasion, as exempted from the rules. And this ingredient of Kant is a crucial ingredient of Kant's moral thought, I suppose. Well, let me give you another example from Kant, which is shows the difficulty perhaps more clearly, and that is taken from Theory and Practice, from the first part, which is not translated in your edition. In the case, someone has a deposit in his hand whose owner is dead, and his heirs do not know anything, nor can they ever hear of the fact that he deposited this thing with that man. Present this case to a child of even 8 or 9 years old, and at the same time that the owner of the deposit, without his fault, has become the owner, actually the possessor of the deposit, is essentially the owner. The possessor of the deposit is now in this present moment in a very miserable state, and he sees a sad family depressed by need, his wife and children, and he could get out of these predicaments at once if he would appropriate that deposit. And at the same time, this man who is tempted by the investment is a nice man, let us say, to cut it a bit short, whereas the heirs are hard-hearted and at the same time in the highest degree luxurious and wasteful, so that it would be as good to throw the deposit into the ocean. And now the question arises, and we have the 8-9-year-old child. Can it be regarded under this condition as permitted that the man may use the deposit for his own benefit? And without any question, the child would reply, no. and instead of all reasons say only it is wrong, for it contradicts duty. Nothing is clearer than that. Now, what is the difficulty? This is, I think, another and more extreme case than the one which Kant gives here. Why do you laugh?
I think the child answered no because he identified with the profligate heirs. Heartily sick of him, that he's been having people like this virtuous possessor held up to him all his short life.
Yeah, but let us take this situation. Let's assume that the man who owns now or has this deposit in his possession is now badly in need of money, in order to undergo, so that his wife can undergo an operation. The wife is, without the operation, she will die, and the children will all be in a terrible situation, morally in a very bad situation. And then the 8-year-old child, very much attached to the mother, and in addition, of course, there is no physician around who would do the operation without no Medicare. What is it then so clear? So there is a certain difficulty then in Kant's statement. I didn't mean more than that at the moment. Now, Let us then, good. We leave it at this and now ask Miss Perkins to read her paper. Or Mrs. Charney. No, there is still a discussion. Yes.
Isn't that this difficulty you pointed out, isn't it then Kant's concept to some extent giving up on straightening out the mess and experience and just directing yourself towards if the world were perfect or if in an afterlife things worked out as they should, then act according to the laws which would make them work out. I mean, if you're acting on that principle, isn't it to some extent giving up on trying to straighten things out as they are?
What would amount to giving up?
For instance, the example you gave about the woman who really is going to die without the money, or let's say on Plato's example of if you have to return to a man what's due him, and he lends you firearms, and then he goes crazy and wants to kill himself, you give back the firearms.
But it's not Plato's argument of an entirely different character?
Well, isn't it?
Is it not? I mean, Kant would, of course, agree with Plato as a practical man. Yeah, but if we listen to the statement of the moral problem as we have it understood hitherto, and we can't do more at the time being, what is Plato's argument? Or Socrates' argument?
Well, isn't that you have to have a more profound understanding than just
of the situation,
yeah,
as we would say today. So in other words, the rule you must return deposits is only generally valid, not universally valid. But what is the ground for the qualification? Because the rule to return deposits is based on an assumption that this is a way in which you help your neighbor. Yeah? I mean, mutual loaning and so on. Yeah, helping a neighbor. And now, if in a given case, this action, return deposits, would mean harming your neighbor, then you would not do it. So in other words, the overall rule, which both lies at the bottom of the more specific rule and of the exception to the specific rule, would be a universal rule, would it not?
Then in the man who would like to embezzle the money, do you look for a more profound rule underlying the idea that you give money back to heirs? In other words, do you try to get a deeper understanding of why you would give money back to heirs, and then form a different rule as your universal rule?
Yes, but would it not, in other words, but then you are led first of all through an abyss of difficulties, namely, why is it a humane or benevolent action to give money to people who will make a very bad use of it? And you have first to go through this. That is what Plato does, fundamentally. Whereas Kant does not.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you don't undertake that responsibility to do that, aren't you saying to some extent, well, if we act reasonably on this earth, it doesn't necessarily bring people happiness because rational actions aren't in accord with the experiential world, but with some ideal world in the life beyond.
Yeah, but we have not yet heard of this. You know, Kant will bring in the future life, but at this stage of the argument, he has not yet referred to it. First is
I'm not quite clear on Kant's proof. We just read about lying. Was it because it would be contradictory to admit an exception?
It would be impossible to transform your maxim on which you habitually act into a law valid for all men, or for all rational beings,
Well, then why wouldn't it be just as valid to say all men should lie, and that in this instance, if I tell the truth, it would invalidate that maxim? Because by universal
Then there would no longer be, you would destroy competence, of course.
Well, then it rests on something other than self-contradiction.
Yeah, but that is a point usually made by the critics of Kant, that the experiential reasonings come in. But let me say at this time only this much. An experiential, even if there were such a thing as an experiential reasoning in these axioms we read and others which will occur in the second section, there would still be this difference, the minimum I would have to say, that the experiential reasoning is the ratio cognoscendi, and we translate it, but not the ratio obliganti, meaning we can recognize our duty by making such experiential considerations. Is this compatible with human living together or what have you? But we don't do it for the sake of living together, but for the sake of doing our duty. Because for the sake of living together, we might do very immoral things, right or wrong my country and all this kind of thing. Yeah? And whereas the morality is then only the ratio, the reason of obligation. Now, whether this is sufficient, we must see. No, there was, and then you, and then no.
I was just wondering whether Ms. Shavrin's point about the responsibility of considering the whole situation is actually contained in what kind of a maxim you want to state. For your universalize it, you have to be able to state the maxim.
Yes.
And of course, the maxim can be stated in very different ways. One might, and depending on how general the maxim is, the maxim can take into account more or less of the actual situation. In other words,
then it would not be a maxim if it is only a description of the action now intended.
I meant something. For instance, one man might say an act of the maxim of a particular act of stealing is don't steal, or something, and that one is universalizable. But someone else, and that prohibits all acts of stealing. But someone else might say steal from the rich to give to the poor. And that's a maxim too, and that could be universalizable, and he might want to act on that such that everyone might act on that maxim. Now this prohibits stealing, and this allows
Except that it is open to objections because of the indeterminate character of what poor and rich means.
But one could also say that about the more general one of stealing.
No, that doesn't suffer from indeterminacy because it forbids all stealing.
Well, the question there is whether one would want to define a particular act as stealing. In other words, if the man has, say, more than he uses, a la Locke, maybe he doesn't have a right to the particular property, so maybe it's not his property, and if stealing is defined as taking his property, then it's not his.
But then the question is, that the right way is then to question openly his right to the property before a court of law or whatever you might do, instead of stealing. Because stealing means, implies the admission that it is his property.
Well, I'm not too sure that really doesn't take into account the other ways of stating the maxim, in other words, stealing from the rich to give to the poor. Is it simply because that's not defined determinately that's not...
No, I mean, I think the point would be this, that it would not be... you would have to state it with, you surely would have to define what you understand by rich and by poor. If you mean by that starving people may steal in order not to starve. This is generally admitted, you know.
Well, that it's not, doesn't seem to be admitted by
It's a-
Kant, for example.
But Kant will surely admit that. You know, that's not, that is clear. That I mean, that is generally admitted, would also be admitted by Kant, because it is not. If you make this qualification, I mean, you know, is this theft? Does this constitute theft? If someone is really starving and sees their roll or whatever it is and takes away this roll and gulps it up.
Well, on the discussion we just had, it clearly is because it's his property, and on that basis he should go to court and challenge the man's right to the property.
No. Pardon? No, that is, he can, assuming that he is really starving in extremis, he can no longer wait until he gets the decision from the court. Now let us see until we come to the more detailed examples.
I think that there is a point available, but to go back, Kant himself distinguishes these transcendent order, which is sort of perpendicular to the chain of being, distinctions without a material difference. The maxim, Kant would have to concede, on which an identical action is taken, could be a very different maxim. And so the embezzling possessor might say, oh no, my maxim has nothing to do with embezzlement. My rule of living is always act so to increase the happiness of everyone I can in proportion as they are close to me. Could give a justification by, but I spread good around me. Charity begins at home.
Yes. Good. But
and I just try to maximize. And if everybody did this, we would have everybody tilling their garden and growing nothing but roses.
Yeah, but the problem is here that the charity begins not simply at home, but it trespasses on other people's ground. And then you would have to say, everyone is under law, under obligation to take care of the interest of his family, regardless of what happens to any other people. And then you would get into some difficulty.
No, and at this weighted average, the presupposition of this was that he was that the money was going to do a great deal more good at home than it would with the spendthrift heirs. If everybody simply puts things where they will do the most good,
but
then on the whole, people will be doing quite well. Maximum utilization of the economy.
But the question, of course, which you would have to face would be who is the judge. And Kant, as you know, says here that these questions can, in principle, be settled by everyone. And here, in the way in which you stated the difficulty that requires a very high degree of competence.
A computer.
Yeah, I see. But that is, of course, that would be incompatible with the autonomy if we leave the moral decisions to computers. What will become of us human beings?
It occurs that Kant, in order to make a law which all people, regardless of the amount of their reason, can follow, or a principle of the will which all men, regardless of their reason, can follow, has eliminated the role of discretion. In other words, if one thought that a law could be applied by men of good judgment, then one could say that men ought to take into account, for instance, whether a woman might starve if the money is not embezzled. But if one leaves that up to men and says you may count those circumstances, then at least some men will be biased in their judgment, and some men simply won't be able to calculate the consequences properly. Whereas if you leave the law at this most simple and general level, then no discretion or minimum discretion.
Yeah, that seems to be, I mean, from certain statements in Kant, especially the one I read from Theory and Practice, that seems to be what Kant had in mind, but that is not true because Kant is very much concerned with judgment, as you will see. But at first glance, it seems to be a wonderful method so that everyone, even a child of 8 or 9 years, can solve every moral difficulty which arises. This is not quite what Kant means, but he gives cause, gives us cause to think that he was trying to.
That purpose seems to be the reason why Kant insists that the laws be at the most general level. For instance, you cannot lie rather than take into account further circumstances, because once you started doing that, once you took the law at anything but the most general level, there would be more judgment required, and therefore it would be more difficult for 8-year-olds to apply it.
I suggest that we ask now Mrs. Charney to read her paper, and because here the famous examples occur only in the second section. Mrs. Charney.
There is one point which I would like to take up first.
Kant speaks here in this section, in the latter half, of the alternative moral doctrines. And one of them he regards as the best, although still insufficient. And which is that?
That's the rational perfection based on ontology.
And whom, do you know any names?
I would think of someone like Aristotle, for example.
Yes, ultimately Plato and Aristotle. Yes. And of course, Thomas and in Kant's own age, a German Christian Wolff. And Kant knew Wolff much better than he did the original sources. And why is, so in other words, but it is a whole classical position. And what is Kant's objection? Why is even, he rejects hedonism and other things without any question. And that is not, it's easy. But why is this notion of this kind of morality which takes its bearing by the perfection of our nature, why is this, even this, inadequate?
I think for two reasons that I can recall at the moment. One is that saying that our natures go toward perfection is already assuming what you would like to prove at the end. In other words, we are moral in order to make us perfect, but we are perfectible by the fact of our human nature.
Yes, could one not state it as follows? The traditional doctrine which speaks, for example, of men's natural inclinations as good and the basis of goodness, that how do we know that the natural inclinations are good? In other words, is there not a dogmatic assumption underlying traditional morality, the goodness of nature? Must this assumption not first be established? And Kant's general view is, point is this: yes, we have to start. We cannot presuppose the goodness of natural inclinations. We cannot presuppose that there are any good ends, natural ends of it. For that they are good has to be established by a primary reflection, which he is giving in his moral works, especially the foundation of metaphysics of morals and the critique of practical reason. So here, in a way, if we disregard the theological morality, all these other doctrines are based on nature. Hedonism, for example. But Kant is the first who tries to liberate man, to use an expression used by him, from the apron string of nature. And therefore the key word is now no longer nature, but reason. And therefore also the whole question of the formalism, the formal law, because every content would be taken from nature or from experience. Now, as to the categoric imperative, what is the relation of the goodwill, which had been the key word in the first section, to the categoric imperative, of which he speaks in the second section?
The goodwill is that which, well, the unconditional goodwill is that which does not need the categorical imperative as an imperative, because it is in its nature to act this way and only this way.
So, in other words, only God's will would be a goodwill simply. And what is the difference then, is the characteristic difference of human will? And why does the characteristic of the human will make necessary an imperative?
Because the human will has a subjective element, which is connected with the sensible world and with contingencies which our inclination, for example, lead us to, which we go against.
More simply, the human will is not necessarily good, whereas God's will is necessarily good. And therefore, the law applies equally to all rational beings. But in the case of man, the law has the character of a command, whereas it does not have the character of command in the case of God. And what is the relation of command and imperative? So, in other words, the moral law has only in the case of man or other finite rational beings the character of a command. But what is the relation of command and imperative?
Is the command given by the will? Is that?
Yeah, that is, but that's not the point here.
I don't.
Well, Kant put the imperative.
Is objective in the commands?
No, the imperative, no. The command is as objective. The imperative is a formula for the command. That is Kant's. So now, imperative. But in order to understand, the categoric imperative, one must distinguish it from the alternative, the other kinds of imperatives, and which are?
The hypothetical of skill and the hypothetical of prudence.
Yes.
He has particular names for them. The assertorical is the prudence.
Yeah, but that is not necessary to you. So, in other words, that as a categoric imperative is distinguished from hypothetical imperatives. In hypothetical imperatives, there are two kinds: the imperatives of skill and imperative of prudence. Now, what is the imperative of skill?
That's the hypothetical that commands you what to do if you wish to achieve any given purpose that your will is able to achieve.
An example.
For example, if you should want to become a doctor, the hypothetical imperative would say, if you want to become a doctor, then you must go to medical school.
Or even a simpler example, if you want to cut a tree, you must do some of things. And so, the imperatives of skills have particular ends. And these ends are fundamentally arbitrary. Contingent. But then there is something, the imperative of prudence differ for two reasons. Because in the first place, whether we want to cut a tree or not to cut, or whether we want to study medicine and so, this is a matter, we can also want something else. But that with which prudence is concerned is not something which we can not want. It is habit. So whereas skills have to do the imperatives of skill have to do with particulars. Prudence has to do with the whole of human life, with our happiness, with each one's happiness. To that extent, and this end, happiness is not subject to our arbitrary will. But nevertheless, imperatives of prudence have one thing in common with the imperatives of skill, that they presuppose the end. Just in the imperative of skill, let us take the case of the cutting of a tree. We presuppose the end, cutting the tree. And then think about the means. In the other case, we presuppose the end of happiness and then think about the means. In the categoric imperative, there is no such a presupposition of an end. The categoric imperative says, do this, and not, as the other imperatives say, in order to cut a tree, to become a physician, to become happy. The categoric imperative commands categorically, without any whys, and of course also without any ifs and buts. Yes. Now, what is the general relation of this section to the second section, to the first one? Let us look at the titles and read it.
The first one was Transition from the Common Rational Knowledge of Morals to the Philosophical. The second, Transition from the Popular Moral Philosophy to the Metaphysics of Morals.
So in other words, in the first section, Kant starts or claims to start from what every ordinary human being without any training knows or is aware of. And here he starts from the available academic literature, so to speak. That is what he means here, popular moral metaphysics, philosophy. That he starts, in a sense, higher, and he raises higher. The point is made clear later on in this. Do you have any marked pages?
I have the numbers.
Which numbers?
The minor numbers are
412. The paragraph beginning on page 412. But in order.
In this study, we do not advance it merely from the common moral judgment.
Read again from the beginning.
In this study, we do not advance merely from the common moral judgment, which here is very worthy of respect.
Yeah, again, because, for the same reason, because the multitude is worthy of respect. Yes?
To the philosophical, as this has already been done. But we advance by natural stages from a popular philosophy, which goes no further than it can grope by means of examples, to metaphysics, which is not held back by anything empirical, and which, as it must measure out the entire scope of rational knowledge of this kind, reaches even ideas, where examples fail us. In order to make this advance, we must follow and clearly present the practical faculty of reason, from its universal rules of determination, to the point where the concept of duty arises from it.
Yeah. So in other words, the difference is to that extent clear between the two sections. And as a consequence, this section is much more technical than the first, and the first crucial point is the elaboration of the concept of imperative and the distinction of the various kinds of imperatives, and especially to make clear the character of the categorical imperative. Now there is one point on which Kant insists very much, and that is that the hypothetical imperatives are logically described analytical judgment. Meaning, Kant means by this that the proposition, if I will the end, I must will the means, is an analytical proposition. If I understand the concept of end, I see that it implies means. Whereas the categoric imperative, however, has a character of a synthetic judgment a priori, i.e. belongs to the more interesting kinds of judgment. Then at this point we will begin next time. Now, one point which I believe we have not considered. Kant's Metaphysics of Morals, or his moral philosophy in general, belongs to the sphere of practical reason, which is understood in contradistinction to theoretical reason. Now, what does practical reason mean? Obviously, the reason related to action, to practice. According to the view prevailing at present, there is no practical reason, or to speak in more academic terms, there are no practical sciences. For example, even such a practical thing like home economics is, of course, a theoretical pursuit. One could make a distinction between theoretical and applied sciences, but practical sciences are not applied sciences. Applied sciences are theoretical sciences which are then afterward applied to practical problems. A practical science is one which is essentially independent of theoretical sciences and essentially practical. Practical sciences, this notion stems from Aristotle, have principles of their own which cannot be reduced to theoretical principles. Now there is an equivalent of that in our age, insofar as in the common practice of the social sciences, people take it for granted that the starting point of the highest principles of the social sciences, to the extent to which they refer to human actions, are values. And these values are not theoretical principles, as is emphasized all the time. And according to the crudest view, which is now very powerful, the values are simply posits, products, whatever it may be, of emotions, and on the lowest level of likes and dislikes. But these values, according to the present day common understanding, are not, in Kant's language, categorical. They are hypothetical. Say someone may be enamored of liberal democracy. That's his business. Then he will look at political or social matters from the point of view of liberal democracy. But this is just his preference. He may have a preference for collectivism, and that is, from the point of view of social science, as feasible and reasonable as the other. Now, but there is nevertheless one great difference between Aristotle and Kant although they agree as to the irreducibility of practical knowledge and practical science. And that is this. I think I draw this here. Let us assume this is the individual or the group concerned with action. And then it looks ultimately, or primarily, at the end or ends. And these ends, then one seeks means for these ends. One does not look beyond the ends. One does not make an attempt to reduce these ends to something more fundamental, more primary. Aristotle and Kant agree as to this. Is there any difficulty in my picture?
I missed who you're talking about here. This Aristotle and Kant.
I'm speaking now what practical knowledge as such means. But now we let us see the difference between Kant and Aristotle. This is a point of view which Kant preserves more radically than any earlier thinker or any later thinker. It is, but in Aristotle it is only a part of a larger whole. And that, so Kant, the philosopher, stands all the time, even in his most subtle or abstract reflections, at the same point at which the common actor stands. He only states it more radically and more abstractly, but his position is exactly that of the common man, common actor. Aristotle, however, if one takes his ethics as a whole, say the whole 10 books and not merely the earlier part, somehow stands here, also here. Aristotle sees this whole sphere of action from without. He sees it both from within and without, and the reason is that for Aristotle the whole practical sphere is subordinate. The whole practical life is subordinate to the theoretical life. Is this clear? And for Kant, just the opposite is true. All theoretical knowledge ultimately is in the service of practical reason. Now, I will illustrate this a bit by contrasting Aristotle's approach with that of Plato. Now, when Aristotle speaks of the virtues, moral virtues, in his ethics, he just presents them as they are known, more or less clearly, to acting men. For example, that something is a virtue or something is a vice is, to begin with, sufficiently known by the fact that the virtue in question is praised and the vice in question is blamed. Aristotle does not go much beyond that. He does go beyond it by giving a much more detailed and circumstantial description, say, of courage or of liberality or stinginess than we would be able to do offhand. But fundamentally, it is what every man in ordinary life means by these things. Good. Now, Plato, in the Republic especially, you can see it proceeds in a very different way. Plato speaks of various virtues, but he tries to show that there are or can be only these and these virtues, let us say 4. Because the virtues are qualities of the soul, and the soul has these and these parts. And then, therefore there can only be so and so many virtues. So one can say Plato deduces the virtues of which he speaks from something theoretically known, the character of the soul. Aristotle refuses to. In spite of this, however, there is, one can say, at least at first glance, a very close connection between Kant and Plato rather than between Kant and Aristotle, as is superficially indicated by two facts. Plato, in contradistinction to Aristotle, says virtue is knowledge, which you can turn around also. Knowledge is virtue. So that's to say this would seem to mean there is no purely theoretical knowledge once you go beyond the secondary sciences and arts like mathematics and the common arts. And the second point, the highest principle at which Plato arrives, is called by Plato himself, the good, or the idea of the good. And this is obviously something directly connected with the good for man. Now this much about this point for the time being. Now, to be somewhat more specific, one may call Kant's position, the position peculiar to Kant, moralism. And I do not mean to use this now in a polemical or negative sense. I mean by moralism the view that morality is the one thing needful. Everything else can be questioned, as he stated at the beginning of the foundation. Morality alone cannot be questioned. Now let us contrast this with the older, more common view. For example, in Thomas Aquinas' Summa against the Gentiles, Book 3, Chapter 34, where Thomas tries to show that morality cannot be the highest. Quote, all moral acts are orderable to something else. For example, justice is ordered to keeping peace among men. Now here you see the difference between Thomas, and that means also Aristotle and most pre-Kantian philosophers. Morality is not directed towards something else, but it is the only thing unqualifiedly good, intrinsically good, good without any reference to anything else. Kant claims that this view is in agreement with common sense and is in fact the only philosophic view possible that is in agreement with common sense. And surely common sense, pre-philosophic thought, may be said to assert that the good man does the right things in the right spirit, meaning for their own sake, and not for fear of punishment or expectation of reward or anything beyond the consciousness of having done the right thing. Now, if we do the right things for their own sake, there cannot be anything else for the sake of which we are to do them. Morality serves no end outside of itself. It does not presuppose any such end. And therefore, if we take doing the right things in the right spirit as a simple formula for morality, the morality leads to the famous formalism of Kant. There cannot be any matter or end which justifies or explains the categorical imperative, the moral law. But of course, Kant must show, if his whole enterprise is not to be in vain, that the form supplies somehow the matter. Or in other words, that the right spirit, the goodwill, the spirit of obedience and respect for the moral law, necessarily produces, as it were, the right things. Kant speaks of the goodwill, which he also calls from time to time the pure will. The question is such a will possible? Kant makes quite clear that the possibility of the goodwill cannot be proven from any experience. We may believe we know a man of the greatest excellence, his moral excellence, yet we cannot see into his heart. And whether he does the right things for their own sake and not for some calculation, like good reputation, not to appear foolish, not to appear inconsistent or what have you, we cannot know. I think we should read one passage on this subject. Now let us see. In our second section, of course. Now, where will I find it? Are there any numbers? Here, begin here, on page 36, bottom.
To see how the imperative of morality is possible is then...
The imperative of morality, that is a categorical imperative. Yeah.
Without doubt, the only question needing an answer. It is not hypothetical, and thus the objectively conceived necessity cannot be supported by any presupposition, as was the case with the hypothetical imperatives.
The hypothetical imperatives, like the imperatives of skill or the imperatives of prudent calculations, are hypothetical because there is no necessity, no moral necessity to accept the ends which they serve. But here, and therefore, the principles are, the imperatives are hypothetical. Now, we come to the point.
Yes? But it must not be overlooked that it cannot be shown by any example, i.e., it cannot be empirically shown whether or not there is such an imperative. It is rather to be suspected that all imperatives which appear to be categorical may yet be hypothetical, but in a hidden way. For instance, when it is said, "Thou shalt not make a false promise," we assume that the necessity of this avoidance is not a mere counsel for the sake of escaping some other evil, so that it would read, "Thou shalt not make a false promise, so that, if it comes to light, thou ruinest thy credit." We assume rather that an action of this kind must be regarded as of itself bad, and that the
evil would be a better translation.
Evil, wicked. And that the imperative of the prohibition is categorical. But we cannot show with certainty by any example that the will is here determined by the law alone without any other incentives, even though this appears to be the case. For it is always possible that secret fear of disgrace, and perhaps also obscure apprehension of other dangers, may have had an influence on the will. Who can prove by experience the non-existence of a cause, when experience shows us only that we do not perceive the cause? But in such a case, the so-called moral imperative, which as such appears to be categorical and unconditional, would be actually only a pragmatic precept, which makes us attentive to our own advantage and teaches us to consider it.
Yeah, I think we can leave it at that. Thank you very much. So, in other words, we cannot know, as Kant has said already before, we cannot know in any case, that's to say, in anything known to us through experience, that any man, we or any other people, ever acted morally. Now, I will read to you or remind you of some passages in the 51st Psalm, where David prays, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." Or a bit later, "O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise." In other words, the initiative, purity of heart is possible only through God's assistance, through God's initiative. But this precisely is denied by Kant. Man is not essentially in need of God's cleansing or purifying his heart. Man can be pure of heart. He can have a good will without divine grace. This is implied in the fact that the moral law is a law of reason, and that man's own reason, not God's reason, dictates that law. Now, in conclusion to these introductory remarks, let me return to the difficulty which I stated shortly before. How can the form of the law produce the matter? Now, I have referred earlier in this course to Rousseau's doctrine of the general will. When he speaks or uses the phrase, the generalizing the will, we have a will prior to any action of ours as members of a legislative assembly. And then when we act in the assembly, we are compelled to generalize the will, because what we are to determine now is not what I will, but a law. And therefore I have to look at my will, for example, the will not to pay any taxes, in the form there shall be a law that no one shall pay taxes, and then I see that my previous will is foolish. Kant radicalizes this much beyond the realm of politics. Kant speaks not of the previous will only, willing this or that, or not willing this or that, but of the maxim on which I would like, I am inclined to act. And then I have to, not to generalize merely, but to universalize my maxim. And if my maxim stands the test of universalization, then it is permitted or moral, and failing that, it is immoral. Now, the matter, in other words, which we need, is supplied by the maxims. We always have maxims. But the morality is not supplied by the maxims. The morality is supplied only by the quality of the maxims to be universalizable. Is this point, up to this point, clear? So it seems that the question of the matter doesn't arise. The precise solution of this problem occurs not in the Foundation of Metaphysical Morals, but in the somewhat later work, The Critique of Practical Reason. Now, will you read, Mr. Reinken, on page 72? Okay. Here. Now, one moment. This is part of the section called of the typic of pure practical judgment. We cannot go within the short time at our disposal into this very technical language of Kant. We simply leave it at that as if there were no particular difficulty in that. To some extent, what we have to read now is intelligible by itself. Now,
the rule of judgment.
The rule, I would underline that. I emphasize that.
The rule of judgment under laws of pure practical reason is: ask yourself whether, if the action which you propose should take place by a law of nature of which you yourself were a part.
Just as in Rousseau's scheme, you are a part of the assembly which decides about paying or not paying taxes. The whole thing wouldn't make sense if you were stating the problem of an assembly in South Sea Island. Then you can still go on to say, no taxes there. It's none of your business. But here, of a nature of which you are a part, yes.
Of which you are yourself were a part. You could regard it as possible through your will.
Through your will. That's important. Both. You are a member of that, quote, assembly, or that whole, and you are responsible. Would you make it possible, regarded as possible through your will? Yes?
Everyone does, in fact, decide by this rule whether actions are morally good or bad. Thus people ask, if one belonged to such an order of things that anyone would allow himself to deceive when he thought it to his advantage, or felt justified in shortening his life as soon as he was thoroughly weary of it, or looked with complete indifference on the need of others, would he assent of his own will to being a member of such an order of things? Now, everyone knows very well that if he secretly permits himself to deceive, it does not follow that everyone else will do so, or that if, unnoticed by others, he is lacking in compassion, it does not mean that everyone else will immediately take the same attitude toward him. This comparison of the maxims of his actions with the universal natural law, therefore, is not the determining ground of his will.
That is crucial. That is not the determining ground of his will, because on the basis of mere calculation, it might well pay to lie or to be uncharitable and so on and so on. Yes?
But such a law is still...
And here he speaks a general natural law. Yes?
Yet such a law is still a type for the estimation of maxims according to moral principles. If the maxim of action is not so constituted as to stand the test of being made the form of a natural law in general, it is morally impossible, though it may still be possible in nature. Even...
Now let us stop here. Now, in other words, there are, as we will see later on in the Foundation of Metaphysics morals, there is one strict formula, and that is the one which we have read last time. But then there are also types, as Kant calls it, or as one can say, symbolic presentations of the moral law, which are very helpful for us to make clear the meaning of the moral law, although we must not take these types as literally true. Now, let us skip the end of this paragraph as well as the next, and then go on.
Furthermore, since of all intelligible objects, absolutely nothing is known except freedom through the moral law, and even this only insofar as it is a presupposition inseparable from the moral law. And since, moreover, All intelligible objects to which reason might eventually lead us under the guidance of the law can have no reality for us except for the purpose of this law and of the use of pure practical reason. And finally, since reason has a right and is even compelled to use nature in its pure intelligible form as the type of judgment, for all these reasons, the present remark should serve to guard against counting among the concepts themselves what merely belongs to the typic of the concepts.
Typic meaning is a symbolic presentation so that we can make it clearer to ourselves. As it were, we can have a kind of image of the moral law, which is not the moral law proper. Yes?
This, as the typic of judgment, guards against the empiricism of practical reason, which bases the practical concepts of good and evil merely on empirical consequences, on so-called happiness.
Now we come to the sentence which is crucial.
Happiness and the infinite useful consequences of a will determined only by the maxim of helping itself could.
I believe it means that this is a printing error already in the German, and it means self-love, not self-help. So read it as if that's in there. Otherwise it would
determined only by
self-love. Although happiness and the infinite useful consequences of a will determined by self-love, we add alone. Yes?
By self-love alone could, if this will made itself into a universal law, certainly...
Universal law of nature.
Of nature?
Yes, sure.
The universal law of nature certainly serve as a very adequate type for the morally good, but still not be identical with it.
Yes, you see, in other words, if you look at any action from this point of view, if you want to be happy, you love yourself, and you can't help loving yourself. And now you consider your self-love in the form of a universal law, meaning that everyone else is as much entitled to his self-love as you. And you see it as a natural law, meaning all must, i.e. should, be concerned with their self-love. This is a typic, a symbolic presentation of the moral law, because what determines your will is not your self-love, but the universality of the principle. It is only a modus cognoscendi, a form of knowing what you may or may not do. We have to keep this in mind when we come later on to the examples, which at first glance seem to contradict thoroughly what Kant teaches them. Now, 1 second. I want to show me the examples. Yes. Now, let us now return to the foundation of metaphysics and morals, where we, in the neighborhood where we left off, that's to say roughly page 420. Now, in the sequel here, Kant still leaves it open how the categoric imperative is possible. This question will be discussed in the third section. For the time being, is only concerned with the formula of the categoric imperative. And this formula we have on page 421 top in the German. Yeah?
For since there is therefore only one categorical imperative, it is, act only according to that maxim by which you can at the same time will that it should become an universal law.
So that is a strict, and the only strict formula. Yes. And now in the paragraph skip the next thing in the paragraph.
The universality of law, according to which effects are produced, constitutes what is properly called nature in the most general sense as to form.
Once more, only with a view to the form. That's the meaning. Nature, according to its form, is characterized by universality of laws, of the law regarding effects, meaning the law of cause and effect. Yes. Now read this from the beginning.
Right. The universality of law, according to which effects are produced, constitutes what is properly called nature in the most general sense, with a view to the form, i.e., the existence of things so far as it is determined by universal laws. Then, the universal imperative of duty can be expressed...
Could. That is very important. Could also run as follows.
Could be expressed as follows. Act as though the maximum...
As if. Yes. And there is, in other words, there is perfect agreement in substance between the foundation of metaphysics and morals and that crucial section of the critique of pure reason regarding the typic. Only Kant does not explicitly speak of it here. This is a typical, in Kant's sense, a symbolical presentation of the moral law, and not the strict formula as was said before. And Kant uses this now in order to show how the categorical imperative supplies some content. Now let us read the first example. Is the second paragraph after that.
A man who is reduced to despair by a series of evils feels a weariness with life, but is still in possession of his reason, sufficiently to ask whether it would not be contrary to his duty to himself.
To ask himself
whether it would not be contrary to his duty to take his own life. Now he asks whether the man...
No. Now he makes an experiment, which is not quite literal, but much better than us. Now he tries. He experiments. Yeah. No, it has a somewhat stronger meaning than considers. He makes an experiment.
Puts the question.
No, it's more. He steps forward, as it were. Yes?
Okay, makes the experiment whether the maxim of his action could become a universal law of nature. His maxim, however, is, for love of myself, I make it my principle to shorten my life when, by a longer duration, it threatens more evil than satisfaction.
No, then it promises satisfaction, all right?
Promises satisfaction. But it is questionable whether this principle of self...
No, but the only thing still questionable is this. This is his maxim, as stated here. Now there is only one question left, namely...
But only this is questionable. Whether this principle of...
This principle of self-love, as stated, namely, if life threatens more evils than it promises good, whether this principle of self-love can become a universal law of nature.
One immediately sees
that... soon. Kant is not so rash. Then one sees soon.
A contradiction in a system of nature whose law would be to destroy life by the feeling whose special office is to impel the improvement of life. In this case, it would not exist as nature. Hence, that maxim cannot obtain as a law of nature, and thus it wholly contradicts the supreme principle of all duty.
Yes. Now you see the point which you must understand is that which Kant has made clear, although very insufficiently clear in this particular work, that this is an argument based on the typic and not on the categoric imperative proper. The key point is this: the man who makes this reflection is already prepared to obey the moral law. He still has sufficient, is still in the possession of his reason to that extent that he can ask himself. In other words, he has not become insane or almost insane through the sufferings. He still can consult his conscience. And of course, he is willing to consult his conscience. That's the point. Otherwise, he would simply obey this maxim of his self-love. And there is another point. The principle of self-love, that is a form of the principle of happiness. And it has a vagueness, that is what Kant implies here, which the principle of happiness is. What does he really know here? That from now on he will have only evils or much more evils than good? And he cannot know. Life threatens evils and promises less pleasures, but he cannot know it. And therefore, what's the action, what the moral reflection does, is in the first place to make him distinguish between what he knows and what he believes to know. And as a sensible man, he would of course not act merely on what he believes to know, but what he knows. In other words, he cannot possibly know whether 5 minutes after he has committed suicide, his presence there may be of the greatest value to other human beings, and therefore perhaps indirectly to himself because of the satisfaction he would derive from having helped fellow human beings. Take a simple example. Now let us take the next example.
Another man finds himself forced by need to borrow money. He well knows that he will not be able to repay it, but he also sees that nothing will be loaned him if he does not firmly promise to repay it at a certain time. He desires to make such a promise.
In other words, he is tempted. He is tempted. Yes.
But he has enough conscience to ask himself.
But he has still enough conscience, although the temptation is very great. So in other words, that these reflections which Kant sketches here are made only by men to the extent to which they are willing to consult their conscience. An unscrupulous crook would not even begin to make such reflections. This is a meaning that this is the sphere of practical reason. These are not theoretical reflections. Now let us first finish that. Yes?
He asks himself whether it is not improper and opposed to duty to relieve his distress in such a way. Now, assuming he does decide to do so, the maxim of his action would be as follows. When I believe myself to be in need of money...
You see here also the qualifier, when I believe to be in need of money. How does he know that? Now you will say we know it very well, but that's the question. Now, repeat again.
When I believe myself to be in need of money, I will borrow money and promise to repay it, although I know I shall never do so.
That he knows. That's the first thing he believes. Yes.
Now, this principle of self-love or of his own benefit may very well be compatible with his whole future welfare. But the question...
Well, because we do not know what will leak out and not, we cannot exclude that. Yes. But now...
The question is whether it is right. He changes the...
No, he can't. I change. Kant is in... He doesn't look at it from without. He looks at it from within. I change, therefore?
I change the pretension of self-love into a universal law, and then put the question, how would it be if my maxim became a universal law? I immediately see, soon see, immediately see that it could never hold as a universal law of nature and be consistent with itself. Rather, it must necessarily contradict itself. For the universality of a law, which says that anyone who believes himself to be in need could promise what he pleased with the intention of not fulfilling it, would make the promise itself and the end to be accomplished by it impossible. No one would believe what was promised to him, but would only laugh at any such assertion as vain pretense.
Yes, now let's see. With such a law, I would will to deny the very purpose which my maxim presupposes. The maxim presupposes the purpose of getting money under false pretenses. But if I universalize the maxim, I see that I would deny the very purpose which my maxim presupposes. Here again you see the reflection liberates, and that is important, liberates from a delusion. From the delusion, namely, that I know to be in need of money. Now you will say, well, anyone who has ever suffered from lack of funds will say, well, I knew at that time that I was in need of money. But take it in a somewhat larger view. You may be, well, in the first place, sometimes we believe we need money because we wish to keep a certain standard of living. And that is not true need of money. Then we have the alternative perfectly open to us, if we are honest, to cut down by our standard of living. But say it from a different point of view. Granted that it is a situation in which money is needed according to the strictest conscience. What do I exclude if I say I must steal or lie or cheat? That I know or believe to know that I must not honestly beg. This is still open to me. Whether I will get the money which I desperately need for a decent purpose, I do not know. No beggar knows that. But that is still possible. And we, of course, most of us are prevented from considering that because we have a certain, from a moral point of view, foolish pride. That's no knowledge. Now here, yes. Now, and the same consideration applies to apply with a minor modification to the two last examples on the following 2 pages.
A third finds...
No, we cannot. We simply don't have the time. Let us read rather the paragraph following
the foregoing are a few of the many actual duties, or at least of duties we hold to be actual.
So in other words, Kant is not even, that is still a preliminary discussion. Kant does not necessarily say that these are duties in the strict sense. That would come out only when he comes to the metaphysics of morals proper, as distinguished from the foundations of metaphysics proper. Yes?
Whose derivation from the one stated principle is clear. We must be able to will that a maxim of our action become a universal law. This is the canon of the moral estimation of our action generally.
Yeah, let's stop here. So, and here is, in the sequel, Kant explains, I think this we discussed already that time, that when we try, as conscientious people, as not completely crooked people, when we transgress our duty, we make this compromise, this deal, only this time, or only i.e., we know it is an exception. And this exception is precisely what contradicts the universality of the moral law. Or one can also say, could a crook not will these immoral actions or maxims? Or rather, could a crook not will that a maxim of his action be a universal law? Well, I would say a crook would not dream of willing it. The thought, as it were, would not occur to him. For then he would already consult his conscience, and then he would no longer be simply a crook. Or are there men who are crooks from principle? That would be... No. But then Kant would say their principle would be, if they are crooks from principle, say, I ought to be a crook, and therefore I am a crook. And then Kant would say his principle is self-contradictory. But I have forgotten about Mr. Schäfer.
I wanted to ask, does not Kant believe that by making clear the nature of morality, he will induce more crooks to consult their conscience? For instance, his footnote, in which somebody had sent him a letter asking why moral education isn't doing better, and he said, in a footnote in the Foundations, somebody wrote him a letter and asked him why moral education isn't working better, and he said that if teachers had their ideas straight, they would be able to persuade more people to be moral. So does not he intend that this morality will not only make clear to people who consult their conscience what they ought to do, but will induce more people to consult their conscience, even crooks?
You know, what Kant has in mind, no, I don't, what Kant has in mind is this, there is a passage about that, that if people do not take the moral law in the strictest possible sense, which Kant means, and have all kinds of recommendations to it from ulterior motives, that really leads to a weakening of the moral fibers. That it is. And therefore it is much better to state the morality strictly and firmly on its true principles to get more people of true character, of moral fiber. That is what he has in mind, and not to convince the crooks as crooks. Now, there is another point on page 424 towards the end. When Kant uses the word impartial, impartial, shortly before the end of the thing.
Yes.
In our own impartial judgment. Not only the word, that's on page...
Right. 424 bottom, 42 towards the bottom in the LLA.
Now, impartial, meaning an impartial judgment, which would, of course, have to be a judgment which we respect, is a judgment not dictated by inclinations alone. A judgment dictated by inclinations alone would precisely be a partial judgment. And what we seek in such a matter is an impartial judgment. In the sequel, on page 425, Kant still makes again clear that the moral law must not be derived from any peculiarity of human nature, which is implied in what we have said before. But there is one point which we should read. The paragraph beginning.
You to attain.
No, here.
Here.
Tell them better.
Here we see philosophy brought to what is, in fact, a precarious position, which should be made fast, even though it is supported by nothing in either heaven or earth.
In other words, that is truly an absolute principle. A principle which has no support in anything, because it cannot be reduced to anything else. Yes?
Here philosophy must show its purity as the absolute sustainer of its laws, and not as the herald of those which an implanted sense.
Maybe like the moral sense of which some English philosophers like Hutchinson and so spoke, yes?
Nor who knows what tutelary nature whispers to it. Those may be better than no laws at all, but they can never afford fundamental principles which reason alone dictates. These fundamental principles must originate entirely a priori, and thereby obtain their commanding authority. They can expect nothing from the inclination of men, but everything from the supremacy of the law and due respect for it. Otherwise, they condemn man to self-contempt and inner abhorrence.
Yeah. So the point, I mean, that is a very powerful and impressive statement. But what I'm now concerned with is only this, when he speaks here, who knows what tutelary nature. And this is a very clear statement of the principle of Kant, which distinguishes him from all earlier philosophers, or almost, from all earlier philosophers. The break with the classical tradition. The traditional view was that the foundation of morality is the nature of man, or what is the same thing, the natural ends of man. This is simply rejected by Kant. We have to take the full responsibility for our action and for the principles of our action, and we cannot delegate this responsibility to nature. Now, this word tutelage of nature, or a very close parallel to it, occurs in a well-known passage in the preface to the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason. Now, second edition.
Yes.
Please begin here. Now, listen carefully. Kant speaks here of the genesis of modern physics, which in a way is a model for Kant's own philosophical procedure. But we read only a part of it.
When Galileo caused balls, the weights of which he had himself previously determined, to roll down an inclined plane, when Torricelli made the air carry a weight which he had calculated beforehand to be equal to that of a definite volume.
You see the previous calculations in both cases, yes?
Or in more recent times, when Stahl changed metals into oxides and oxides back into metal by withdrawing something and then restoring it, a light broke upon all students of nature. They learned that reason has insight only into that which it produces after a plan of its own.
Now, after a project of its own. So the project precedes the experiment. The project is not simple. Kant doesn't say a question, but he says a project. Or as he translates a plan. This project precedes all possible experiments, and the experiment is only the answer, confirming or disconfirming the project. Yes?
And that it must not allow itself to be kept, as it were, in nature's leading strings, but must itself show the way with principles of judgment based upon fixed laws, constraining nature to give answer to questions of reason's own determining, accidental observations made in obedience to no previously thought out plan,
previously projected plan,
can never be made to yield a necessary law, which alone reason is concerned to discover.
You see, here in this crucial passage, he again speaks of reason, of the apron string, or how does he say here? The apron
strings to the leading strings.
The leading strings. It's almost the same as the apron strings of nature. This liberation from the leading strings of nature, which was underlying, as Kant knew, the whole development of modern thought, and in particular of modern science, is in a way brought to its culmination in Kant's philosophy. Where in such, originally we had heard such formula as man should make himself the master and owner of nature, not to be led by the leading strings of nature. The opposite, man should be, or science for the sake of power, or we know, understand only what we make, as Hobbes put it, and as Vico repeated it. And this, the final result of this development, of which we see only in our days clearly, already foreshadowed in Nietzsche, as we have seen the last quarter, that's the very concept of nature loses its evidence or meaning, which is had throughout the ages. So, at any rate, for Kant's moral philosophy, this is decisive. The principles of morality cannot be found in nature. Whether nature is understood in the Aristotelian or in the Newtonian sense does not make any difference. Now, Kant introduces then in the sequel another formula for the categoric imperative. In this case, it is not quite clear, not as clear as in the former case, whether this is a type of the moral law or of equal rank as the primary formulation of it. Now, we cannot possibly read that. Read only the beginning of the next paragraph.
The question then is it a necessary law for all rational beings that they should always judge their actions by such maxims as they themselves could will to serve as universal laws? If it is such a law,
Kant leaves it still out. Yes. What Kant did hitherto was only to say, if we analyze what men ordinarily understand by morality, we reach the conclusion that they presuppose a categoric imperative. But there is still a question of what is ordinarily understood by morality is not altogether a delusion. And of this difficulty he tries to dispose in the third section, which we'll discuss next time. Yes?
If it is such a law, it must be connected, only a priori, with the concept of the will of a rational being as such.
Now let us stop here and go over to the next paragraph.
The will is thought of as a faculty of determining itself to action in accordance with the conception of certain laws. Such a faculty can be found only in rational beings. That which serves the will as the objective ground of its self-determination is an end, and if it is given by reason alone, it must hold alike for all rational beings.
Because otherwise it would not be universally valid and necessary, and hence, and therefore would not be equally valid for all rational beings. Yes?
On the other hand, that which contains the ground of the possibility of the action, whose result is an end, is called the means.
Next paragraph.
The subject...
Next paragraph. But assuming...
But suppose that there were something, the existence of which in itself had absolute worth, something which, as an end in itself, could be a ground of definite laws. In it, and only in it, could lie the ground of a possible categorical imperative, i.e., of a practical law.
Skip the next paragraph.
Thus, if there is to be some supreme practical principle and a categorical imperative for the human will, it must be one that forms an objective principle of the will from the conception of that which is necessarily an end for everyone, because it is an end in itself. Hence, this objective principle can serve as a universal practical law. The ground...
You see, can, which seems to indicate again that this is a type, and a type and not model or proper. Yes?
The ground of this principle is rational nature exists as an end in itself. Man necessarily thinks of his own existence in this way.
In other words, he does it prior to any morality. This egocentrism belongs to man necessarily. Yes?
Thus far, it is a subjective principle of human actions. Also, every other rational being thinks of his existence by means of the same rational ground which holds also for myself. Thus, it is at the same time an objective principle from which, as a supreme practical ground, it must be possible to derive all laws of the will. The practical imperative, therefore, is the following. Act so that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in that of another, always as an end and never as
always also as an end. Also
as an end.
And never merely as
a means only.
Yeah, let us stop here. Now, this is one of the most famous formulations of Kant, on which much later moral thought is derived. Humanity here means not the human race, but means the essence of man. Humanitas essentia hominis, and not species or humana or genus humana. So respect the human in man, the man's human essence, in thy person as well in the person of everybody else, always also as an end and not merely as means. In other words, we cannot help using other human beings as means. When you go to a store and buy an orange, you use him as a means for getting your orange. But that is, you can't help that in many other ways. But you must never use him merely as a means. And the same applies to you. To some extent, you may use yourself as a means, but you may never use yourself as a means. Now, in order to see, of course, on the basis of the biblical tradition, although the Bible does not use this formula, this is not altogether a surprise. But if we look at the most powerful tradition preceding Kant in modern times, it looks different. By the way, in Aristotle, of course, the great question is, what about the slave in Aristotle's teaching? Is he not used merely as a means? I think Aristotle would say no, because what he calls a natural slave is used for, is treated as a slave, is made a slave for his own good too. Only the trouble is that when Aristotle comes to speak of slaves in more practical terms, they are not these touching idiots of whom I had spoken at the beginning, but they are obviously human beings who ought not to be treated. So Aristotle is not, and Plato still less, is very far from Kant. But I read to you a passage from Locke's Second Treatise of Civil Government, paragraph 11. Now, when he says, every man in the state of nature has a power to kill a murderer, both to deter others from doing the like injury, which no reparation can compensate, by the example of the punishment that attends it from everybody, and also to secure men from the attempts of a criminal, who, having renounced reason, the common rule and measure God has given to mankind, have, by the unjust violence and slaughter he hath committed upon one, declared war against all mankind, and therefore may be destroyed as a lion or a tiger, one of those wild savage beasts with whom man can have no society nor security. In other words, you hit him over the head until he is dead, and just as you would do in the case of a lion tiger. That is here radically denied by Kant. And under no circumstances can you conceive in particular of capital punishment, which Kant accepts as legitimate, in terms of this. There must be, if capital punishment is not compatible with respecting every man, even the man to be punished capitally, as an end in itself, then it is immoral. Now, we don't have so much time. Let us return a bit further on. Page 431.
But
Pardon?
isn't the point there that in Locke that man is no longer a man? I mean, it's much that he no longer has the essential nature of humanity.
Yeah, but then he has renounced. Kant would say he cannot renounce it. Well, that would be the case of insanity, when he is really no longer a rational being, and that is a moot question. But if you think only of what the Nazis did with the insane people, and how it is viewed upon by all non-Nazis, it is you know what they did. And then you see there is a difficulty even here, whether even in a human being who has become insane, whether one should not respect, as it were, the reflection of a former sanity, to say nothing of the fact, of which we are reminded by Kant, that we cannot tell. A man may regain his sanity, even if all psychiatrists tell us he can't, because psychiatrists are not omniscient. And there are always exceptions to it. Now, we have to read something on page 431.
The second, by this principle, all maxims.
Let us read only the second half of this paragraph.
The will is thus not only subject to the law, but subject in such a way that it must be regarded also as self-legislative, and only for this reason as being subject to the law, of which it can regard itself as the author. In the foregoing mode of conception, in which imperatives are conceived universally, either as conformity to law by actions, a conformity which is similar to a natural order.
No, let me see, where are you? 431. 431, where does it begin?
I have begun here.
This principle.
Thus this principle must
begin here
objectively. It's in the first paragraph. Objectively, the ground of all practical legislation lies, according to the first principle, in the rule and in the form of universality, which makes it capable of being a law, at most a natural law. Subjectively, it lies in the end. But the subject of all ends is every rational being as an end in itself, by the second principle. From this there follows the third practical principle of the will as the supreme condition of its harmony with universal practical reason, viz., the idea of the will of every rational being as making universal law.
No, literally as a will legislating universally. Now this is what Kant calls in the sequel the autonomy, self-legislation. Every rational being, and therefore in particular man, is moral only to the extent to which he is autonomous. Now what does this mean? And autonomy is used in contradistinction to heteronomy, that someone else imposes this law, and needless to say that not only divine laws, meaning which are imposed by God on man, and man not being also legislating, and laws based on nature, moral laws in the traditional sense, imply heteronomy. There are some people today, I have been doing understand, who make a distinction between self-directed and other-directed. That is descendant from Kant's distinction between autonomy and heteronomy. And tradition-directed, which is the third kind of direction these people speak of, is of course also heteronomy, because when tradition directs you, you do not direct yourself. Now, what is the reason? That is not frequently misunderstood. And Kant makes this clear in a later writing, the Metaphysics of Morals itself. Now, autonomy, as Kant understands it, means self-compulsion. The word compulsion did occur, but translated sometimes as necessitation, and so compulsion is a much better translation. Now, what does this mean? And this is very much is a principle of great practical importance. We all hear all the time of compulsion exerted, say, in concentration camps, prisoners of war camps, and brainwashing, and this kind of thing. Now, Kant makes this point. And another being can compel me to do something that is not, to do which is not my purpose. For example, to crawl on my belly, or still more terrible things. But another being can never compel me to make this particular thing, say crawling on my belly, my purpose. For if he compels me to do something which I do not like to do, my purpose in giving in to the compulsion is to escape death, torture, etc., etc. Whereas his purpose is to extract information or to humiliate yourself. No one can ever compel a man, that's Kant's key point, to accept to make what he wills his purpose. That can only be an act of the agent. And this is, therefore, even if God would command us something, God could not, strictly speaking, compel us to do it. It would have to become our act, our purpose, and this purpose is not subject to compulsion. Now let us read on page 432, the first paragraph. For if we think such a will, namely a will legislating universally,
just the principle of every will, 432, changes in the middle. Oh, second. Page 432.
I don't know. Oh, dear.
Then, but if we think of a will giving paragraphing not clear, silly. But if we think of a will giving universal laws, we find that a supreme legislating will cannot possibly depend on any interest, For such a dependent will would itself need still another law, which would restrict the interest of its self-love to the condition that the maxims of this will should be valid as universal law. Thus, the principle of every human will, as a will giving universal laws in all its maxims,
through all its maxims, that's very important. Because the maxims come necessarily first. And the maxim must be capable to become a principle of a universal. Let's say, yes?
is very well adapted to being a categorical imperative, provided it is otherwise correct. Because of the idea of universal law-giving, it is based on no interest.
Let me like that interest which I have to give in to that torturer or murderer in a concentration camp or prisoner of war camp. The interest I have is to escape from the torture, etc. But here I have to have, if an action is to be, an action can only be mine and can be genuine if the purpose originates in me without such a previous interest, i.e. in obedience to the moral law. Now, in the sequence, yes?
I mean that anyone that does anything under orders, therefore, would not be morally responsible. Anyone that does anything under an order is not morally responsible.
It all depends if the orderer, if the man who orders him is his legitimate superior, and if the order which he gives to him is not flagrantly immoral, of course he has to obey. I mean, well, take a very simple case, which of course I know is today controversial, but if there is a war, and if there is a war and a man is ordered to kill others, this is of course for Kant and as for almost all earlier moralists not a problem, because the biblical command, Hebrew, is not thou shalt not kill, but thou shalt not murder. Because how could the Old Testament forbid killing since it commands killing all the time? All kind of. So, but apart from biblical authority, that was generally understood. The killing is not as such an evil act. Murdering is. And the question is how to draw a line. Therefore, there was no problem. But if it is a matter, for example, of killing, say, a non-fighting personnel, women and children especially, and then it was understood since the 17th century that is immoral. But now, since our great technological progress, where people can no longer distinguish when they fly between women and children or soldiers, it's a hard proposition. Yeah.
What about if you're ordered to kill someone? If you don't kill that person, you will be killed.
Yeah, that is one of these extreme cases where one simply should not pronounce unless one has gone through such a situation and then one would probably not be able to speak about it anymore.
Talking about killing as opposed to murdering.
It's distinguished from the others.
Because of Kant saying that we can't use empirical grounds for the moral imperative. And it seems to me that in defining actions like killing, in contradistinction to murdering, you have to use empirical.
Yeah, but the question is, we cannot decide it here on the basis of this writing, whether the distinction as meant by Kant is based on empirical consideration as distinguished from using empirical illustrations, which is a different story. In other words, whether this distinction does not have an a priori principle. We will find some matter to base a judgment on it when we come to his more specific political writings. Let me only mention one point which is very crucial in the sequel of the second part. What Kant has stated here in the passage we have read is the dignity of man. Man alone is an end in himself. Now the question here arises, is the dignity of man dependent on his being actually moral? And then that would come close to what Aristotle and quite a few other ancient philosophers have said. Or does it depend on his potentiality to be moral? Kant means the latter, but it is not always clear. Kant makes clear in this connection on page 432 to 3 that all previous ethics differs from Kant precisely regarding this point, which he calls the principle of autonomy, of self-legislation. Every action which is not based on my own self-legislation is to that extent immoral. It may still be according to duty, but it is not in the true spirit of duty. Towards the end of this section, in page 439, Kant, the last paragraph on page 439, read the beginning of that.
From what has just been said, it can easily be explained how it happens that, although in the concept of duty we think of subjection to law, we do never...
Subjection, obviously, yes.
We do nevertheless ascribe a certain sublimity and dignity to the person who fulfills all his duties.
Yes, you see here, if he fulfills his duties, the question is, what about the man who does not fulfill all his duties? What is the dignity of man in his case? As I said before, Kant doubtless means the latter. Yes, means by dignity of man the latter. Because otherwise it would be very difficult, since we cannot know of any man, as we have heard, whether he ever fulfilled a duty. Although he may externally have done his duties, we can never know whether he did it in the proper moral spirit. So if the dignity of man would depend entirely on something which we cannot possibly know in any case, then it would rest on a very poor basis, an inadequate basis. Yes, I think we leave it at that. And next time, and now let us see. I'm sure that those who have not read the third section, and even some who have read it, will have had great difficulties in following your very good summary and presentation of Kant's point. Now, where do we stand at the end of the preceding section, or in other words, what is the function of this last section? The last section being undoubtedly the most difficult part of the whole work. Kant has given, in the first two sections, an analysis of what everyone who has ever had a feeling of doing wrong, or willing something wrong. What is implied in that? And Kant claims he has made clear this implication better and more adequately than any earlier philosopher. And the formulation is the categorical imperative. There is such a moral law which commands in this categoric manner without having any specific content as such, yet necessarily leading us to moral conduct. But Kant has not proven that this may not be a completely chimeric thing. In other words, that this is so, men judge morally, and if we understand this moral judgment, if we take it seriously, we are led to the categorical imperative. But in fact, what happened might be some father image, which has become sublimated, so that it's only duty, impersonal duty, and no longer any father figure. You must have further expression, and or anything else. So, in other words, the most important question, is morality something real, is not yet answered at all until it comes to the last 20 pages. And what Kant does there is called by him a derivation of morality. A derivation, meaning from something more fundamental. And there is a great difficulty here, because if the categorical imperative is unconditioned and unconditioned, how can it be derived from anything else? And therefore, the solution which Kant found a few years later in his critique of practical reason, namely that the moral imperative, the categorical imperative, is a fact of reason, the fact of pure reason, a fact irreducible to anything else. We could not possibly figure it out that there is such a thing if we were not confronted by it, or in more present language, if we did not experience it, that it is there. This is a much clearer position than the one taken here. But how hard it was to arrive at that, one sees from the fact that Kant was seeking for such a thing for a decade and more, and such a mind arrived originally only on this very inadequate statement in the foundation of section 3. Now, but precisely because it are the errings of such a mind, the alternative with which Kant, as it were, played for some time, and finally admitting that they led nowhere, are of some importance. Now, what would a derivation of the moral law from something else mean? What is the ethical doctrine, the pre-Kantian ethical doctrine, which Kant respected most? Yes?
Well, call the rationalist the doctrine which derives the principle of morality from the ontological concept of perfection.
Perfection. So, and of course, perfection means here the perfection of man's nature. So we would have to know, our moral knowledge as knowledge would be based on our knowledge of human nature, and secondly, on our knowledge of what perfection is. Both things is theoretical knowledge. So moral knowledge would rest on theoretical foundations. And that is, I think, was a very common view among philosophers earlier times, and Kant was the one who questioned this view most radically. Now, to look back for one moment at Aristotle in the Ethics, that is one of the greatest difficulties in the Ethics. If you raise a question, what is the cognitive status of the moral principles, you do not get a clear answer. As a matter of fact, you do not get an answer. They are presupposed in every act of every prudential consideration, every deliberation. The ends, the good ends, the noble ends, must have come to sight to you. Otherwise, your deliberation will be sly, cunning, and not prudent. But Aristotle makes also clear how these men acquire these principles, namely by good breeding. But of course, this is not a sufficient explanation, because who bred the breeders? And therefore, there must be something higher than it was, or differently stated, how it can be distinguished between good breeding and bad breeding. So we must, and this question is not answered, perhaps, at least not explicitly. Now, if we look at the nature of man, there is, and ask Aristotle, what do you think is the nature of man? And we all know what the answer is. In the traditional formula, man is a rational animal. And of course, the morality will be located primarily and essentially in his rationality, and not in his general animality, because we assume that animals other than men are not moral, although they can be very nice. And therefore we have to, reason, rationality is a subtle. Therefore one could expect that what Kant is trying to do is to derive the categorical imperative, the principle of morality, from man's being rational. Is this, do you agree with this? Meaning rational without yet making a distinction between theoretical and practical. And this would roughly, and there are traces of that in Kant's argument. For what is reason according to Kant accepts the Aristotelian view of man, but he understands reason in a different way than Kant does. And what is when we look at our reason, when we analyze it, and when we analyze our knowledge and separate out the rational element, we see the reason or understanding is active, whereas the other ingredient of knowledge, sensuality, is receptive, passive. And so there is then something like a pointer between the activity of reason as reason, meaning of theoretical reason already, and action. Even in the purely theoretical reason, in the activities of purely theoretical reason, we are active and not receptive. Kant speaks here of the spontaneity of reason. And there is a link, hinted at by Aristotle in the Ethics, between spontaneity and freedom. Freedom in the moral sense. Something of this is shining through this point. But Kant does not follow this through, and he is satisfied with, if he can, deduce the moral law from the will, or what is the same thing for him, from practical reason. Are we still in agreement? Good. And now we come, now I would like to that you restate in your own words what the character of that deduction is. So we don't know yet anything of the categorical imperative. We know only that man is free. That we know, do we?
No, you cannot know positively that man is free. It's a necessary assumption that you have to make in order to act.
I don't know. Then it could still be the father figure behind the categorical imperative.
Yeah, the argument is so elaborate that he's got in there. That's the section where he asserts that the moral law is valid regardless of whether you know yourself to be free or whether you merely have to assume that you're free.
Yeah, but in other words, that is difficult. And what is the conclusion which you have drawn if you disregard the improvements or given in the critique of practical reason?
I think that the whole thing just falls through.
Also in the critique of purely practical reason?
No. Just in the foundations.
Yeah.
The idea of trying to deduce the categorical imperative of the supreme principle of morality from the idea of freedom, there seems to be, well, as he himself admits in practical reasons, the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah.
It's an inversion of the proper order. It should be the other way around. You should deduce
No,
freedom.
but to come to the more specific point, Kant is trying to deduce the categorical imperative from the distinction between the phenomenal and nominal world. Can you state the character of this deduction? So in other words, we know that there is a nominal world.
Now, this is something that puzzles me. He seems to, there's certain passages where he wants to say in here that we do know that there is an intelligible or noumenal world. But then, on the other hand, there are certain passages where he says, no, we don't. We have to assume it, we have to presuppose it, but we have no definite knowledge of it.
Kant makes a distinction already in the critique of pure reason between, how should I say, between
an idea
denken and erkennen.
Is that idea?
No, between thinking and knowing. We must think.
We must think.
We must think that there is a nominal world, but we cannot know it. How can one state this in idiomatic English, that distinction? We must conceive of a nominal world. Otherwise, we get into hopeless troubles. But this remains a question mark. Insofar, no, that's true. The nominal world is, but we cannot know more than that it is. And therefore, there is, however, some suspicion that it is peopled by intellectual beings, intelligent beings, and not by atoms and anything of this kind, by an argument which is not very impressive, but which is a part of the Leibnizian and other traditions which Kant follows here. So there are really great difficulties here. But one can see, of course, also the difficulty in another point, which I come back to my drawing from formerly. Some thief has been here. So what he left us. No, that's all right. Been robbed. So here is the action. And this action is fully determined on the phenomenal level, by preceding causes, going back indefinitely, here. Fully.
Start from the beginning.
No, you should be attentive. This is an action, and this is fully determined by preceding causes. Someone steals money because he has hunger and bad breathing. And the hunger has this further reason, and the bad breathing has this, and so on and so on. And of course, the availability of something you steal, so you can easily announce it. And then the same action so there is no place for morality here. Because your actions are fully determined by the same causes. And one, of course, if you act nicely, may very well be fear of punishment or desire for reward, for respectability or whatever. So this is strictly amoral. But yet the same action is also fully determined from above, from the noumenen world, from the intellectual world. Cutworth, the English Platonist, wrote a book, The Intellectual World, that has something to do with it, and shows also that the earlier origin was a Platonist. Good. And Kant says we must make this distinction. And this argument is, of course, here not given, but only referred to, because let us assume for one moment that this scientific, as it would now be called, the scientific explanation of actions were possible. And that's the law of causality, however specifically interpreted, were universally valid. And in every respect, and that was the last word, then we would get into the antinomy, the third antinomy, which tells us that, which can be resolved only by the thought that causal explanation is the only explanation which we can give of experienced facts as experienced facts, but it is only an explanation of the phenomenon, not of the nomenon. This distinction is implied. Otherwise, you get into the third antinomy. Now, here is one difficulty at this stage. Let us assume we have a decent action. But that, what should it be? A teller in a bank who refuses to be frightened by the gun. Yeah? Good. And risk her life. Good. Now, so we have to explain. We have also to explain that. But since it is, we assume that it's clearly a moral action, and the explanation in terms of background and stamina and so will not do, because it would not do justice to what is moral in the action. So, in other words, the moral, or for that matter, the immoral in the action, cannot be explained causally. It is not, Kant goes too far when he says it is the same action, same phenomenon. It is not the same phenomenon. We abstract from the moral core, which means, of course, it's either being moral or being immoral. And then we explain. We take the overt act without anything else. And then that is, of course, all what our present-day social science claims to explain. Is this all true? Good. So this, this distinction is of the greatest difficulty, and many people, very few people today are Kantians, and these difficulties have something to do with it. Many people who were Kantians, say around 1900, especially in Germany, but not only in Germany, were neo-Kantians, which meant they abandoned the thing in itself, the nominal world, in the way in which Kant himself had understood it. Mr. Patton or Patton?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I call him Patton.
Yeah, Patton, which reminds us of the general. Mr. Patton, who is an Englishman, has written a very respectable book called The Categorical Imperative. This is the only one which I have read. And but he tries to get out of the difficulties by saying Kant's ethics is fine, but his metaphysics is deplorable. But I would say that I don't believe it can be so simple. Kant was unable to set forth his ethical teaching without his borrowings from a metaphysics which he, in his theoretical writings, had claimed to have destroyed. But I would like only to tell those of you who are repelled by this scholasticism, as some people call it, or some people would also say a certain German heaviness would say that is not a sufficient excuse for anyone who tries to understand our world, I mean the modern world, because Kant is one of the greatest landmarks. And especially today, where the only alternative on the academic level, for all practical purposes at least, to social science, positivism, or related things, linguistic analysis, is what is called existentialism. This existentialism was, in very important respects, a return to Kant. Of course, not to the literal, as Kant understood it, but literally understood it, but in the denial of the sovereignty of theoretical reason. That is a point at which Kant is aiming. The highest principle of which we can be aware, which we can know, is the categoric imperative. As far as the phenomena in the visible world are concerned, all this knowledge is relative and contingent. Of course, good enough as far as it goes, but subject to constant revision and so on and so on. It is never satisfactory. The only unconditioned knowledge, the only knowledge of the unconditioned, of the absolute, as it was then called, is the knowledge of the moral law. And the moral law, that is, as it were, like a lightning in a very dark night, but it must be, I must mix metaphors, it must be a lightning always accessible. So say a permanent lightning, at least if we are willing to look up, otherwise you wouldn't see it. In an otherwise absolutely dark sky, what its grounds are, that is fundamentally what he is concerned with. What its grounds are, we cannot know. We cannot know. We can have some guesses that it will be a sign of an intelligible, intellectual world to which we and other rational intellectual beings in the universe belong, but that we do not know. And therefore any metaphysics, any theoretical knowledge, no theoretical knowledge can be the basis of our understanding and obeying the moral law. This is what Kant is driving. And existentialism, which arose from a reaction to post-Kantian philosophy, especially by Kierkegaard, and can be said to be the view that formally the highest principles are not subjects of theoretical and cannot be subjects of theoretical knowledge. In this crucial point, they agree. Of course, the situation is greatly radically different because for Kant, natural science, Newtonian science, has canonic character. I mean, that is human knowledge of the first order. Whereas for existentialism, at least in the radical form which Heidegger has given to it, scientific, what we now call scientific knowledge, is derivative from a much more, from the fundamental way of knowing things, which one can call everyday knowledge. Everyday knowledge is distinguished from scientific knowledge. Now, therefore, since everyday knowledge takes it for granted that man is free, therefore the whole conflict presented in Kant's third antinomy doesn't arise. That you have a strictly deterministic world which does not leave room for freedom. This problem doesn't arise, number one. And then, when it comes to the analysis of morality, the distinction made originally by Heidegger between authentic and unauthentic being. That takes the place of the Kantian distinction between autonomous and heteronomous being. I cannot go into these points, but I thought I should at least mention them, lest you see no immediate relevance of what Kant says to the question which confronts us today immediately. This is, of course, not to say that a question, in order to be sensible, must be one which confronts us immediately, but we always have to start from what is nearest to us, as Aristotle in his wisdom said, and what is nearest to us is what is in the foreground of attention in the late 20th century. Now, the first thing I think which we should do is this: to read the passage in the Critique of Pure Reason, with the Critique of Practical Reason, in which Kant makes a decisive correction. And that is paragraph 7, the note to paragraph 7. Well, you can also read the heading you can read paragraph 7 itself.
Article 7. Fundamental law of pure practical reason. So act that the maxim of your will could always hold at the same time as a principle establishing universal law. Remark. Pure geometry has postulates as practical propositions, which, however, contain nothing more than the presupposition that one can do something, and that, when some result is needed, one should do it. These are the only propositions of pure geometry which apply to an existing thing. They are thus practical rules under a problematic condition of the will.
Problematic is the same what he called here hypothetical, yes.
Here, however, the rule says one ought absolutely to act in a certain way.
In other words, without any conditions attached to them, yes.
The practical rule is therefore unconditional, and thus is thought of a priori as a categorically practical proposition. The practical rule, which is thus here a law, absolutely and directly determines the will objectively. For pure reason, practical in itself, is here directly legislative. The will is thought of as independent of empirical conditions, and consequently as pure will, determined by the mere form of the law. And this ground of determination is regarded as the supreme condition of all maxims. The thing is strange enough and has no parallel in the remainder of practical knowledge. For the a priori thought of the possibility of giving universal law, which is thus merely problematic, is unconditionally commanded as a law without borrowing anything from experience or from any external will.
This sentence, as it were, puts us at the end of the second section of the Foundation Metaphysics of the Foundation. The thought a priori of a possible universal legislation is merely problematical, meaning, analyzing ordinary moral understanding, we arrive at this formula, but the whole thing, or the whole sphere of moral judgments may be a chimera, or something like other complex or whatever you think. And now Kant goes on to say, but yet it is commanded as a law unqualifiedly, which you cannot say of what your father told you or anyone else when you were a child. Yes?
It is, however, not a prescription according to which an act should occur in order to make a desired effect possible, for such a rule is always physically conditioned. It is, on the contrary, a rule which determines the will a priori only with respect to the form of its maxims. Therefore, it is at least not impossible to conceive of a law which merely serves the purpose of the subjective form of principles, and yet is a ground of determination by virtue of the objective form of a law in general. Consciousness of this fundamental law may be called a fact of reason, since one cannot ferret it out from antecedent data of reason, such as the consciousness of freedom, for this is not antecedently given.
Now, here is, of course, clear the difference between the critique of practical reason and the qualification of metaphysics of morals, where it is somehow assumed that freedom is given somehow before, i.e. before our knowing the moral law. The true view, the final view of Kant is we know of freedom as a fact only on the basis of our knowing the moral law as a fact. And the reasoning is very simple. Thou canst, for thou oughtst. For thou oughtst. You know that you ought. You know that through the categorical imperative. And this knowledge implies that you can. There is, i.e. that you are free. And there is no need for an independent deduction of freedom. Yes.
For then freedom is not antecedently given. And since it forces itself upon us as a synthetic proposition a priori, based on no pure or empirical intuition. It would be analytic if the freedom of the will were presupposed, but for this, as a positive concept, an intellectual intuition would be needed, and here we cannot assume it. In order to regard this law without any misinterpretation as given, one must note that it is not an empirical fact, but the sole fact of pure reason, which by it proclaims itself as originating law. Thus I will, thus I command.
Now, sic volo, sic jubeo, that's a quotation from a Latin poet, Juvenal. But in the original it goes on, hoc volo sic jubeo, sit pro ratione voluntas. Thus, this I will, and thus I obey, I command. Will should take the place of reason. And it is one of the cases where quotations may be embarrassing if you consider the context. There is something to that. Yeah. Good. Now this, and there is another passage on the same subject. There are more, but the most striking. Let me see. On page 42. 42.
German. Of the deduction of the principles of pure practical reason, 43 LA. This analytic proves that pure reason can be practical, i.e., that of itself and independently of everything empirical, it can determine the will. This it does through a fact wherein pure reason...
The fact is a word which occurs rather rarely in kind of this connection. Oh, yes.
A fact wherein pure reason shows itself actually to be practical. This fact is autonomy in the principle of morality by which reason determines the will to action. At the same time, it shows this fact to be inextricably bound up with the consciousness of freedom of the will, and actually to be identical with it.
And so unbelievable that hence there cannot be a deduction. Yes. Now, which other points that we do not have, that we have not discussed, should we take up in the short time we still have? Yeah, but there is also, I believe, when Kant speaks of the categorical imperative, that it is a synthetic judgment a priori. This does not come out quite clearly, but I think that is one point which he means. The categorical judgment, imperative is a synthetic judgment a priori. Now, why? Because it is an imperative, i.e. the formula of a command. And the command can only be addressed to rational beings who may transgress, as distinguished from rational beings who cannot transgress because they are simply holy. That means God. Now, the synthetic character is of the category imperative is connected with the fact, or is due to the fact, that man may disobey. In other words, it is due to the fact that morality has the character of an ought. The ought cannot be inferred from any is, and therefore the ought has a character of a synthetic judgment, and since experience cannot be the basis in this case, it must be synthetic judgment of the What does this conform with your impression?
Wouldn't it have to be the formulation synthetic in itself, regardless of who it's addressed to, regardless of the facts about it?
No, because what we have read again in the Greek of pure reason, and what we have read, it is always the formula of the categorical imperative. But an imperative is the formulation of a command. So God cannot tell, you cannot say to God, act, and so on and so on. Yeah?
Right.
Nor can God say to himself, because he will, of course, God is good. Subhuman beings cannot be good or bad. Man alone can be good or bad, and therefore only for men can there be an ought. That, I believe, is the root of the fact that the categorical imperative is... and therefore, you see also here the connection with the phenomenon of the nominal world, because man is a citizen or member of the phenomenon as well as the nominal world. And this, as appeared from your presentation, this distinction is at the bottom of the whole difficulty. God would not be a citizen or member of the phenomenal world. Yes?
Well, I have two questions. One of these Patton himself raises in his commentary. The supreme principle of morality is only a categorical imperative because it's addressed to an imperfectly rational being. If it were addressed to God or to an angel or something like that, it wouldn't assume the form of an imperative. But it would still have to be synthetic, even for God or an angel, wouldn't it?
That I'm not so sure.
I don't know. And Patton threw up his hands. The quotations that Kant uses for the formulation in the third chapter, he doesn't have it in the form of an imperative. He has it as a statement in the indicative mood. He says, an absolutely good will is one whose maxim can always have as...
What is this in the second paragraph?
Third paragraph, page 447 in the German.
Yeah, I know, that is hopelessly difficult when you read it. Yeah.
Patton says, why did he introduce this formulation? Why did he keep it in the form of a categorical imperative? Or in the imperative mood rather than transposing it to the indicative mood?
No, that you brought up the question of Kant's way of writing. Well, Kant is capable of very great beauties. And some of you occur even in these very sections. But then what is characteristic of these chief works of Kant, especially the Critique of Pure Reason and the Foundation of Metaphysics Morals, is this. And to some extent perhaps also of the two later great writings. Kant wrote them wrote his books in an amazingly short time. And the critique of pure reason could probably have been cut down by Kant by a third. If he had, but somehow after this long silence, he did not wish to submit himself to this curse of cutting, and perhaps this was an immoral act. But Kant could also say that the more urgent duty was to bring it, to make it accessible to the public, and because he might die. That is hard to say. We surely won't judge morally of them, but it is clear that this is not a book written like a Platonic dialogue, or for that matter, like the Aristotelian ethics, where you can give when you have sufficiently entered to give a good ground why the author expressed himself as he did. And that is quite it. This is, in itself one simply can't say, but one has to consider parallel passages, then it becomes clear.
It seems like there's almost outright contradictions in Shakespeare.
Now, shall we read that paragraph? On page, in the foundation.
Thus the freedom of the will.
You know, if then freedom of will is presupposed.
Oh, yes. Morality, together with its principle, follows from it by the mere analysis of its concept. But the principle is nevertheless a synthetical proposition. An absolutely good will is one whose maxim can always include itself as a universal law. It is synthetical because by analysis of the concept of an absolutely good will, that property of the maxim cannot be found.
Yeah, what does this mean? I mean, let us apply to, because when he speaks of a simply good will, one would think, to begin with, of God. Can one speak of God acting on maxims as distinguished from the law? That, I believe, that is the way in which I felt this is to understand. Now go on.
Such synthetical propositions, however, are possible only by the fact that both cognitions are connected through their union with a third in which both of them are to be found. The positive concept of freedom furnishes this third cognition, which cannot be, as in the case of physical causes, the nature of the sensuous world, in the concept of which we find conjoined the concepts of something as cause in relation to something else as effect.
And something else is underlined by Kant, meaning something else, and therefore that is not an analytical judgment, but a synthetic one. Yes?
We cannot yet show directly what this third cognition is, to which freedom directs us, and of which we have an a priori idea. Nor can we explain the deduction of the concept of freedom from pure practical reason, and therewith the possibility of the categorical imperative. For this, some further preparation is needed.
Yes, no, the closest parallel to the passage occurs earlier in the second part on page 420 of the German.
Page 38, ours. Secondly, in the case of the categorical imperative or law of morality, the cause of difficulty in discerning its possibility is very weighty. This imperative is an a priori synthetical practical proposition, and since to discern the possibility of propositions of this sort is so difficult in theoretical knowledge, it may well be gathered that it will be no less difficult in the practical.
And the note.
And the note.
By which he explains why it is a synthetic practical judgment a priori.
I connect a priori, and hence necessarily, the action with the will without supposing as a condition that there is any inclination, though I do so only objectively, i.e., under the idea of a reason which would have complete power over all subjective motives. This is, therefore, a practical proposition which does not analytically derive the willing of an action from some other volition already presupposed, for we do not have such a perfect will. It rather connects it directly with the concept of the will of a rational being as something which is not contained within it.
You see here this parenthesis, for we do not have such a perfect will. Does this not mean that if it were the case of a rational being of perfect will, not the category imperative, of course, but the corresponding proposition would be analytical?
Yeah, here.
Yeah.
But in chapter 3.
You don't, yeah. So then at any rate, I think we can say with all due modesty that this is, this third section is very difficult, and that it is not entirely our fault. And we are fortunate enough in this case that Kant himself corrected his position because of practical reason, and in the passages which we read. So I think it is not practical for us to go into any further of the very technical details of the section. Unless, yes?
But you do think that the problem is solved in the critique of...
Can you speak a bit louder?
But you do think that the problem that you was left with after writing the foundations were solved in the critique of practical reasoning? Is that what you're saying?
And this difficulty, surely. With which he struggled in vain in the third part of the Foundation of Metaphysics and Morals. Yes, and the great question which remains, of course, throughout Kant, from the beginning to the end, from the Critique of Pure Reason on, is this distinction of the phenomenal and noumenal world, the two worlds which are no longer the sublunar and the supralunar world, because that had gone at the latest by the time of Newton. You know the word, the Aristotelian edition. And but the question is, yes, and the difficulties in Kant, the manifest difficulties, come to sight most clearly in his concrete moral teaching. Now, the concrete moral teaching is not given in the Critique of Practical Reason or in the Foundation of Metaphysics of Morals, but in the Metaphysics of Morals itself, which Kant wrote still some years later. Now, what the present-day defenders of Kant say is that a criticism of Kant's concrete moral propositions does not affect the basis of his moral position. And this might very well be so. In other words, Kant might have been inexperienced in certain matters, and therefore made foolish judgments. Foolish assertions, yes?
That's how I understood the problems that arose from the third part of the foundation. And I understand the underlying problem to be that very problem of the relation between the phenomenal and the noumenal world.
Yes, well, but that Kant is, as far as the Kantian doctrine is concerned, we are not speaking now of what Kant might have discovered as a first, and which can be divorced from the manner and the context in which he presented it. But Kant's own doctrine stands with this distinction. And therefore, if this is a questionable distinction, then the Kantian doctrine as a whole has to be abandoned. But it might still have a very important core. Now, I would like, there are two questions which struck me, three points which struck me always as very strange in such a great man as Kant, a great and good man. Now, the first is his definition of marriage, which occurs in his Metaphysics of Morals. And that is, marriage is a lifelong contract for the mutual use of people of different sexes, for the mutual use of the sexual organs. Now, that sounds very funny. And in other words, it sounds very funny and good. But then I thought a bit about it and said, how did Kant arrive at that? Is it only because he was a bachelor and had very funny notions? That, as many people would say, I doubt that. And what would an earlier moralist have said? Saying Aristotelian tradition, Thomistic tradition. Of course, the purpose of marriage is generation of children, procreation and education. Now, this is sound and reasonable, but it is not universally valid. People marry and may have the firm intention to raise a family, and then they, for some reason or other, they don't get become children, though they make every effort. And this is clear. And yet, no one in his senses has, or hardly anyone, has said that a marriage ceases to be a marriage when there are no children, because you would then be led to such interesting questions. How many years do you have to wait? Good. So, and quite a few, the Western world has always taken childless marriages as perfectly respectable, perhaps unfortunate, but perfectly respectable. So, and Kant does the same. And then he says, I must have a definition of marriage which does not include procreation. Good. And now to say for the purpose of sexual enjoyment, that would be incompatible with a strict, severe moral view which Kant took, and would also be open to quite a few objections. And for example, what that would happen in case of illness and so on. But Kant, therefore, that I think was the reason. That was the reason why Kant had to, another one. In the pietistic Protestantism in Germany, it happened quite not so rarely that people married following the injunction of Paul, probably, and yet had the firm intention, if they could help it, not to have sexual relations. And Kant explicitly rejects this. And therefore the sexual organs have to come in. You see, that must be the core of marriage. And that is one example. Now, the other example is Kant's strict prohibition against revolution. Under all circumstances, a revolution is an unjust act. Without going into the questions, the character of the tyranny and so on, and without going into such nice questions as the earlier thinkers did, is this a tyrant who has usurped power, or is it a tyrant who has only from the way in which he exercises his power? Kant omits all these things, no, strictly forbidden. And yet, but when a revolution has happened, and a revolution which brings about a more rational and a more just regime, then one should think these criminals who have brought about this should be drawn and quartered, and of course restoration in integrum of the old regime. No, Kant says no. In other words, he's perfectly willing to morally to condemn revolution, but to take them in their stride. That is another point which always struck me. And the third point is one which Nietzsche has mentioned occasionally, and that is what he says about, in his later writing, religion within the limits of pure reason, where he raises the question, is there any sign, any empirical sign, that there is something good meaning morally good, of course, not merely nice. Is there any proof of it? That there is a good principle in man? And then Kant says yes. And that is the fact that quite a few people in countries other than France, say in Germany, were enthusiastic about, in the early days of the French Revolution. Now he says these people did not have any interest in the revolution. It did not bring freedom or what to them, and only to another country. And yet what can this enthusiasm mean, prove, except a wholly disinterested enthusiasm and dedication to moral ideas. And every child knows now that these people who were enthusiasts and for the French Revolution, and most of them were, of course, the German middle class people who were in exactly the same position as the French middle class people. And these are three examples which show, but Kantian would say, and perhaps rightly, that these are only lapses of men when he was in a more or less drowsy mood, and surely do not refer to the core of his teaching. And here the effect, as far as Kant's teaching is concerned, there is no position today which has not been affected by Kant. Even positivism. I mean, the key point, if you compare what present-day positivism with British empiricism, you see the difference immediately, because the activity of reason, the spontaneity of reason, which orders the sense data, when the sense data do not produce by their own coming together and hitting each other in order, but they are brought about by a preceding organizing act. That is, of course, an heritage from Kant. Many other things. Yes?
I wanted to ask about the third section with regard to the question of whether the categorical imperative is merely a priori. In the paragraph at the end of the section entitled of the interest attaching to ideas of morality, it seems to say that the proof of the existence of freedom and therefore of morality is that if we did not conceive of ourselves as being free, then whenever we thought of some moral action, we would be contradicting ourselves by thinking of ourselves as at the same time part of the world of sense and part of the nominal world. Is this not a kind of demonstration?
Yeah, but to some extent, Kant, as we agreed, is trying to get a deduction of morality into the, but he fails. And he is unconvincing not only to us, but to himself, as is shown by the statements in the Critique of Pure Reason, where he explicitly, Critique of Practical Reason, where he explicitly denies the possibility of what he is attempting in the third part of the foundation.
Well, I'm wondering whether there was not something convincing in that demonstration after all. I mean, to boil it down to something like the kind of reputation that can be rendered against any kind of materialism, which is simply that it contradicts itself by saying at the same time, I know this freely, I have determined this, and I have knowledge. And yet at the same
Yeah,
time,
that's another matter.
matter.
Yes, but the question is still, Kant would say that, a scientist who believes he can give a scientific account of science, meaning that he could, by some a biologist or psychologist, could explain the phenomenon of science in terms of his science, that would be an absurdity. If you mean that. But Kant would say, nevertheless, if to use his language, the spontaneity of reason is essential to reason and cannot be deduced from any earlier fact, that does not yet mean the moral reason, practical reason, has a character or issues necessarily in the categorical imperative. That's something very different. Good. Now, next time, you state here on page 5 of your paper, I think it can be shown that for Kant the fact that freedom cannot be proven or explained is necessary to the preservation of morality itself. That is, morality rightly conceived. I think that is true. But the explanation which you give on the following page does not quite satisfy. It is possible that you mean the same thing which I mean and did not bring it out clearly. Now, what was it? If we would know or could know the intelligible world, nominal world, then this would be, the knowledge of it would be the highest possibility of man. But since we cannot know it, and our only contact with it is the moral law, therefore morality is a fact. I don't know whether you meant it in this way, but no, good. So this is a paper of Mr. Harper and now Mr. Arati. I almost said that you are again a living proof of the wisdom of my suggestion that you should type your statement. But for the fact, but I saw then that you had greater difficulties in reading your typescript. So you see that.
Well, it wasn't typed by me, so.
That is a perfectly sufficient explanation. Now, to come back to another matter, you wisely referred to what Kant says in the Critique of Pure Reason on what he understands by an idea, and in particular to his reference to Plato's Republic as an example. And in this connection, Kant uses famous words that it is possible to understand a great man better than he understood himself, and that is what he claims regarding Plato. Now, is Plato's Republic, or the perfect commonwealth presented there, an idea in Kant's sense?
I would think
Kant says so, yes.
I would think so. Well,
but Kant may err. He may have understood him too well, much too good for Plato.
Now the question is whether, how is it really the interpretation of Plato, because if it can be taken as a really an ontological, as an ontological thing, which is really even that which is more real than.
I do not know what you mean by ontological, but one thing is quite clear: an idea in the Kantian sense cannot possibly be confirmed or disconfirmed by experience. There is no need or possibility of showing the possibility of an idea in a Kantian sense, whereas Plato in the Republic insists on a proof of the possibility of the institution there. So that is one point which is very clear. But the other question would be, is Plato's Republic as presented in the Republic an idea in Plato's sense?
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be necessarily because, well, it's a very hard question, just what are the ideas? But I think they are more single, they're more basic than that, more simple.
Yes, that is one. In other words, the idea, the perfect converse of the public is figured out, constructed in speech by Socrates and his interlocutors. Ideas cannot be constructed, so that's it. Good. Now let us turn then to our two papers. And first I would like to remind you of the question with which we are concerned in this course. These things, these essays by Kant, which we are going to discuss from now on, are contained here in English translation with the title On History. And that, in other words, we are now concerned with Kant's philosophy of history. And that is the difficulty from which we started. That philosophy of history exists as such within Kant's horizon, obviously. But what is the importance of it for Kant? The works dealing with that subject are a kind of par erga. They are not clearly a part of the system. Why is that so? Now, if we look at this crucial moral and political moral teaching of Kant, the first place, of which we got a glimpse at least, there is a categoric imperative which addresses every rational being and therefore every man as man, regardless of time and place, we would assume. And this, the categorical imperative, is followed up by the postulates of practical reason. The two of which are God and the immortality of the soul. The other, a life after death, a life in the other world. So, there is no reference to history. This would, in other words, the concern with history seems to increase as the concern with life after death decreases. And that would be a sufficient reason, perhaps, why Kant, in this respect, quote, still very old-fashioned, unquote, regards immortality of the soul as more important than philosophy of history. And yet, there is a philosophy of history eo nomine. Now, why does this come? What does the category imperative tell us? Act so and so. Where are we supposed to act so and so? In this life, in this world. And this action includes also politically relevant action, as we will gradually see. And therefore, to the extent to which certain politically relevant actions are commanded by the moral law, we must be concerned with the outcome of these actions, i.e., with the human future. So there is, although it seems in a secondary fashion, a necessary moral interest in philosophy of history. We will perhaps be able to say more about it after we have read more. Now, let us turn to the section on the Enlightenment, to the essay on the Enlightenment. What is Enlightenment, Kant asks? I think that today men would not write such articles, but there are quite a few people who write essays on what is the Enlightenment, meaning a historical essay. what is that movement of the 17th, 18th century, which was called by Tom Paine the Age of Reason, and which in the French call the Age of Enlightenment Lumière, and the Germans Aufklärung. Now, what is that? Let us first look at this age. Oh, and Kant knows that he lives in such an age, and that in a way the critiques, especially critique of pure reason, is a peak of the Enlightenment, because the instrument of enlightenment, the tool of enlightenment, reason itself, the tool of criticism, reason itself, is criticized by Kant. And to that extent, Kant's critique of pure reason may be said to be the peak of the Enlightenment. Now, I remind you of very obvious things. What does Enlightenment oppose? Superstition, fanaticism. Fanaticism which acquired, I think, only in the 18th century, I've not checked on that, the meaning which it has now. Because originally a fanatic was not an orthodox man. On the contrary, I mean, Calvin, for example, when he speaks of the fanatics, he means those people who defer only to the Holy Ghost and not to the Scriptures at the same time, as Calvin, as an Orthodox Protestant, did. But I think in the 18th century, fanatic acquired this general meaning where it meant, where it included especially the Orthodox and not the sectarian people of the inner light. Now, everything is to be called before the tribunal of reason. Everything, which means revelation, of course, included. And it becomes quite clear from Kant's essay that the primary concern of the Enlightenment is with religion, and secondarily only with politics. Still noticeable in Marx. You come from Poland?
No, from Hungary.
Oh, well, that's in a way the same thing. You know what I mean by that? Yeah. And because for Marx, it's true, that is still so. The first is a critique of religion, yeah, but Feuerbach had done.
Yeah.
And then comes the criticism of politics afterward. That is true from the very beginning. And now this, that revelation is called before the tribunal of reason, does not necessarily mean that the thinker in question is opposed to revelation. After all, revelation may be reasonable, and so it survives the test by reason. Never forget the title of a famous work of the Enlightenment, John Locke's Reasonableness of Christianity. The key word of the Enlightenment in all the languages is prejudices. What they are striving for is liberation from all prejudices. And this, and if we realize that, we see who, as has often been said, is the originator of the Enlightenment, the immediate one, the man who demanded this in the most ruthless manner, the liberation from all prejudice, and therefore the doubt of every previously held opinion. And that was Descartes, the universal doubt. Now, calling everything before reason, before the tribunal of reason, means also from the beginning that one should try to establish a human society which is entirely according to reason. One must question also politically all traditions, or everything what Burke later called prescriptions. And in the more extreme but very powerful wing of the Enlightenment, it was understood, all men can be made rational and therefore full members of a rational society by enlightenment. And that's to say, by the right kind of education. In this sense, Rousseau's Emile is the most outstanding document of the Enlightenment, although Rousseau has also his thought of Enlightenment, because Emile is exactly the case of an ordinary fellow, Emile, who is brought up without any prejudices whatever. Now, this meant, of course, he had to be brought up under very special laboratory conditions where he could not be infected by prejudices. He had to be very wealthy, but still, it is nevertheless, therefore, religious education comes in only when he has reached puberty, i.e. when he can accept religion in a perfectly enlightened, rational manner, and not as he would get it with a mother's milk, where he would be wholly unable to criticize what his mother, the prayers which his mother tells him, and so on. A rational society, and that means, I refer to another classic, to Hobbes, opposed to the kingdom of darkness. Rational society is, so to speak, the kingdom of light. And the kingdom of darkness, Hobbes means by that, especially of the Catholic Church, as well as Calvinism, Orthodox Protestants. But the rational society requires then that that there be no established church. A state without an established church cannot be said to have any religion, Hobbes says. So the principle of the secular state, which permits religion in a strictly private affair, that goes without saying. But the main point is a state doesn't have a religion. The next step taken shortly after Hobbes' death by Pierre Bayle in his diverse thoughts on a comet, 60, I forgot the exact date of that.
89, isn't it?
89? Was the comet there?
Yeah, that's when the comet came.
Well, then it was published probably a few years later. Yeah. I'm sorry. But at any rate, around 1690, and clearly after Hobbes had parted this life. Yeah. And Bayle proves in this work, in a very interesting manner, into which I cannot go, but it's even amusing, in addition to important, that a society of atheists is possible. So, as far as I know, that's the first time that such a thought was ever suggested. As a society of atheists is possible, it's the necessary conclusion of this whole development. Whether or not a religion is to be established, and what kinds of religion, that is a more ordinary teaching, especially of Hobbes, depends on the sovereign, whose power ultimately derives from the individuals. He never rules in his own right. That would be superstition. That would be divine right of kings. Whose power ultimately derives from the desire of the individuals for security or prosperity, and whose duty is therefore to take care of that security and prosperity, i.e. not of their virtue. That is not his business. That is Hobbes, Locke, and so on. Now, another point in which the whole thought of the Enlightenment is concentrated, stated by Hobbes in the Leviathan, the sovereign, that is the present sovereign. That seems to be trivial, but it is crucial, of course. If the sovereign were not the present sovereign, then of course the whole ballast of the past would hamper the present ruler. whether the ruler is one man or the body of man doesn't make any difference. That the concept of sovereign is indifferent to that distinction. The sovereign is in no way bound by the past. Reason is completely free from all the encumbrances of the past. And the enlightened sovereign, the sovereign who has studied Hobbes' Leviathan, will of course be wiser than all the wisdom of the ages. And therefore it would be absurd to bind him by medieval things. Now, these few points I thought we should remember. One more point, which is in a way more important than the previous points. There was, of course, what is called rationalism prior to the Enlightenment. And especially there was one in classical antiquity. Epicureanism, to mention this word which covers a great variety of things, it is surely a rationalistic position. But 2 points which we must never forget. In the classical doctrines, however radical, there is no notion of spreading the lights of popular enlightenment. What gives a peculiar character to the movement of the 18th century is the thought of the spreading of the propaganda of popular enlightenment. And the second point, in the classical parallels, where reason and the full use of reason, i.e. science, is highly praised, there is no notion of the use of science for the improvement of man's condition. No science for the sake of human power. These are the 2 crucial points, as we will see to some extent also when we go over the Kantian essays. Now let us turn to the Kantian essay. The definition at the beginning, the tutelage,
man's inability to make use.
Let me first get this. Oh, I see that. No, he has changed the order. Yes, the tutelage of for which he himself is responsible. Now, what does this mean? Were then the first men capable to be enlightened because they were created perfect? That is not what Kant means, as is shown by the sequel. There cannot be enlightenment before the understanding is sufficiently developed. And therefore, earlier men, say primitive men, can of course not be held guilty for their lack of enlightenment. Given the proper development of the understanding, and only under this condition, tutelage is a moral defect. And the categoric imperative comes in here. The categoric imperative says, among other things, and become enlightened. Although that needs a somewhat longish deduction. This brings us to the question which Kant does not discuss, at least as far as I know. Is the categoric imperative truly audible to every man, regardless of place and time? Is the categoric imperative audible to early men as in particular? Now, let us turn to the beginning of the 3rd paragraph of this essay on enlightenment.
That the step to competence is held to be very dangerous by the far greater portion of mankind, and by the entire fair sex.
I see. He apparently makes a... Well, I didn't wish to read that in class. No, It's the third paragraph. Or does it make a difference? No, it's later.
So sorry, ladies. For any single individual to work himself out of the life under tutelage, which has become almost his nature,
Yeah, now let us stop here. Tutelage has almost become nature. The tutelage, of course, that exercised by other human beings. It can, of course, not ever become nature. Why? Because man is by nature rational.
And free.
And yeah, in the practical sense, free. And the next sentence, will you go on there?
But it's very difficult. He has come to be fond of this state, and he is for the present really incapable of making use of his reason, for no one has ever let him try it out.
So in other words, man's inability to use his own understanding is the fault of other men. What does this mean? These men are not enlightened themselves, I suppose. And they are happy in that condition because they are beneficiaries of the non-enlightenment of the others. But you have here rudiments of Marx, you know, very easily recognizable. Yes? And now the next word. Yes?
Statutes and formulas, those mechanical tools of the rational employment, or rather misemployment of his natural gifts, are the fetters of an everlasting tutelage.
You know, Satzungen und Formeln. How did you translate that again? Statutes, yeah. But the German word Satzungen reminds more immediately of the Greek word thesis or nomoi. And formulae. There are uniform formulae, uniform nomoi, established by authority, ecclesiastical or political, and this is opposed to the individual self-legislation. Yes. Now, the next paragraph speaks of the fact that the public is more able to enlighten itself than the individuals. Why? Why is this possible?
Well, because individual lives for only, I think the basic reason the individual lives only a certain period of time, while the public is historical.
And since Kant would never use such a phrase, how would you translate it in a simple language?
Well, if just one man, as individuals in general would not be enlightened on their own, but occasionally one man or two do get enlightened, and they can pass it on to succeeding generations, and slowly it spreads.
In other words, there is a kind of tradition of reason. And that's quite, this thought is not sufficiently developed by Kant, which is crucial. So there would be two kinds of tradition. The pre-rational traditions and the tradition of reason, as they would say today, the scientific tradition. Yes. Again, he refers to the fact that the prejudices have been planted by some men without making clear what induced them to do so. He emphasizes that a revolution cannot bring about freedom from prejudices, and the reasoning makes sense that it would only, as such, it would only lead to a new set of prejudices and not to freedom from prejudice. So the freedom from prejudice cannot be brought out by a revolution, but only by the cultivation of the mind. Enlightenment, he goes on to say, requires nothing but freedom of the learned men in their writings. If they are permitted to write in what Kant doesn't add, but because it went without saying at that time, in the vernacular. In Latin, this was another story, but in the vernacular, so that a simple man, a non-learned man, who just can read, can have access to that. Yes, that is the necessary and sufficient condition of enlightenment. Public discussion by competent people, not by teenagers. Now this leads to an interesting distinction where Kant uses terms in an apparently paradoxical way for today. This written speech of the learned man he calls the public use of reason. The private use of reason is what you do. For an example, if a bureaucrat uses his reason in his office and says it's a foolish law or foolish order in council, whatever is handed down to him, that is none of his business. He has to obey. But he must, in his capacity as a public man, namely as a learned man, say as an economist, he can write a criticism of that order in council and publish it, and it must be. That is a condition of enlightenment. And the interesting case is that the most interesting case, of course, is that of a clergyman. Now, do you have that? Page 38.
Similarly, a clergyman is obligated to make his sermon to his pupils in catechism and his congregation conform to the symbol of the church which he serves, for he has been accepted on this condition. But as a scholar, he has complete freedom, even the calling, to communicate to the public all his carefully tested and well-meaning thoughts on that which is erroneous in the symbol, and to make suggestions for the better organization of the religious body and church. In doing this, there is nothing that could be laid as a burden on his conscience. For what he teaches as a consequence of his office as a representative of the church, this he considers something about which he has no freedom to teach according to his own lights. It is something which he is appointed to propound at the dictation of and in the name of another. He will say, our church teaches this or that. Those are the proofs which it deduces.
Yes, where Kant goes very far here in avoiding this immoral act of lying. I mean, if that clergyman always says, we say it, our church says it, and then he doesn't he doesn't lie, of course. But, that is, this distinction between I and we has frequently been used by heterodox writers before, but this is, I thought, an interesting example. Good. Now, in the next paragraph.
But would not a society of clergymen, perhaps a church conference, or a venerable classis, as they call themselves among the Dutch, be justified in obligating itself by oath to a certain unchangeable symbol in order to enjoy an unceasing guardianship over each of its members, and thereby over the people as a whole, and even to make it, the oath, eternal? I answer that this is altogether impossible. Such a contract, made to shut off all further enlightenment from the human race, is absolutely null and void, even if confirmed by the supreme power, by parliaments, and by the most ceremonious of peace treaties. An age cannot bind itself and ordain to put the succeeding one into such a condition that it cannot extend its, at best very occasional, knowledge, purify itself of errors, and progress in general enlightenment. That would be a crime against human nature, the proper destination of which lies precisely in this progress, and the descendants would be fully justified in rejecting those decrees as having been made in an unwarranted and malicious manner.
So in other words, it is impossible to lay down any unchangeable dogmas. and it is impossible for anyone, because the original destiny of human nature is progress and enlightenment. Now, later on, he speaks, that's the only point I would like to mention here, is that the freedom of scholars as exists in Prussia under Frederick the Great is wholly harmless. Under Frederick the Great, everyone could write what he wanted, even against the king, surely against religion. Frederick's, one of his friends for a long period was Voltaire, as you probably know, is wholly harmless to public tranquility and unity of commonwealth. Why? Now let us read in the beginning of the last paragraph.
But only one who is himself enlightened,
namely Frederick,
Frederick, is not afraid of shadows, and who has a numerous and well-disciplined army to assure public peace. He can say, argue as much as you will.
Can say what a republic cannot dare to say. Here. Does it translate it?
He's about to translate. Talk what you like to, but obey. A republic could not dare to say such a thing.
So, in other words, Kant takes here the side of what was called enlightened despotism. This thought that you can have the maximum freedom of speech only under the strongest government, i.e. absolute monarchy, goes back to Machiavelli. I think Discourses, Book 1, Chapter 10, if I remember well, and implicitly reasserted by Spinoza in his political treatise. Yes, this is still, we see here in Kant too. Now, how Kant will square this with a Rousseauan Republican heritage, we must wait until we come to his other writings. But still, he goes on. Let us read the sequel.
Here is shown a strange and unexpected trend in human affairs, in which almost everything looked at in the large is paradoxical. A greater degree of civil freedom appears advantageous to the freedom of mind of the people, and yet it places inescapable limitations upon it. A lower degree of civil freedom, on the contrary, provides the mind with room for each man to extend himself to his full capacity. As nature has uncovered from under this hard shell the seed for which she most tenderly cares, the propensity and vocation to free thinking, this gradually works back upon the character of the people, who thereby gradually become capable of managing freedom, i.e. civil freedom. Finally, it affects the principles of government, which finds it to its advantage to treat men who are now more than machines in accordance with their dignity.
Yes, in other words, this freedom of speech guaranteed by an enlightened absolute monarch is the best preparation for a true republic. They are, by that Friderician freedom of speech, they are being prepared for becoming enlightened citizens, and not by the practice of freedom prior to enlightenment. A point of some importance for political thought. Now, let us turn. Is there any point you would like to raise? Yes, Mr. Schäfer.
Is there an inconsistency here? There's an assumption that the enlightened despot does not have an interest in maintaining the despotism after his death.
Yes, and especially he might have a successor as Frederick the Great had. Frederick William II, who was, with whom Kant got into trouble.
That's when he became a Republican after that.
Pardon?
That's when he became a Republican.
No, well, I think he was a Republican from the day on he had read Rousseau, but he tried to somehow to manage. Yes, now this writing on idea of a general universal history in cosmopolitan intent is based on one premise, which becomes clear from the very beginning, and that is a teleology of nature. Nature acts toward an end, and therefore, because of this teleology of nature, there is a philosophy of history, or more precisely, the reasonableness of history is only one part of the universal teleology of nature. Now, how is this connected with Kant's moral philosophy as we have gotten an inkling of? Is there any connection between Kant's moral philosophy and teleology of nature?
Well, I think in the foundations we have read, he makes, at one point he speaks about the development of individuals' faculties, which is required by the formulation of a categorical imperative, which requires that humanity will always be treated as an end.
Yeah, more precisely, yes.
Well, the only popular proof he gives of the categorical imperative is...
No, not a proof, but it's not a proof. You can say a type. Teleological nature is a type of the moral law, and therefore he can present, for example, our duty to develop our faculties as meant by nature for development, as an illustration of the moral law. In other words, what Kant is discussing here is the question: under what condition would history make sense? Would the account of human deeds throughout the ages make sense? And the general answer which Kant gives is: this history does not make any sense as far if you look at the individuals and their fate, because there is nonsense. The best men, so to speak, destroyed, and the greatest crooks, if they are clever enough, amply rewarded. There is no sense in that. And that is the reason why we need the immortality of the soul, that i.e. a state in which there is harmony between happiness and worthiness to be happy. This we cannot expect from earthly life at any time. But on the other hand, this fate of men in this life makes sense if we look not at the individuals, but at the human race, at the species. And now at the beginning, yes.
In terms of looking at the human race, is that in all time? Is that more?
In all time, yeah. Well, I mean, Kant doesn't say that it is simple, but it can be this way, but on the whole, a problem. Yes. Now, in the introduction to this section, Kant speaks first of the full determination of the phenomena of the human will. Meaning, as we have seen already from the other writings which we have considered, human actions as knowable and as observable are as fully determined as any other phenomena. The example which he gives is that everyone is free to marry and not to marry. There's no moral obligation in this respect. But if we look at statistical tables, we see that the frequency of marriages and which age groups and all this kind of thing, that this is subject to laws as much as any other phenomena. Kant thinks, of course, of the early statisticians of the 18th century, men like Quetelet, who had given this proof. Yet these determined actions, fully determined by precedent causes, reveal an intention of nature, Kant says. Now this intention, of course, cannot possibly lie on the phenomenal level alone, because there the determinism alone would be valid. We must take, if we take a broad view, if we consider the play of the freedom of the human will, as Kant puts it here, in the large, then we may observe a steadily steadily progressing through slow development of the original dispositions of men. The individuals are unaware of that intention of nature. And even if they are aware of it, they are in most cases uninterested in it. And yet, nature, knowing better, brings it about. This is, in other words, nature uses a ruse, one could almost say, anticipating Hegel's later phrase, but Hegel does no longer speak of the rules of nature, but the rules of reason, because the teleology of nature in the Kantian sense has in the meantime lost still more of its power than it had already in Kant. In the beginning of the second paragraph, Kant says, no, where we go? Now, this plan which nature follows in the course throughout the ages has something in common with what reasonable citizens of the world, of a world state, would do. They would act according to an agreed upon plan. But men, as we are, and as men always have been, do not act on an agreed upon plan, yet nature forces them to act according to her nature's plan. The second proposition, where teleological nature is concerned with the use of reason in the human race and not in the individuals. Regarding the individuals, what happens, what we can observe, makes no sense, as I have said before. But regarding the race, it does make sense. And here you see the difference between morality and what the philosophy of history does. In the case of history, nature acts on the human race and not on the individuals by individuals. What does the categoric imperative do? Whom does the categoric imperative address? Individual. In English it wouldn't come out because of the disappearance of the singular, but in German it's quite clear that's the singular. Thou, act thou, as, and so on. At the end of the second thesis, and this
point of time, or this would destroy all practical principles, and nature, whose wisdom must serve as the fundamental principle in judging all her other offspring, would thereby make man alone a contemptible plaything.
Yes. Yeah, this key point, and this would destroy all practical principles. Yeah. That which means, at the very least, this progress of the race brought about by nature over the heads of men, of the individuals, is nevertheless morally required. Because what else can it mean if it would destroy all practical principles, the denial of it? The denial of this progress of the race would destroy all practical principles. Morality requires this progress of the race. Yes?
Certainly would destroy all practical principles, just all absolute practical.
all practical principles means, of course, also the category morality too. Otherwise, he would have said all hypothetical practical principles. But he says all practical principles. Morality is, in other words, just as morality, the category imperative, morality, requires immortality of the soul. Yeah? In a parallel, an analogous way rather, morality requires historical progress. But this is not the relation between these two postulates. That is a problem which we have to solve. Do you see that? Because the mere fact that Kant does not mention that historical progress among the postulates of practical reason in the critique of practical reason, or for that matter in the metaphysics of, in the foundation of the metaphysics of morals, shows that some way this has a lower status in Kant's mind. But it is, but nevertheless, it is there, and not without reason. In the third thesis, which follows then, nature has meant man to have no other happiness or perfection except the one which he creates for himself through his own reason. Now we have seen this already from the foundation of the metaphysics of morals. You don't have to go there. There is a difficulty here towards the end of the third thesis. Yes, the second paragraph.
It remains strange that the earlier generations appear to carry through their toilsome labor only for the sake of the later, to prepare for them a foundation on which the later generations could erect the higher edifice which was nature's goal. And yet that only the latest of the generations should have the...
Only the latest, yes. Yes? Go on.
Should have the good fortune to inhabit the building on which a long line of their ancestors had, unintentionally, labored without being permitted to partake of the fortune they had prepared. However puzzling this may be, it is necessary, if one assumes that a species of animals should have reason, and, as a class of rational beings, each of whom dies while the species is immortal, should develop their capacities to perfection.
So in other words, in a way, Kant vindicates providence or the wisdom of nature. But he cannot vindicate it entirely, as it appears from this passage, because the many, many generations of men are sacrificed for the earthly happiness of the later or last generations. This difficulty remains. In other words, it is not a very great comfort for someone who falls victim to wars, revolutions, or what have you, if he says, well, it will be good for our great children. And one must, yes. Now, in the fourth proposition, here Kant speaks about how nature proceeds in bringing about this happy ending. Man's social anti-sociality. What Kant speaks about is Hobbes' war of everybody against everybody, which he understands more profoundly than Hobbes did, because Hobbes thought it would be simply asocial. Kant sees that you cannot be anti-social without being, in a more fundamental sense, social. And anti-social is only a modification of being a sociable being. And but otherwise the thought is a Hobbian thought. men have this antisocial, egoistic desires, what Hobbes called pride, and this brings about conflict, and this conflict forces men into entering civil society, meaning, and therewith developing their reason. Otherwise, as he says about the center of this fourth proposition, without those
in themselves unamiable characteristics of unsociability, from whence opposition springs, characteristics each man must find in his own selfish pretensions, all talents would remain hidden, unborn in an Arcadian shepherd's life, with all its concord, contentment, and mutual affection. Men, good-natured as the sheep they herd, would hardly reach a higher worth than their beasts. They would not fill the empty place in creation by achieving their end, which is rational nature.
Yes. So in other words, this is all to the good, these vices. These private vices are public benefits. Someone had said before, Kant, you know who? Mandeville. And that what Mandeville said regarding the present situation, each present situation, that the private vices are public benefit. For example, luxury, private vice, leads to the improvement of trade, and also vanity. What would become of many industries without female and male vanity, and so on and so on. What Kant, Mandeville says of each society at a given time, Kant says of the whole process. These private vices are the vehicle of the process. So the historical process is very far from being a moral process, and yet it is morally good. That is a paradox. Yes.
I wonder if there's any problem with reconciling Kant's assertion that nature wants man to have happiness only which he's created for himself for his own reason, and yet identifying the main mechanism of progress as being that which stems from his irrationality and which nature is doing for him.
Yeah, but still, look, take the sheep, men, a sheep like men, of sheep like sheep or lamb like good nature. The wolf or other beast of prey. I mean, I'm speaking now of the human analogy. Uses, and the mere calculating crook uses his reason more than a simple lamb-like innocence. This Machiavellian thought is an ingredient of Kant's philosophy of history. That is, I mean, Kant is in one way, of course, at the absolute opposite pole of Machiavelli, as everyone must have seen. But in his philosophy of history, this kind of Machiavellianism, which is so characteristic of modern thought, enters. That is the only way in which you can get, the only way in which you can ever achieve the perfect rational society.
Yes.
It's man's self-interest. That interest to which Adam Smith, for example, appeals, and to which Mandeville appeals, and Hobbes and Locke, and Rousseau. That is the vehicle of progress.
That is, nature wants man to have only benefit only from that which he gets through the use or misuse of his reason.
Kant seems to think that the first use of reason will be misused. The good use of reason, i.e. the moral use, will come later. But not necessarily. Not necessarily. Men, as Kant says in other writing which we will read, traditionally it was said the perfect society requires that men become angels. Yeah? One could say that in a way Plato said it of his own republic. And Kant says no. The perfect society is possible as a society of devils, provided they are shrewd calculators. Imagine. Meaning, for example, just as today, where people would say, many people would say, we are not starry-eyed idealists. We are absolutely sober, pragmatic political men, and for this reason we are opposed to any war because of the danger of thermonuclear conflagration. Something of this kind is in Kant, that the necessity, the situation will become so that war and other abominations will no longer pay. That's the problem. And this fact alone, that they do no longer pay, is the guarantee for the establishment of a perfect social order. Now, and here there comes a crucial difference between Kant on the one hand and Hegel and Marx on the other. For Kant, the difference between the morality and amorality, the nation of devils, is crucial. This rules of nature will men make behaving in accordance with the moral law, but for immoral reasons. They will not make the moral men, therefore Kant can speak of devils. And this change from behaving according to the moral law, but for devilish reasons, to morality, this change can in no way be guaranteed and predicted. That depends entirely on the decision of the individual. Do you see that point? And therefore, that is the deepest reason, I think, why Kant's philosophy of history is of lesser weight than his doctrine of the immortality of the soul. What can be brought about by nature is only a state according to morality, according to reason, but not a truly moral state. Now what Hegel and Marx try to do, must try to do, is to say, if you get the objective conditions in accordance with morality and reason, you get the moral change as a kind of inevitable byproduct. Otherwise they could never, that they must say. Otherwise Kant would be superior to them as a philosopher of history. I'm sorry, we have to leave it now. We will discuss the rest, the last 5 propositions. Only one point I would like to mention, because in this, of which the sheep, men could live like sheep. You remember perhaps from the foundation of Metaphysics of Morals, the reference to the South Sea Islanders, who do not develop their faculties. So they act against the moral law. I mean, they may be very amiable people, but they do not make that effort which they are required to do as moral beings. Now, this would be an interesting question. These South Sea Islanders, harmless people, but yet wrong in a very important respect. will never become worthy of happiness. Will they not become immortal? Because they don't deserve happiness afterward. Is it not so? I mean, they are not as bad as very wicked criminals, but they are not good men, because they do not develop the mind. That's a question which Kant, I believe, never discussed, but I'm sure I should mention this. Now, next time we will conclude the discussion of this section.